sealing energy from the outside, the way Shun Tao checks it from the gradient. Mira Ashvale paused. My grandmother said she looked tired. Not physically, existentially. 3,000 years of solitary maintenance. She said Celestia looked like a woman who had forgotten what rest felt like. Then we go to her. Not yet. Mira Ashvale turned to face him. The fringe borderlands stretched behind her. The eroded landscape, the watch posts, the compound that her family had protected for 6 generations. I am coming with you. The fringe will endure, my family's techniques will sustain it. But the seal cannot wait, and I will not be left behind. I would not leave you behind. Good. The chorus leader approached. Through sovereign sense, her emotional signature was different. The surge response had changed something. She had watched the network operate, watched 5 bondholders coordinate to protect her communities, and the evidence of their capability had shifted her assessment. You stabilized the erosion, she said. 3 points, simultaneously. The network's combined power exceeded what I believed possible. The network grows stronger with each bond. Yes, and when the seal is complete, the choice will be made. Not before. She nodded. We will not interfere. You have earned that much. Through sovereign sense, the conviction remained. She still believed the cage should open. But the interference was off the table. The spider silk thread of trust had become something stronger. I would like to ask one thing, she said. Ask. When you face the sovereign, when you make the choice, remember my people. Remember the medical wing. Remember the farmer's hand. Whatever the evidence shows, whatever the analysis says, remember that the cage's failure has a human cost, and the people paying it are not abstractions. I will remember. She closed her eyes. Through sovereign sense, the grief surged. Her children, lost to the erosion. The weight of 400 years. The hope that someone, finally, would make the choice that ended it. Good, she said, and walked away. Wei Liang Chen stood in the compound's courtyard, 5 bonds singing in his inscription channels, the sovereign sense painting the entire realm in a tapestry of threats and opportunities and quiet, persistent erosion. The cage's pulse beat through him like a second heartbeat, and the sovereign's attention, vast, patient, interested, settled over everything like a sky. 6 nodes. 5 bonds. The resonance seal at 71.4%. 2 bonds remaining. And the cage's occupant was watching, learning, waiting for the moment when the song would be complete and the conversation would reach its conclusion. Behind them, the fringe borderlands endured. Before them, the path to the outer ward, where a woman had been waiting for 3,000 years. And above it all, the system's notification settled into Wei Liang Chen's awareness with the weight of something approaching inevitability. Bond status, 5-7 resonance seal, 71.4% complete primordial cage integrity, 86.3% post-search, stabilizing, time to critical threshold, 34 years, revised, bond acceleration factor, sovereign activity, significantly increased. The sovereign has registered 5 bonds. Behavioral analysis. The sovereign is now actively monitoring the seal bearer's decisions, not just his movements. It is building a model of his decision-making process. Warning, 5 bonds produce a critical network effect. The cage's response to bond 6 will be more dramatic than any previous bond. Prepare for destabilization events of increasing magnitude. Cliffhanger, 3 simultaneous attacks on the women. Every realm key is targeted. The cage registers bonds 1 through 5. The sovereign shifts from observation to active engagement. Something in the depths of the prison moves, not against the walls, but toward them, toward the seal bearer, toward the song. The sovereign is aware. It is not just watching anymore. It is preparing. And in the silence that followed the notification, Wei Liang Chen felt it. Through sovereign sense, through the bond network, through the cage's pulse that beat in his chest like a twin heart. The sovereign moved, not against the prison, not toward escape, toward the boundary where reality met void, where the sealing energy was thinnest, where Mira Ashvale had spent her life standing guard. It moved toward the point of contact. It moved toward the song. And for the first time in 3,000 years, the entity sealed in the primordial cage did something that no behavioral model had predicted, that no observation data had prepared them for, that no scholar or guardian or formation master had ever imagined it capable of. It sang back. A single note. 1 frequency among 7. Matching the 5th harmonic, Mira Ashvale's note, with a precision that could only come from genuine comprehension. The cage shuddered. The compound's alarms triggered. And every cultivator within 100 kilometers felt it, the moment the silence learned to speak. The sovereign was no longer just watching. It was participating. And the choice, the cosmic, 3,000-year choice that the first cultivators had designed the cage to present, had just become infinitely more complicated. Chapter 41. The path to the celestial expanse ran north, through territory that no sect claimed and no cultivator traveled by choice. Wei Liang Chen stood at the edge of the fringe compound's northern perimeter, sovereign sense extended across the landscape ahead. What it showed him was not danger, exactly. It was more like the absence of the things that made danger readable. No cultivator signatures, no sect formations, no human presence of any kind. Just the cage's pulse growing stronger with each kilometer, the erosion patterns thinning as the terrain shifted from eroded to untouched, and somewhere beyond the horizon, the outer ward where Celestia Dawnvale had spent 3,000 years keeping the sealing energy intact. How long have you known about her? Mira Ashvale asked. They were loading packs in the compound supply yard. The rest of the group, Lin Suyin, Feng Qiao, Yuan Mei, Songbaya, were making their own preparations. The compound's people moved around them with efficient courtesy, the same look on their faces that Wei Liang Chen had seen after the erosion surge stabilization, the cautious confidence of people who had watched the impossible work once and were now willing to believe it might work again. The system confirmed her location when Bond 5 sealed, he said. Before that, I knew the sixth key existed. The system doesn't provide details until the previous bond is complete. Convenient information management. The system is cautious about what it tells me. I think it doesn't want me to treat the bonds as steps in a checklist. Mira Ashvale was quiet for a moment, securing a roll of formation wire to her pack with quick, practiced movements. My grandmother's notes mention Celestia Dawnvale 4 times. Each time, her description is the same. Ancient, exhausted, completely committed. She has been maintaining the outer seal since before the current cultivation era began. 3,000 years. 3,000 years, yes. My grandmother estimated her rank at sovereign tier when they met 60 years ago. What cultivation does to someone over 3,000 years? She paused, testing the pack's weight. I don't know. No one does. There's no comparison point. Songbaiha appeared from the archive wagon. They had brought the library's mobile collection unit, a formation-enhanced crate that could store several thousand documents in a space the size of a suitcase. I found 3 references to the Outer Ward's historical maintenance log. The last entry is dated 400 years ago. After that, silence. Celestia stopped logging, or stopped receiving visitors worth logging. The distinction matters. Songbaiha set the crate into the supply pack's designated slot, her movements precise and practiced. A woman who has lived 3,000 years does not forget how to record data. If she stopped, it was a choice. Through sovereign sense, Wei Liang Chen felt the group's emotional signatures as a collective, 5 distinct harmonics, each one carrying its own quality, all of them oriented in the same direction. Forward, toward the outer ward, toward the end of what the bonds required and the beginning of what the choice would demand. We move in an hour, Yuan Mei said, appearing at the supply yard's entrance. She had the flat, focused tone she used when her planning phase was complete, and she had shifted to execution. I have sent advanced communication to the Azure Tide sect's northern network. They have agreed to maintain a supply line to our last confirmed position for 60 days. If we don't check in within 60 days, we'll check in, Lin Suyin said. She was sharpening her jade-handled sword with the kind of methodical attention that Wei Liang Chen had learned to recognize as her way of managing anxiety. We're not disappearing into the outer ward without a line back. I stated the contingency regardless. I know. I was agreeing with you. Yuan Mei blinked, then nodded. Good. The hour passed. The compound's people gathered at the northern perimeter to see them off. Not with ceremony, but with the particular gravity of a community that understood what was at stake and had decided to trust the people carrying it. The chorus leader was there, standing slightly apart from the rest. Through sovereign sense, her emotional signature was complex, conviction unchanged, but something underneath it that was new. Something that might, given enough time, be described as hope. Wei Liang Chen met her eyes as he passed. She nodded once. Not agreement. Not approval. Something more carefully chosen. Acknowledgement that the process he was following was the right one, even if she could not accept where it might lead. He carried the acknowledgement north with him, into territory that grew quieter with every kilometer. The outer ward was 12 days' travel from the fringe compound. Sovereign sense tracked the cage's pulse as they walked, the heartbeat growing cleaner, stronger, more defined as the erosion patterns fell away and the sealing energy thickened. This was not the worn, straining song of the fringe borderlands. This was the cage at something closer to full capacity. At the end of the first day, they camped in a clearing where the chi density was higher than anything Wei Liang Chen had felt since the boundary zone. The bond network hummed with the ambient energy, and his inscription channels, which had been working at elevated output since Bond 5, settled into a lower, more comfortable resonance. It's easier here, Lin Suyin said, sitting beside him. Her sword was sheathed. Her hands were still. The cage is stronger. I can feel it. The song, it's louder, cleaner, like the instrument tuning itself. Through soul echo, her emotional landscape was the dark gold of tested trust. But underneath it, something he had not noticed before, a quiet thread of uncertainty that was separate from the trust, not contradicting it, but existing alongside it. What are you uncertain about? He asked. She looked at him. Is soul echo always going to show you what I'm feeling before I've decided whether to say it? I could stop using it around you. I don't monitor without consent. You're not monitoring. You're just present. She pulled her knees to her chest. The uncertainty is about what comes after. After the seal? After everything. 7 bonds. One choice. The cage either reinforced or redesigned, or whatever you decide. What happens to us afterward? The keys, the network, the bonds themselves? It was a question the system had not answered. Wei Liang Chen reached for the interface and found, as he had found before, that it withheld. Current query, post-completion bond status. Response, insufficient data. The resonance seal's completion produces conditions outside documented parameters. Recommend focus on completion before analysis of consequences. The system doesn't know, he said. He told her exactly what the notification said, as he had promised. No filters. Lin Suyin absorbed this. Through soul echo, the uncertainty didn't disappear, but it settled, not resolved but accepted, placed alongside the trust rather than in opposition to it. Then we find out together, she said. Together. The fire burned without smoke. Feng Xiao's formation work making their camp invisible to casual detection. Above them, the stars were different this far north. The cage's influence bent light slightly in this region, producing a subtle prismatic effect that made the night sky look like it had been painted by someone who understood color better than human eyes typically could. They watched it in silence. The bond network sang quietly. The cage's pulse beat like a second heart. And ahead, 12 days of walking away, a woman who had carried 3,000 years of solitary responsibility was waiting to give it up. Chapter 42. On the third day, they crossed the boundary of what the old texts called the silent approach. It was not silence in any acoustic sense. The birds still called. The wind still moved through the sparse northern trees. But the cage's presence here was so strong that every sound seemed to happen inside the sealing energy rather than beside it. Each note contained, considered, made part of something larger. Formation masters used to train here, Feng Xiao said. She had been examining the terrain with the absorbed attention of someone reading a text in a language she had spent years studying. The sealing energy's harmonic structure is so clear in this region that you can use it as a formation template. Every array I've built has been an approximation of what the first cultivators actually constructed. This close, I can see the original. What does it look like? Like something I've been trying to build my entire life. She paused at a rock formation, touching it with one finger. The stone was pale, almost translucent, and it hummed faintly with the cage's frequency. My best formation work, the arrays that held at spirit peaks when Veland's people attacked, the cross-realm structures I built in the boundary zone, they're echoes. Distant echoes. Then you're learning something. I'm understanding something. There's a difference. She withdrew her hand. The first cultivators did not merely contain the sovereign. They built the containment as an expression of their understanding of existence. The cage is not a cage. It's a statement. A statement about what? About order. About the relationship between structure and potential. About why things are the way they are rather than unresolved. She walked on. The question is whether the statement is still true. 3,000 years is a long time for a statement to remain accurate. Sovereign sense registered a change in the cage's pulse ahead. Not a surge, not a destabilization. Something more specific. A pattern within the pulse that was different from the 7 standard harmonics. A response to their presence. It knows we're coming, Songbaiha said. She had been walking slightly apart from the group, her scholar's attention divided between the terrain and the formation-enhanced document case she always kept within arm's reach. Celestia, or the Sovereign? Both. They have been in proximity for 3,000 years. They know each other's rhythms. When the Sovereign responds, she responds. When she acts, it responds. Songbaiha tilted her head. I've been reading the pulse patterns from the mobile archive. There are 17 distinct interaction signatures logged in the historical record. The current signature is pattern 14. What does pattern 14 mean? The last time pattern 14 appeared was 430 years ago, when a delegation of sovereign-tier cultivators came to observe the outer seal. Celestia's documented response to that visit was, they came too early and did not understand what they were looking at. She paused. Pattern 14 means she knows someone is coming who might understand. Wei Liang Chen processed this. The cage responding to their approach, Celestia's 3,000-year isolation broken by the pulse pattern shift, the sealing energy changing to reflect what was coming. The sixth bond was approaching. Not close, not yet, but approaching. The system confirmed it, quietly, without fanfare. Bond progress. The sixth key is aware of your approach. Her resonance fragment is in an active state. She has held the outer seal's sealing energy interface for so long that her fragment has partially integrated with the seal itself. The sixth bond will require her to separate from the seal before completion. This carries risk. Warning: the outer seal's current integrity depends in part on the sixth key's direct harmonic presence. Bond formation will require a temporary degradation of the outer seal. Prepare for cage instability during the bond window. He relayed this to the group. Yuan Mei was the first to respond. A temporary degradation. How temporary? And what does degradation look like at the outer ward? The system doesn't specify. Temporary in cage terms could be hours or days. Then we plan for days, Yuan Mei said. Feng Xiao, can you build a supplemental formation to compensate during the window? If I can examine the outer seal before the window opens, yes. I'll need at least 6 hours to understand its current structure. Then we arrive, we examine, we prepare. Only then does the bond proceed. Celestia gets a voice in the timing, Wei Liang Chen said. She has been maintaining this seal for 3,000 years. She understands its behavior better than any of us. We advise. She decides. Yuan Mei considered this. Agreed. With the caveat that her isolation may have narrowed her assessment of external risk factors. She may underestimate what a destabilization looks like from our side of the seal. Then we share our perspective. Respectfully. Always respectfully. Yuan Mei's tone carried the particular dry precision that he had learned to read as humor. She was, occasionally and briefly, funny. Lin Suyin caught his eye and smiled. Chapter 43. On the seventh day, they climbed. The terrain north of the silent approach rose sharply, a geological event that the cage's presence had left unchanged for 3,000 years. No erosion, no weathering. The rock faces as sharp-edged as the day the first cultivators had chosen this place for the outer ward. The climb was not technically difficult, but the altitude and the thickening sealing energy combined to make each step feel weighted. The sealing energy is denser here, Mira Ashvale said. She was climbing steadily, her fringe-bred resilience showing in the ease of her movement. It has a physical component above sovereign tier elevation. You can feel it pushing. Wei Liang Chen felt it. Not painful. The inscription channels absorbed the pressure and redistributed it, the base 7 geometry compatible with the cage's structure. But present. A constant reminder that they were moving deeper into the system that the first cultivators had built, toward the heart of it. Through sovereign sense, the sovereign's attention was a steady presence. Not aggressive, not reactive, just attentive. The entity in the cage was tracking them with the focused awareness of something that had been waiting for this moment and was now watching it arrive. He had spent 7 days thinking about what to say to it when the time came. He had not reached a conclusion. You're quiet, Feng Xiao said, falling into step beside him on a level section of the climb. I'm thinking. About. The sovereign. We've been receiving its signals for weeks now. Observation. Acknowledged. The single note matching Myra's harmonic. If I could speak with it directly, genuinely speak, not just through pulse patterns, what would I ask? What do you want to know? Whether it has changed. Whether the care that Myra's family observed is genuine or functional mimicry. Whether the thing sealed in the cage is the same entity the first cultivators imprisoned or something different. Feng Xiao walked in silence for a moment. Her formation master's mind operated differently from Wei Liang Chen's, where he reasoned in terms of evidence and emotional landscape. She thought in structures, relationships, geometric necessities. The question assumes those categories are stable, she said finally. Change compared to what baseline? Genuine versus functional. Does the distinction hold for an entity that might not have intentions the way we do? Same or different? How do you measure identity in something that has existed without embodiment for 3,000 years? Then what question is answerable? The one you can test. She paused at an outcrop, examining the rock structure with the absorbed attention she brought to everything that had formation properties. When you complete the seal and face the choice, you will be able to communicate with the sovereign. At that moment, you can ask it to act in a specific way and observe whether it does. Trust verified through action. The only kind of trust that holds under pressure. They camped that night in a shallow cave halfway up the climb, the sealing energies pressure enough above them that Feng Xiao's detection formations barely registered beyond their perimeter. The system spoke before Wei Liang Chen fell asleep. Approach note. Outer ward is 3 days ahead at current pace. The sixth key's resonance fragment is generating a subtle harmonic signal, not intentional communication, but a form of recognition. Her fragment knows the others are approaching. This is expected behavior for an advanced bond state. Note: Wei Liang Chen's cultivation rank is approaching the Heaven Gate threshold. The bond network's combined energy load is accelerating his progression. Breakthrough may occur at the outer ward. Heaven Gate. Rank 7. He had been at core ascension since the boundary zone, and the progression had been a steady climb rather than a dramatic shift. Heaven Gate was the boundary between mortal and immortal energy, a threshold where the cage's presence would feel qualitatively different. He told Lin Suyin, who was keeping watch. She listened without interruption. Celestia is Heaven Gate at minimum, she said. Probably higher. If you break through before meeting her, does that change the dynamic? I don't know. It might make the bond's resonance easier. The fragment synchronization relies on compatible cultivation frequencies. Will it hurt? Heaven Gate breakthroughs are reportedly, he paused, remembering the texts, reportedly like a door opening in your chest. Not painful. More like suddenly understanding something your body has been trying to explain for a long time. A door in your chest, she repeated. Through soul echo, the dark gold of her trust had taken on a new quality, something that his emotional reading identified as fierce protectiveness directed at him rather than away from him. I'll be there when it happens. You don't need to, I know. Her voice was the practical tone she used for statements that were not negotiable. I'll be there. He did not argue. Through soul echo, the protectiveness was genuine and completely symmetrical to what he felt for her. Arguing would have been inefficient. Chapter 44. The Heaven Gate breakthrough came on the 9th day, not at the outer ward as the system had suggested, but on the final climb, with the seal structure visible on the horizon. They had seen the outer ward structure all morning. A formation array so vast that it registered as a change in the sky's color, a slight amber tint to the northern horizon that Songbaiha identified from her documents as the refraction signature of 7-layer nested sealing energy operating at maximum density. Wei Liang Chen was in the middle of the climb when it began. Not pain. Not the dramatic chi surge he had felt at every previous breakthrough. This was quieter. His inscription channels, which had been humming in the cage's harmonics for 9 days, reached a frequency that matched the outer ward structure, and the match unlocked something the system had been building toward since Bond 1. He stopped walking. Lin Suyin was at his side before he finished the first breath. Now, she said. Now. The door opened in his chest. There was no better description. The Heaven Gate breakthrough was a structural change. The mortal energy he had been cultivating since the system activated transformed, not all at once, but in a cascade, each meridian channel upgrading to accommodate energy of a different quality. Not more powerful, exactly. More fundamental. The energy that Heaven Gate practitioners worked with was not just spiritual force. It was the force that the universe organized itself around. Through the inscription channels, the change was immediate and total. The cage's pulse went from being a sound he could feel to being something he was part of. The 7 harmonic layers, the sealing energy that Feng Qiao had spent her life approximating, that Mira Ashval's family had protected for generations, that Songbaiha had decoded from 3,000-year-old archives, became visible to him as distinct, individual, navigable structures. He could read them, not just feel the pulse, not just sense the erosion patterns through sovereign sense. Read the structures the way a formation master reads an array, component by component, relationship by relationship, understanding the function of each element. The system confirmed what his body was showing him. Cultivation advancement. Heaven Gate achieved. Rank 7. Effect on bond network. All 5 harmonics have upgraded to Heaven Gate resonance frequencies. The resonance seal's structural complexity is now fully perceptible to the seal bearer. Estimated seal completion requirement. Bonds 6 and 7. No additional rank advancement required for seal activation. Note: at Heaven Gate, the cage's structure is directly accessible to the inscription channels. You can now perceive the outer seal's specific architecture. Celestia Dawnveil will be able to sense your breakthrough. This will affect her response to your arrival. He opened his eyes. Lin Suyin was in front of him, her hands on his arms, watching his face with the focused attention she brought to things that mattered. The door opened, she said. The door opened. He looked at the horizon, at the amber tint of the outer ward's refraction signature. He could see it differently now, not a visual anomaly, but an architectural structure. The sealing energy's layers stacked and nested and interwoven in patterns of profound complexity. What do you see? Everything the first cultivators built. He described it. The layers, the harmonics, the way the outer seal interfaced with the inner chambers, the maintenance patterns that Celestia had sustained for 3,000 years. He spoke for 7 minutes without stopping. When he finished, Song Baihe was writing in her portable archive with the speed of someone trying to capture data faster than it arrived. Feng Xiao was sitting on a rock with the look of someone who had just been shown a new dimension. What I've been approximating, Feng Xiao said. You can see it clearly. I can see it. I don't fully understand it yet. The comprehension will take time. But you could work with it? Directly interact with the sealing energy structures. I think so. The inscription channels are compatible. The Heaven Gate upgrade aligned them more precisely with the cage's geometry. That changes the outer seal transition window, Yuan Mei said. She had been listening with the focused attention she brought to tactical information. If you can directly interface with the sealing energy, you may be able to provide a supplemental anchor during the bond window, reducing the degradation risk. I don't know how to do that yet, but I'm willing to learn. You have 3 days of walking left, Yuan Mei said. Learn. He did. The final 3 days of the approach were spent in a continuous, improvisational education. Feng Xiao teaching him formation theory, Song Baihe providing the archive context, Mira Ashvale explaining what the sealing energy looked like at the fringe level, and his own Heaven Gate perception reading the cage's structures in real time. By the time the Outer Ward's formations came into direct view, he understood enough to act. Whether he understood enough to act correctly was a different question. Chapter 45. The Outer Ward was not what any of them had expected. It did not look ancient. Wei Liang Chen had prepared himself, from Song Baihe's descriptions and his own understanding of cage architecture, for something worn and weathered. 3,000 years of continuous operation visible in some material deterioration, some sign of the maintenance's cost. What he found instead was a structure that looked as though it had been built this morning. The outer seal's formation arrays were pristine. Not untouched pristine, the way a new construction looked before use. Maintained pristine, the way a master craftsperson's tools looked after decades of daily care. Each surface worn smooth by handling. Each component showing the specific kind of perfection that came from constant attention rather than original quality. She has been working the whole time, Feng Xiao said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Not maintaining passively. Actively improving. These arrays are better than whatever the first cultivators originally built. Song Baihe was already cross-referencing with the archive. The historical records describe the Outer Ward's original construction. The base structure is the same 7-layer geometry, same harmonic anchoring points. But the adaptation and refinement, she looked up. She has had 3,000 years to make it better. And she did, Mira Ashvale said. Through sovereign sense. Her emotional signature carried something Wei Liang Chen had rarely seen in her. Pure, uncomplicated awe. The Outer Ward itself was a ring formation approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, anchored at 7 points that corresponded to the cage's 7 harmonic frequencies. The anchor points were tall structures, each one a formation spire that extended 20 meters into the air, their surfaces covered in inscription work so dense it was almost opaque. Between the spires, the sealing energy was visible, not the invisible force it was at the fringe level, but a physical shimmer in the air, a curtain of harmonic light that moved in patterns matching the cage's pulse. And at the center, where the 7 anchor lines converged, a figure. She was standing perfectly still, her back to them, her arms slightly extended at her sides. The pose of someone listening, or perhaps of someone who had been holding a specific position for so long that movement was no longer her default state. She turned. Through Heaven Gate perception, Wei Liang Chen saw her resonance pattern before he saw her face. The fragment, Bond 6 resonance piece, was not just present in her soul structure. It was threaded through everything she was, integrated into her cultivation the way a single strand of wire becomes load-bearing when woven into a cable. She had been carrying it for so long that separating it from her would require care and precision. She had dark eyes and a face that showed neither age nor youth. 3,000 years had passed beyond the point where age left visible marks. What it had left instead was a quality of stillness, the particular rest of someone who had learned to find comfort in stillness because motion consumed energy she had needed to conserve. She looked at Wei Liang Chen for a long moment. I wondered what you would look like, she said. Her voice was quiet, deliberate, carrying the specific quality of someone who had chosen every word for a very long time. I saw the approach through the Outer Seals Detection Network. A group of 6. 5 bond harmonics, 1 Heaven Gate breakthrough 3 days out. You felt the breakthrough? The Outer Seal and I are integrated. I feel everything it feels. She looked at the group. Song Baihe of the Heaven Record Library. I know your archive. Some of those documents are older than your institution. Song Baihe bowed carefully. I brought them. I know. The ghost of something that might have been a smile. Feng Xiao. Your formation work on cross-realm arrays. I've been watching your theoretical developments for 30 years through the Pulse Network. You've been trying to reconstruct what I can see directly. I know that now, Feng Xiao said. I'm sorry it took so long. You had limited information. Celestia's gaze moved to Mira Ashvale. Your grandmother was a remarkable woman. I watched her build the Watch Post network from 60 kilometers out. She understood the cage better than anyone outside this ward. She spoke of you, Mira Ashvale said. Her voice was steady, the Guardian's composure, the control that 3 generations of fringe survival required. She said you looked tired. I was tired then. Celestia returned her attention to Wei Liang Chen. I am very tired now. Not of the work. The work is meaningful. A pause. I am tired of doing it alone. Then let's talk, Wei Liang Chen said, about what comes next. Through Heaven Gate perception, her resonance fragment Pulse responded. Bond 6 was still weeks away, perhaps. The fragment needed to be separated from the outer seal carefully, the timing chosen with precision. But the connection between them had been acknowledged. Behind Celestia, through the outer ward's central convergence point, the cage's pulse was a heartbeat that Wei Liang Chen could feel in his own chest. Strong, clear, waiting. The song was 6 notes toward its completion, and the 7th was already speaking, in its slow and patient way, from inside a prison that might or might not be ready to evolve. Chapter 46. Celestia's quarters were inside the central spire, the formation structure at the convergence point of the outer ward's 7 anchor lines, where the sealing energy was densest and her connection to the outer seal was most direct. The interior was both austere and richly complex. Austere in physical furnishings, a sleeping mat, a reading surface, a storage unit with minimal decoration. Complex in formation work. Every surface was covered in the same dense inscription work as the outer ward spires, and the room itself existed inside a subformation that Feng Xiao identified within minutes as a harmonic stabilization chamber. She essentially lives inside a formation array. It keeps the outer seal connection clean, Celestia explained. She moved through her quarters with the unhurried precision of someone who had optimized every motion over millennia. When I first established the outer ward, I tried to sleep outside the formation. The connection is loud. 3,000 years of the cage's pulse, every destabilization event, every erosion surge, every adjustment. Inside the chamber, it's filtered to manageable. Does it ever stop? Lin Suyin asked. No, it cannot stop. The outer seal requires continuous maintenance, not active work every moment, but sustained harmonic presence. My fragment is threaded through the seal's architecture. If I were to simply withdraw, she paused, the outer seal would degrade. Not immediately, over months, then years. But the degradation would begin. The system warned us about this, Wei Liang Chen said. Bond formation will require separating your fragment from the seal. Temporary degradation. Not temporary for me, Celestia said, with the particular precision of someone correcting a technical error. The fragment will separate from the seal when the bond forms. I can maintain the seal through cultivation energy alone for a period, perhaps several weeks, perhaps longer. But the fragment is not just present in the seal. It is part of the seal's architecture. When it leaves, the structure changes. How significantly? I have been modeling this for 300 years. She moved to the reading surface, which was covered in diagrams that Wei Liang Chen's Heaven Gate perception identified as outer seal structural analyses. The fragment's departure will create 7 specific instability points in the outer seal's harmonic structure. Each point will degrade at a different rate. The fastest will reach critical threshold in approximately 9 days. 9 days, Yuan Mei said. 9 days is enough time to install a supplemental harmonic anchor, if the anchor is designed correctly and installed before the bond forms. Celestia looked at Feng Xiao. Your cross-realm formation work. Can you build an anchor that interfaces with the outer seal's specific geometry? Feng Xiao was already reading the diagrams. Her expression was the absorbed intensity that Wei Liang Chen had learned to recognize as active problem-solving. Not analyzing whether, but working out how. 6 hours to fully understand the architecture, she said. 24 hours to build the anchor array. 2 days of installation, working alongside the existing formation structure. Then testing. She looked up. Can I see the actual outer seal formation work? Not the diagrams, the physical structures. Yes. Celestia looked at her with an expression that Soul Echo read as something profound and carefully controlled. Relief. The specific relief of someone who had been carrying a problem alone for 300 years and had just found someone capable of sharing it. I was hoping you would ask. They worked through that day and into the night. Feng Xiao examining the outer seal's physical structures with Celestia as guide. Songbai had documenting everything with the scholar's urgent desire to record what might otherwise be lost. Yuan Mei coordinating the technical collaboration with her characteristic systematic efficiency. Mira Ashvale and Lin Suin established a perimeter watch. The outer ward was isolated, but 5 bonds worth of sealing energy concentration would attract attention. Wei Liang Chen sat with Celestia in the late evening while the others rested. The central spire's harmonic stabilization chamber, filtering the cage's pulse to a manageable rhythm. The system told you the bond requires genuine connection, he said. Not technique, not strategic alignment. Genuine. Your system is accurate about this particular requirement. She was reading one of Song Baihe's documents, one of the library's oldest, predating the Heaven Record Library's founding. I have been the Outer Seal's keeper for 3,000 years. I have had no genuine connection in that time. Not because I was unable, because the choice to leave the seal was always against the cost. The seal or the relationship. Always. Every cultivator who visited the outer ward, the delegations, the scholars, the sect representatives, they came for the cage's information. They stayed for as long as the information required. And then they returned to their lives, and I remained. She set the document down. I did not permit genuine connection because genuine connection would have made the remaining unbearable. And now the bond is a structural requirement. The choice is not whether to allow genuine connection. The choice is whether to make the connection real or to go through the formal motions while keeping myself separate. She looked at him with eyes that had 3,000 years of observation behind them. You would feel the difference. Your soul echo would know. Yes. Then the choice is whether I trust you enough to allow something real. And the trust is the question I have been sitting with since your Heaven Gate breakthrough announced your approach. What's the answer? Not yet. Ask me again in a week. She returned to the document. In the meantime, let me show you what I have been learning about the cage for 3,000 years. Some of it will be useful to you. Some of it will change things. How much? The parts that will change things the most are the parts one have been afraid to tell anyone. Her voice was even, deliberate. Because once you know them, the choice you face will be harder. More complicated. Less obviously answerable. Wei Liang Chen thought about this for a long moment. He could, technically, not ask. The information was offered, but not forced. Tell me, he said. Chapter 47 Celestia's 3,000 years of observation had produced conclusions that no historical record contained. She began with the Outer Seal's data, the information that the formation's maintenance history revealed about the cage's internal behavior. The Outer Seal's diagnostic interface provided continuous monitoring of the sealing energy's state, and Celestia had been reading that data, uninterrupted, for 3 millennia. The cage has a pulse, she said. You know this. Shin Tao's instruments measure it from the gradient. What the instruments cannot detect is the internal variation within the pulse. What kind of variation? The cage's 7 harmonic layers do not operate identically. Each layer has a different behavioral profile, a different response to external stimuli, a different interaction with the sovereign's presence, a different degradation rate. She produced a document from a chest against the chamber's wall, not a library document, not a historical record, but a personal journal. I have recorded the variations for 3,000 years. The first summary, the cage is getting better. Better. The Outer Seal's integrity 3,000 years ago was 91%. Today, after all the erosion, all the bond acceleration effects, all the sovereign's proximity, it is 93.4%. The room was quiet for a moment. Song Baihe put down her pen. That's not possible, she said. The erosion patterns, the boundary advance, the historical loss rates, are real, Celestia confirmed. The erosion is real. The territory consumed is real. But the Outer Seal itself is stronger than it was. The degradation affects the physical landscape. The cage's harmonic structure is stable and improving. How? The sovereign. Celestia opened the journal to a page dense with notation. In the 1st century, the cage's pulse showed the standard maintenance patterns the first cultivators designed. Predictable, stable, operating as intended. In the 2nd century, a new pattern appeared, a stabilizing influence on the harmonic layers from inside the cage. The sovereign is maintaining the cage from inside. The sovereign is doing something that produces the same effect as maintenance. Whether it is intentional, whether it understands what it is doing, whether it is trying to help, or simply changing the local harmonic environment through its own evolution. These are questions I cannot answer from the data alone. She looked at Wei Liang Chen steadily. What I can tell you is that for 2,800 years, the entity in the cage has been doing something that makes the prison stronger. Not trying to break free. Not once. In 3,000 years, the cage's structural integrity has never shown an outward-directed pressure signature. The sovereign has never pushed against the walls. Wei Liang Chen sat with this for a moment. The implications expanded in several directions simultaneously. and he let them expand without rushing toward conclusions. The erosion, then, he said. If the cage is getting stronger, why is the borderlands territory being consumed? The erosion is not the cage failing. The erosion is natural void return, matter reverting to unstructured potential in the absence of the structured environment that the cage's sealing energy provides. The cage was never designed to maintain reality indefinitely. The first cultivators chose a location where the sealing energy could be concentrated without requiring coverage of the full physical landscape. She paused. The cage keeps the sovereign contained. It does not prevent the natural dissolution of the landscape outside its specific radius. The first cultivators knew this would happen. Yes, the historical choice of location was deliberate. The outer ward sits on the highest density, natural harmonic anchor in this realm. The cage here can maintain itself with minimal external maintenance. The trade-off is that the territory outside the anchor radius erodes without the cage's support. Songbaiha had picked up her pen again. She was writing with the focused urgency of someone who understood that this information had never been written down and might be lost if she stopped. This changes the meaning of the choice, she said, not looking up. If the cage is getting stronger, the erosion will continue regardless of whether the sovereign is released. Releasing the sovereign doesn't necessarily stop the erosion. Correct, Celestia said. And reinforcing the cage doesn't stop it either. Also correct. Wei Liang Chen thought about the chorus leader's children, about the medical wing, about the farmer's hand. Then the chorus's core premise is wrong, he said. They believe releasing the sovereign will stop the erosion. But if the erosion is independent of the sovereign's containment, the erosion will continue until the physical landscape at the borderlands reaches the natural harmonic anchor's boundary. At that point, the cage's sealing energy will maintain the remaining territory. Celestia closed the journal. I estimate that boundary is approximately 90 meters beyond the current erosion front. If the erosion continues at its current rate, it will reach the boundary in 11 years. 11 years of erosion and then it stops, Mira Ashvale said from across the chamber. Her voice was the voice of someone receiving a sentence and choosing to absorb it without collapsing. My community is 7 meters from the current front. You will need to relocate 4 more meters from the current position, Celestia said. I apologize that I could not convey this information sooner. My options for communication from the outer ward are limited, and this information, the erasure of the chorus's premise, the redefinition of what the choice means, this information had to be delivered carefully. Because it changes what people die for, Mira Ashvale said. Yes. The chamber was quiet for a long time. Chapter 48. The information from Celestia required 3 days of integration. Yuan Mei established what she called a strategic reassessment framework, which in practice meant the group sat in the outer ward's central space and worked through the implications of Celestia's data, one thread at a time, while Feng Xiao continued building the supplemental anchor array and Songbaiha worked her way through 3,000 years of outer seal diagnostic logs. Wei Liang Chen spent most of those 3 days in conversation with each member of the group, separately, watching how the new information settled against what they had known before. Lin Suyin took it with the practical acceptance she brought to most things. The erosion stops in 11 years regardless. That's good. The choice about the sovereign is still real. It just doesn't have an erosion deadline attached. The timeline pressure comes from the inner seal, Wei Liang Chen said. That's still unknown. Celestia says her inner seal, the secondary layer beneath the outer, has been degrading for 50 years. She doesn't know its current state from outside. Then we need to know its state. Yes. Feng Xiao's response was architectural. She spent an hour staring at the outer seal's formation work after hearing the information, then said, the first cultivators were honest in their design. The cage was never meant to last forever. They built the outer seal to be maintainable, the inner seal to be resilient, and left the judgment call about what to do next to whoever was capable of making it. Is that comforting? It's clarifying. They didn't make a mistake. They made a system that requires human judgment. That's different. Songbaia's response was the most comprehensive. She cross-referenced Celestia's diary data with the Heaven Record Library's documents and emerged on the 3rd day with a synthesis. The first cultivators designed the cage around 2 assumptions, she said, presenting to the full group. First, the sovereign would remain unchanged, that the entity sealed inside would be the same entity they had originally confronted. Second, whoever completed the seal would be capable of making an informed choice. The deliberate flaw, the escape valve, was their hedge against the first assumption being wrong. A way out if the first assumption was correct. A way to renegotiate if it wasn't. And the second assumption? Yuan Mei asked. We are the second assumption. The resonance seal requires genuine bonds, genuine understanding, genuine connection. The first cultivators were ensuring that whoever made the choice would be the kind of person capable of making it responsibly. She paused. They weren't leaving the choice to a keymaster. They were building a process to produce someone capable of the choice. Wei Liang Chen thought about this for a long time. The system was quiet, which he had learned to read as the system waiting for him to reach his own conclusions. He reached one. The cage is not a problem to be solved, he said. It's a conversation waiting to be completed. The first cultivator started it 3,000 years ago. The sovereign has been responding for 3,000 years. The bonds are the mechanism for ensuring the next speaker in the conversation is capable of continuing it. And what is the sovereign trying to say? Mira Ashvale asked. I don't know yet, but I need to find out before I answer. The bond with Celestia was building. Not sealed. Not yet, but building through the shared work, the shared information, the gradual accumulation of genuine understanding. She joined the group's daily discussions on the fourth day, bringing the specific quality of 3,000 years of disciplined observation to every question. She was precise. She was complete. And through soul echo, beneath the surface precision, Wei Liang Chen read the emotional landscape she had suppressed for 3,000 years. Enormous, careful, deep. The landscape of someone who had saved every feeling for when she could afford to have them. He did not rush it. The bond would form when the connection was real. And the connection was becoming real with every day they shared the outer ward, every conversation, every hour of Feng Xiao's anchor work that Celestia watched with the focused attention of someone learning, for the first time in 3,000 years, how it felt to be helped. Chapter 49. On the 11th day, Feng Xiao declared the supplemental anchor array complete. The test was simple. She activated a single harmonic layer of the array while Wei Liang Chen monitored the outer seal's response through his heaven gate perception. The anchor's geometry aligned with the existing structure, the harmonic output compatible without being identical. Feng Xiao's style always carried her own signature even when approximating another's work. It holds, Wei Liang Chen said. It holds, Celestia confirmed. She was standing at the outer seal's central convergence point, her arms at her sides, reading the seal's diagnostic interface with the fluency of long practice. The anchor's supplemental output compensates for 68% of the structural change that bond formation will create. The remaining 32% produces instability at two specific points. The 9-day threshold, extended to 22 days if the anchor performs as tested. Celestia paused. The anchor is better than I expected. Feng Xiao's expression was the closest she came to genuine pleasure. I had an original to work from. You improved on it. I had 30 years of theoretical preparation and the best example in existence. Feng Xiao met Celestia's eyes. You made it possible. Through soul echo, Celestia's emotional landscape shifted. The enormous, suppressed depth of it moved. Not releasing, not overflowing, but shifting. Opening, slightly, towards something it had kept closed. The system noted the shift. Bond progress. Sixth key emotional threshold reached. Bond formation window, active. The fragment will separate from the outer seal when the connection is consciously acknowledged. Timing is the key's choice. That evening, Celestia and Wei Liang Chen walked the outer ward's perimeter. Not for any tactical purpose. Because she suggested it, and he agreed, and the walking was the thing itself. I have been alone here for 3,000 years, she said. Not as complaint. As fact. The nature of that aloneness changed over time. In the first century, it was painful. The second, necessary. By the fifth, it had become simply the condition in which I existed. She paused at one of the spires, touching the inscription work with fingers that knew every character. I stopped expecting visitors who would understand. The delegations didn't. They saw the outer ward's formation work and wanted to replicate it. They saw my data and wanted to extract it. They saw the cage and were afraid of it. A pause. None of them wanted to sit with me and understand why the formation work was beautiful and what the data meant and what it was like to be afraid of something for 3,000 years while also being responsible for containing it. Are you afraid of the sovereign? I was afraid for the first 800 years. After that, the fear became familiarity. She turned from the spire and kept walking. The sovereign's attention is constant, steady, not hostile. For 800 years, I could not distinguish attention from threat. Then I learned the difference, and the fear became something else. What? Companionship. She said the word without apology. An imperfect, improbable, one-sided companionship with an entity I cannot speak with and who cannot reach me. But present, consistent, aware. She was quiet for a moment. When your group arrived, the sovereign's attention pattern changed. I felt it through the outer seal before I saw you on the detection array. The pattern shifted from its default to something I had not observed in 3,000 years. What pattern? Anticipation. She looked at the sky. The stars here were undistorted. The outer ward's formation work absorbed rather than scattered the ambient light, producing a clarity that made the night sky look close enough to touch. It has been waiting for this. And it has been patient in that waiting in a way that is not human, not even comprehensible by human emotional frameworks, but recognizable if you look at it long enough. How long did it take you to recognize it? 800 years. The ghost of something that was not quite a smile. You may have less time. They finished the circuit of the outer ward. At the central spire's entrance, Celestia stopped. I will acknowledge the bond, she said. Tomorrow, when the anchor has been stress-tested through a full night cycle. I want the preparation complete before the connection is made real. 3,000 years of caution does not leave easily. Tomorrow is fine. Is it? The bond forms when it's real. Real takes the time it takes. He meant it, and Soul Echo confirmed that she felt he meant it. The depth in her landscape moved again. More than slightly, this time. The suppressed enormity of 3,000 years beginning, with great care, to allow itself to exist. Tomorrow, she said. Chapter 50 Bond 6 sealed at dawn, while the outer ward's anchor array was running its overnight stress test. Wei Liang Chen had not planned for dawn, but he had learned, through 5 bonds, that the cage's timeline operated on its own rhythm, and the bond sealed when the connection was real rather than when the preparation was complete. The preparation had been complete since midnight. The connection became real sometime in the early hours, in the space between sleeping and waking, in the moment when Celestia allowed 3,000 years of accumulated emotional life to stop being suppressed. He felt it through the inscription channels as a cascade. Bond 6 harmonic frequency was unlike any of the others. Not intense like Mira Ashvile's, not precise like Yuan Mei's, not deep like Songbai's. Ancient. The resonance fragment had been held for 3,000 years, and it carried that time in its structure. When it merged with his inscription channels, it brought with it something of the outer seal's architecture, the 3,000-year understanding of the cage that Celestia had built through daily contact. The system confirmed. Bond 6 sealed. Realm key. Celestia Dawn Veil. Celestial Expanse key resonance fragment. Integrated ability unlocked. Cage light. Project fragments of the primordial cage's sealing energy. Range. Direct contact to 200 meters. Function. Stabilize erosion. Reinforce structural weakness points. Slow void degradation. Network status. 7 nodes, 6 bonds. Resonance seal. 85.7% complete. Note. The cage has registered Bond 6. The inner seal's response to this bond will exceed all previous responses. Monitor inner seal integrity. Cage light activated without ceremony. A warmth in his inscription channels, a new frequency that he could project outward like a kind of structured light, the sealing energy made portable and directional. He held it in his palm experimentally, watching the amber shimmer stabilize a small section of the air around it. The outer ward's formation work responded. The structures that Celestia had maintained for 3,000 years recognized the cage light as compatible, and the 7 anchor lines brightened slightly. Not dramatically, not enough to alarm, but the brightness was real. Celestia was sitting at the central convergence point when he found her. The outer seal's diagnostic interface was in her hands, and she was reading the response data from the bond's sealing with the methodical attention she brought to everything. The anchor held, she said. The outer seal degraded by 3.2% at the specific instability points as projected. The supplemental anchor compensated within 4 minutes. She looked up. Feng Qiao's work was precise. She'll want to hear that. She knows. Through the bond's new connection. Ancient, measured, carrying the quality of deep time. Celestia's emotional landscape was visible to him for the first time without mediation. It was vast and ordered and very tired. And underneath the tiredness, something so large and so long held that it did not have a name in any language he knew. Relief, perhaps, but relief that had been waiting long enough to become something more than relief. How does it feel, he asked. Different. She set the diagnostic interface down. I have been the outer seal's anchor for 3,000 years. The fragment's presence in the seal was so integrated that I was not certain I would feel its departure. I thought perhaps I would simply feel incomplete. Do you? No. The fragment is gone from the seal, but it is present in the bond. The connection is different in character. Not contained, not the specific architecture of a formation array. Relational. She chose the word carefully. I am not accustomed to relational. You'll learn. The ghost of not quite a smile was more present today. I have 3,000 years of adaptation practice. Then you'll learn faster than anyone. She stood, the movement smooth and unhurried. The inner seal's response data is concerning. Not urgent, but concerning. The bond sealing produced a synchronization event in the cage's harmonic structure that the inner seal's architecture registered differently than the outer seal registered it. Differently how? The outer seal's response to each previous bond was a stabilization sequence, the cage integrating the new harmonic and restoring baseline. The inner seal's response to bond 6 was not a stabilization sequence. She paused. It was an alarm. Wei Liang Chen's Heaven Gate perception reached toward the cage's structure. Through the outer ward's formation work, he could feel the inner seal's architecture. Not clearly, not with the detail that direct examination would provide. But the alarm she described was perceptible. A disturbance in the harmonic structure deeper than the outer seal, sharper than any bond integration event he had experienced. "We need to see the inner seal," he said. "Yes," Celestia said. "That is the next problem." Through the bond network, 6 harmonics sang in his inscription channels. 6 notes of the 7. One more bond, one more fragment, and the conversation that the first cultivators had begun 3,000 years ago would reach its final exchange. The sovereign's attention was steady overhead, interested, patient, waiting. And somewhere in the depths of the cage, a structure that Celestia had not been able to examine directly for 3,000 years was telling them, through the only language it had, that the time was running short. Chapter 51. The inner seal could not be examined from the outer ward. This was Celestia's assessment, and she delivered it with 3,000 years of observational data behind it. The outer seal's diagnostic interface provided surface-level data on the inner seal's state, aggregate integrity measures, harmonic pulse readings, the alarm signature that had triggered with bond 6. But the inner seal's architecture, its specific weakness points, its current degradation state, that required being inside. The descent path, Celestia explained, laying a hand-drawn map on the reading surface. She had been drawing it, Wei Liang Chen suspected, for a long time. The outer ward provides access to the first layer of the cage's sealing architecture. Beyond it, there are 3 concentric layers: outer seal, middle ward, inner seal. The middle ward is accessible from the outer ward through 7 designated entry points, each aligned with the harmonic frequencies. "How deep can we go safely?" Yuan Mei asked. "That depends on cultivation rank. The middle ward's ambient void energy requires sovereign tier or higher for safe, extended exposure. Heaven Gate cultivators can sustain in the middle ward for several hours with appropriate formation protection. Below sovereign tier," she looked at the group, "core ascension could sustain perhaps 20 minutes. Lin Suyin and Song Baihe were both core ascension." Wei Liang Chen watched the assessment cross Yuan Mei's face. "We bring Lin Suyin and Song Baihe to the outer ward's perimeter," he said. "They maintain the anchor and provide network support while the rest of us descend." "I'm going," Lin Suyin said. Her voice carried the flat certainty she used for non-negotiable positions. "You have 20 minutes of safe exposure. Then I'll spend them usefully and come back out." "Lin Suyin, I know the middle ward is dangerous. I know my limits. I also know that you have never descended into a cage interior layer, and the bond network is stronger with full connectivity." She met his eyes. "Don't manage this one. Tell me the risks and let me choose." He told her the risks. All of them, including the ones the system provided in a quiet notification he relayed word for word. Void adjacent energy degradation of chi meridians, partial void exposure, temporary disruption of cultivation progress. She listened, thought. 20 minutes, then I come out. No argument. No argument. Song Baihe made the same negotiation. 15 minutes. She was more honest about her limits. The documents she carried would be left with Celestia's outer ward archive, and she would carry only the mobile case with the most critical records. The descent began the following morning. The outer ward's entry point for the first harmonic frequency was a formation gate in the eastern spire, a structure that Celestia opened with the ease of someone who had passed through it regularly over 3,000 years. The gate opened onto a passage that sloped downward through natural rock, the passage walls covered in the same inscription work as the spires, maintaining the formation's integrity through the descent. The passage narrowed as they went deeper. The chi density dropped, but the sealing energy's presence increased. Not the ambient sealing energy of the outer ward, which was a background harmonic, but the structured, directed sealing energy of the cage's actual architecture. It pressed against Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels with a specific and deliberate weight. His Heaven Gate perception read it clearly. The architecture here was what he had been approximating since the breakthrough. But at this proximity, the approximation fell away. The cage's structure was not a complex formation array. It was something that operated according to principles that no current cultivator had fully mapped. The first cultivators were not just powerful, he said. They understood something about the relationship between structure and existence that we've lost. 3,000 years is a long time to forget. Celestia said, leading the descent without hesitation. Much of what the first cultivators knew was not written down. It was demonstrated, lived, practiced. The theory underlying what they built was never codified, they simply did it. Like formation masters learning by doing, Feng Xiao said. Her voice carried a quality he recognized, all that had moved past paralyzing into energizing. She was absorbing and adapting simultaneously. The middle ward was a chamber. Not a passage, not a tunnel, not a cave. A deliberate space, carved and formed with the same precision as the outer ward structures, but smaller, more concentrated. The void energy was immediately perceptible, a specific quality of ambient energy that Sovereign Sense identified as the Void Sovereign's passive influence, filtered through the cage's layers. Not hostile, not welcoming, close. Through 6 bonds, Wei Liang Chen felt the Sovereign's attention sharpen. Not aggressively. The way a scholar's attention sharpens when a student finally asks the right question. The middle ward's walls displayed the inner seal's architecture, not visually, but harmonically. The formation structures in the walls carried the inner seal's diagnostic data the way Celestia's outer ward interface carried the outer seals. He moved to the nearest wall and placed his hand on the inscription work. The inner seal's state hit him like cold water. Celestia, he said. His voice was steady because he had learned, through 5 bonds and 4 months of impossible problems, to keep his voice steady when the data was bad. What's the inner seal's last measured integrity? The diagnostic showed 97% when I last had reliable contact, 40 years ago. It's at 12%. The chamber was silent. 12%, Yuan Mei said. 12%. He read the wall's data again, slowly, looking for error. There was none. The inner seal has been degrading at an accelerating rate. The outer seal's alarm that Bond 6 triggered. The inner seal was trying to communicate its state. 97 to 12 and 40 years, Songbia said. The scholar's voice. Precise. Controlled. That's a nonlinear decay rate. Accelerating. At the current acceleration, the inner seal fails in, he read the projection. 91 days. Lin Suyin took his hand. She did not say anything. Through soul echo, the dark gold of her trust was joined by something harder and brighter, resolve. Then we have 91 days, she said. Celestia was standing very still. Through the bond, her ancient emotional landscape was doing something Wei Liang Chen had not seen before, reorganizing. 3,000 years of careful, controlled management, and this data was the thing that broke past the management. Not grief. Determination so old it had become structural, and now being asked to become something more. The inner seal's failure releases the sovereign, she said. Not cleanly. Not the way the resonant seal's completion would. Catastrophic release, structural disintegration of the cage, simultaneous void event across the outer ward's entire radius. We know, Wei Liang Chen said. 91 days. The 7th bond. Nara Voss. She turned to face him. She is at the inner seal's breach point. She found the structural flaw in the inner seal 300 years ago and has been holding it from the inside. The system has indicated she's there. We haven't been able to reach her. You can reach her now. With cage light, you can stabilize the breach point enough to make contact. Celestia's eyes were steady, clear, carrying 3,000 years of careful thought made into immediate action. But the inner seal is why Bond 7 exists. Nara Voss is not just the final key. She is the reason the cage has not already failed. The chamber waited. The cage's pulse beat through the inscription work in the walls, the inner seal's strained architecture still holding, held by one woman's presence alone for 3 centuries. 91 days, the projection said. Wei Liang Chen looked at his group. Lin Suyin, her hand in his. Feng Xiao, already reading the chamber's walls with her formation master's perception. Yuan Mei, the strategic mind, already building frameworks. Mira Ashvale, the guardian whose territory would be safe in 11 years. Songbaiha, 15 minutes expired, who had not moved toward the exit. Let's go back up, he said. We need to plan. Chapter 52. The plan had 3 components. Yuan Mei assembled it in 2 hours while the group ate, and Celestia briefed them on the middle ward's descent schedule, the formation gates, the void exposure windows, the exact location of the breach point where Nara Voss had been holding the inner seal's most vulnerable point for 3 centuries. Component 1, Yuan Mei said, is cage light maintenance. Wei Liang Chen, Celestia, and I will establish a rotation of cage light projection toward the breach point. Based on Celestia's data, 3 seconds of cage light from Bond 6 range can undo approximately 1 week of inner seal degradation. 6 hours of daily cage light application should extend the 91-day window to 140 days, Wei Liang Chen said. He had run the calculation twice. 140 days. This buys us time. Component 2? Feng Xiao asked. Communication. Celestia confirms that cage light projection at the breach point can reach Naravas. She has been in void-adjacent proximity to the breach point for 300 years, which means she has developed sensitivity to the cage's energy structures. We project cage light as a signal rather than a stabilizer, establish contact, and from there we work toward Bond 7's formation. And Component 3? Yuan Mei paused. This one was the hard one. Wei Liang Chen had suggested it, and she had added it to the framework after the longest deliberation he had ever seen from her. Honesty, she said. When we reach Naravas, we tell her everything. The inner seal state, the 91-day window, what Bond 7 means, what the choice is. We do not manage her information or present a limited picture because we think it will make the bond easier to form. The 7th bond, according to everything the system and Celestia have told us, is the most consequential. It needs to be the most genuine. She's been alone at a breach point for 300 years, Mira Ashvale said. She's void-touched. Her judgment about her own situation may be compromised. Perhaps. But she chose to stay. She chose to be useful. That level of deliberate choice, sustained over 3 centuries, suggests a mind that is still functioning. Yuan Mei met each person's eyes in turn. We treat her as capable of receiving full information. We adjust only if she demonstrates she cannot. Celestia nodded slowly. The correct approach. We begin cage light maintenance today, Yuan Mei said. We descend to contact range with the breach point in 3 days. Once we have established the maintenance rotation and Wei Liang Chen has practiced the signal modulation. Cage light signal modulation was Celestia's specific expertise. She spent the rest of that day teaching Wei Liang Chen how to use the ability not as projection, but as communication. The harmonic structures of the sealing energy, carrying meaning through the cage's architecture, the way a formation carries specific properties through its inscription work. The cage's 7 frequencies each carry specific semantic content, she explained. The first cultivators designed the harmonic structure as a language, not just a containment mechanism. The sovereign has been speaking in this language for 3,000 years. Naravas, after 3 centuries at the breach point, likely understands it better than anyone currently living. What does pattern 14 mean in this language? Recognition of an approaching mind. She adjusted his harmonic output, a slight modulation in the cage light's frequency that required precise inscription channel control. Pattern 4 is what you want to project when you reach the breach point. It means, I am here and I am listening. What's pattern 7? A pause. Pattern 7 means, this is taking too long. Where are you? He looked at her. I projected pattern 7 900 years ago, she said. The sovereign responded. I do not know what it meant by its response. But it responded. The ghost of not quite a smile. I was not yet as patient as I became. Chapter 53. In the 3 days before the first contact attempt, the hollow chorus arrived. Not the fringe compound's chorus leader. A different faction, larger, organized, moving through the outer ward's approach path with the disciplined efficiency of a group that had been planning this arrival for some time. Sovereign Sense detected them at 2 kilometers. Wei Liang Chen counted 48 distinct cultivation signatures, ranging from foundation forging to meridian burst, moving in a formation pattern that Feng Xiao identified as a protective envelope, not an assault formation, a perimeter structure designed to minimize disturbance to the surrounding sealing energy. They're trying not to disrupt the cage, he said. Trying hard, Feng Xiao confirmed. The formation geometry they're using is sophisticated for their apparent rank distribution. Someone with real formation knowledge designed this approach. The chorus has had 400 years to study the cage's environment, Celestia said. She was watching the approach through the outer ward's detection array with the composed attention of someone who had seen this pattern before. They are not wrong. Their premise about the erosion is incorrect, but their understanding of the cage is not negligible. The group arrived at the outer ward's perimeter and stopped. A single figure separated from the formation and approached on foot, middle-aged, meridian burst rank, with the particular quality in their emotional signature that Sovereign Sense identified as grief that had calcified into purpose. A different chorus leader, not the fringe compound leader. Someone higher in the organization. Seal bearer, the figure said. We are aware of the inner seal's state. We have a proposal. Wei Liang Chen walked to meet them at the perimeter. How do you know about the inner seal? We have had observation posts near the middle ward's diagnostic emission points for 60 years. The Bond 6 response triggered our monitoring system. No apology in the statement. Just data. Our proposal. The chorus offers 48 cultivators for maintenance support during the 91-day window. We can sustain perimeter formation work, supply line maintenance, and defensive operations to allow your group to focus on the breach point. What do you want in return? To be present when the choice is made. Not to influence it. To witness it. The grief beneath the purpose was steady, deep, very old. The people we have lost to the erosion deserve to be represented at the moment that determines what their deaths meant. Wei Liang Chen looked at the figure for a long moment. Through sovereign sense, the emotional signature was clear: grief, purpose, and underneath both, honesty. This was not a manipulation. This was a request. The choice is mine alone. The bonds require that. No external force can direct the seal bearer's decision. We know. We are not asking to direct it. We are asking to witness it. He brought it to the group. Yuan Mei's response was immediate. The supply line support is genuinely valuable. The defensive capacity frees Feng Qiao and Mira Ashvale to focus on the breachpoint work. The cost, allowing 48 chorus members to witness the choice, is acceptable if their commitment to non-interference is genuine. Soul echo on the leader confirms the commitment, Wei Liang Chen said. Then accept. With conditions. The conditions were Yuan Mei's. No chorus member within the outer ward's central radius during the bond formation window. Full transparency in their communication with the chorus compound networks. No messages that could be used to organize interference even after the choice. And if the choice contradicted the chorus's premise about the erosion, if the evidence showed, as Celestia's data suggested, that the erosion would continue regardless, they accepted the possibility that their foundational belief was wrong. The leader accepted all three conditions without hesitation. They've been waiting for this for a long time, Mira Ashvale said, watching the chorus members establish their camp at the outer ward's perimeter. Centuries, Wei Liang Chen said. I wonder what it's like, she said. To spend your entire life, generations of lives, waiting for a resolution you believe is right, and then to finally arrive at the moment. She watched the camp take shape with the practical efficiency she brought to observing competence. Whether they're right or wrong about the erosion, they genuinely care. Yes. That complicates the feeling, when you know you might have to tell them they were wrong about the most important thing in their world. It does. She was quiet for a moment. How do you carry it? I carry it by remembering that right or wrong, the care was real. The grief was real. The people they lost were real. He watched the campfires appear. Being wrong about the mechanism doesn't invalidate the love. Through the bond, Mira Ashvale's emotional landscape was the deep, steady bronze of someone who had absorbed a hard truth and found they could hold it without flinching. She had been doing that her whole life. She was very good at it. Chapter 54 Contact with Nara Voss happened on the 17th day. The descent to contact range took the form Wei Liang Chen had expected. Down through the outer ward's formation gate, through the middle ward's natural passage, to a point where the inner seal structure was close enough for cage light projection to reach the breach point. The breach point was visible from 70 meters away. Not visually. At the middle ward's depth, visual perception was unreliable, the void-adjacent energy bending light in the same way the fringe's erosion bent matter. But through heaven gate perception, the breach point was a specific disruption in the inner seal's harmonic architecture, a place where 3,000 years of the seal's structure had been held together by something that was not the seal itself. By a person. She was small, or seemed small. Distance and void energy made size uncertain. But the impression was of someone who had been still for a very long time. The specific stillness of someone who had learned that any movement disturbed the architecture they were holding. She was translucent at the edges, not fully physically present. The void energy she had absorbed over 3 centuries, partially replacing her material form with something less bounded. Wei Liang Chen projected cage light at pattern 4's frequency. I am here, and I am listening. Nothing happened for 2 minutes. Then the breach point's harmonic signature shifted. A response. Not in words, not in the pulse patterns the sovereign used. Something more personal. A modulation that carried the specific quality of attention being refocused, the way a person's breathing changes when they stop watching their own work and look up to see who has arrived. She knew pattern 4. He projected it again, more carefully, with the precision Celestia had taught him. The response came faster this time. Pattern 14, recognition of an approaching mind. She knew about the patterns. She had been at the breach point for 300 years, in direct harmonic contact with the cage's sealing architecture. She had been reading the language. Slowly, he moved pattern 4 toward a 5th frequency. His own harmonic, the seal bearer's note, distinct from the 7 standard cage frequencies but compatible with them. A personal identifier. A pause, longer than the previous ones. Then, a response in the 5th frequency. Her note, the 7th bond's resonance, unmistakable even through the breach point's void distortion. She had been waiting for this. Not passively. He had enough emotional data from the exchange to know she had been actively holding the breach point and actively watching for this signal. 300 years of dual purpose. holding the inner seal together and watching for the person who would make holding it no longer necessary. She can't hear you, Celestia said from beside him, and she is responding in kind. What do you hear? Someone making a decision, Celestia said. The decision about whether to trust the signal or wait for more data. A pause. She is going to wait. Then we give her more data, Wei Liang Chen said. Every day, we project. We signal. We make it clear we're here and we're not leaving. How long will that take? He thought about it. About Nara Voss at the breach point for 300 years. About what trust looked like to someone who had been alone for that long. In that place, holding something that would kill her if it failed. As long as it takes, he said. We have 140 days. The system notification settled into his awareness quietly. Bond 7 progress. Contact established. The 7th key is aware of the seal bearer's approach. Her resonance fragment is in active resonance with the inner seal's architecture. She has become partially integrated with the breach point structure. Bond formation will require her to partially separate from the breach point. Warning, the inner seal's integrity at the breach point is sustained by Nara Voss's presence. Bond formation will require careful coordination to prevent inner seal collapse at the breach point during the bond window. Reminder, 1 bond remaining. The resonance seal will complete at 100% when bond 7 seals. At completion, the seal bearer will be presented with the choice, reinforce or release. Prepare accordingly. 1 bond remaining. 91 days, 140 with the cage light extension. And somewhere at the breach point of the inner seal, a woman who had been alone for 3 centuries was deciding, slowly and carefully, whether the signal was real. Chapter 55. The first night after contact, Wei Liang Chen could not sleep. He lay on the sleeping mat in the central spire's guest chamber. Celestia had prepared 4 rooms when she realized they intended to stay, a preparation that had been waiting, he suspected, longer than they had been on the approach, and listened to the cage's pulse. 6 bonds. The resonance seal at 85.7%. The inner seal at 12%. 140 days, with the cage light extension holding. These were the numbers. Numbers were the version of a problem that made it feel manageable. The version that did not include the reality of a woman who had been alone at a breach point for 3 centuries, partially dissolved into void energy, holding the cage's most vulnerable structure through sheer will and adapted cultivation. He got up and went to the outer ward's observation platform, a structure Celestia had built on the northern spire's apex, high enough to see the formation array's full geometry and low enough to feel the sealing energy's presence without being inside the denser layers. Lin Suyin was already there. She was sitting against the northern spire's wall, knees drawn up, watching the outer ward's formation shimmer in the dark. The sealing energy was more visible at night. The ambient harmonic light that the formation produced was brighter against darkness, the 7-layer structure visible as distinct bands of amber and gold, and something that had no color name, but that his Heaven Gate perception identified as the 4th harmonic's specific frequency. Can't sleep, she said. Not a question. No. She shifted, making space beside her. He sat. The outer ward's formation sang its quiet maintenance song around them. The same 7-layered harmony that Celestia had been sustaining for 3,000 years, now supplemented by Feng Qiao's anchor array and, in a small but real way, by his own cage light rotations. Tell me about her, Lin Suyin said. Nara Voss. What you felt. From the contact. Not the technical data. What it felt like when she responded. He thought about how to describe it honestly. Like recognizing someone across a very large room. Not knowing them. I don't know her. But recognizing that they have been watching the same thing you have been watching, from a different angle, for longer than you have existed. He paused. She responded to pattern 4. The acknowledgement pattern. But she added something. A slight variation I hadn't projected. She wasn't just acknowledging the signal. She was completing it. Completing it how? Pattern 4 means, I am here and I am listening. Her modification added, I would call it, and I have been here longer. He looked at the formation's amber shimmer. Not resentment. Not accusation. Just accurate information. Lin Suyin was quiet for a moment. She's been holding the breach point alone for 300 years. She knows we're coming because she's been holding it alone for 300 years. And her first communication is to make sure we understand how long she's been waiting. Yes. That sounds like someone who wants to be sure the people arriving understand what they're arriving at. She's making sure I understand the context before she trusts the signal. He turned this over. Which is the same thing I've been doing with every bond. Requiring evidence before trust. She's applying the same standard I apply. Then you understand each other already. Lin Suyin leaned her head back against the spire wall. Through soul echo, her emotional landscape was the dark gold of trust, overlaid with something new, relief. The specific relief of someone who has been watching a person carry something heavy and has just seen evidence that they will not be crushed by it. She's not going to make this impossible. She's going to make it real. Yes. Good. Real is what the bond requires. They sat in the outer ward's formation light until it was almost dawn, not speaking much, watching the 7 harmonic bands cycle through their maintenance patterns. The cage's pulse was steady in his chest. 6 notes of the 7. One more, and the conversation would reach its final exchange. Above them, the stars were very close and very clear, and the absence of a response to his earlier question, what happens to us afterward, was still the most honest thing the system had told him. He would find out. Together. That was what Lin Suyin had said, and she was rarely wrong about the things that mattered. Chapter 56. Wieland arrived on the 21st day, not with an army. Alone, on foot, through the same northern approach that the chorus had used a week earlier. Sovereign Sense tracked him from 4 kilometers out, a single sovereign tier signature, moving at a walking pace, making no effort at concealment, either supremely confident or explicitly communicating that this was not an attack. Wei Liang Chen met him at the outer ward's perimeter. Wieland looked the same as the intelligence dossiers had described, precise, composed, wearing robes that were plain enough to suggest someone who had stopped performing power decades ago. He was 63 years old, sovereign tier, with the specific quality of a man who had spent his entire life being the most intelligent person in the room and had learned, over time, to carry that without showing it. Through soul echo, his emotional state was calm, focused, and carrying something that the technique had never found in the Shattered Mirror sect's other operatives. Honest uncertainty. Grand Architect, Wei Liang Chen said. Seal bearer. Wieland's eyes moved across the outer ward structure with the assessment of someone who had been theorizing about this place for decades and was now seeing it for the first time. I had expected to find more. He paused, selecting a word. Spectacle. Celestia does not find spectacle useful. No, I suppose she wouldn't. He returned his attention to Wei Liang Chen. I am not here to fight. I surrendered that approach 2 months ago, after the fringe engagement. I am here because I have information that I believe is relevant to the choice you will face, and because I do not think you should face it without it. What information? I have Shattered Mirror Sect's complete archive on the Inner Chamber's history. 300 years of accumulated research, including sources that the Heaven Record Library does not have access to. He held out a document case, standard format, formation sealed. The archive includes information about an alternative to the 2 options the first cultivator's letter describes. Wei Liang Chen did not take the case. What alternative? Redesign. Wieland said the word with the care of someone who had been sitting with it for months. Not reinforce the cage in its current form. Not release the sovereign and end the seal. Rebuild the seal to accommodate the entity the sovereign has become. Rather than the entity, it was when the first cultivators built the original. The cage has a third option. No. The cage's options are binary. The architecture was built with 2 choices. But the seal itself, the resonance seal that you will complete, has a third function that the first cultivators documented and then removed from the accessible record. He paused. Deliberately removed. It is in the archive. Through soul echo, the honest uncertainty was still present, alongside something harder and more personal. The specific feeling of a man who had spent decades believing he was right about something and has arrived at the possibility that he was right in method but wrong in conclusion. You came to give me a tool you don't want me to use? Wei Liang Chen asked. I came to give you a tool that I am no longer certain I understand. Wieland's composure was genuine, not performance, not concealment. A man who had spent decades as the Shattered Mirror sect's intellectual foundation, who had made choices that caused harm, who had operated from a framework he believed was correct, arriving at the moment when the framework revealed its limits. The archive describes the redesign option, Wieland said. It also describes what using the redesign option costs. It is not a cost I would have chosen to pay. You may feel differently. He set the document case on the ground between them. I believe you should have the information. What you do with it is your decision. Why give this to me now? Why not 3 months ago? 6 months ago? 6 months ago, I believed I could use the cage's sealing energy as a weapon. 3 months ago, I was still convinced that releasing the sovereign was catastrophic, and the archive was leverage I was holding against a scenario where I needed to negotiate. A pause. 2 months ago, I watched you spare me. I spent the time since considering why someone in your position would make that choice. What conclusion did you reach? That you were actually trying to make the right decision rather than the convenient one. The words cost him something. Not pride exactly, but something adjacent to it. I have not met many people who do that. In my experience, people who have enough power to make the decision they want to make always do. I don't have enough power to make any decision I want. No one does. No. That is what I concluded too. Velan looked at the document case on the ground. The archive is genuine. My people will not interfere. I would ask one thing. When the choice is made, if circumstances permit, I would like to understand it. Not to approve or disapprove. To understand. That is all. He turned and walked back toward the northern approach. Wei Liang Chen picked up the document case. Through soul echo, Velan's receding emotional signature was relieved. Not in a satisfied way. In the way of someone who has put down a weight they have been carrying for too long. Chapter 57 Song Baihe spent 6 hours with the Shattered Mirror Sect archive. She worked with the focused intensity she brought to everything involving documents, rapid reading, notation in the margin of her personal journal, periodic pauses that Wei Liang Chen had learned to recognize as moments of deep synthesis. The mobile case's formation-enhanced preservation had kept the archive in perfect condition, and the documents were dense with 300 years of Shattered Mirror scholarship. At the end of the 6th hour, she set the last document down and sat quietly for a long moment. Tell me, Wei Liang Chen said. The redesign option is real, she said. The first cultivators designed the resonance seal with 3 activation modes. Reinforce provides permanent structural reinforcement of the existing cage architecture, extending its functional life indefinitely. Release disassembles the cage's sealing architecture, allows the sovereign's emergence into the physical realms. Redesign rebuilds the cage's sealing architecture to accommodate the sovereign's current state, whatever that state is at the time of activation. What's the cost? The redesign mode requires the seal bearer to serve as a living anchor for the rebuilt architecture. Permanently. She met his eyes directly. The resonance seal, in redesign mode, integrates the seal bearer's cultivation into the cage's structural foundation. Not to the point of immobility, not like Celestia's outer seal, not like Nara Voss at the breach point. But the seal bearer's cultivation ceiling is permanently fixed at whatever rank they hold at the moment of activation. No further advancement. No further advancement. The cultivation channels are occupied by the seal's architecture in perpetuity. She was watching him with the careful attention she brought to everything important. The first cultivators removed this option from the accessible record because they did not want the seal bearer to choose it for the wrong reasons. What's the wrong reason? Guilt. The desire to make a sacrifice proportional to the problem. The impulse to give something large in exchange for something difficult. She paused. The right reason, if there is one, is that the redesign produces a better outcome than either alternative, an outcome that justifies a permanent cost. And does it? That depends on what the sovereign has become. She folded her hands. If the sovereign has genuinely changed, if 3,000 years of evolution have produced an entity that can coexist with structured reality rather than unmake it, then the redesign option creates a cage that accommodates that entity's evolved state, rather than containing an entity that no longer exists. A seal built for what the sovereign is, not what it was. And if it hasn't changed, then the redesign option produces a new seal that fails faster than the old one, because it was built around false assumptions. She paused. The first cultivators couldn't know which scenario would be true when the seal bearer arrived. They built 3 options and trusted the bearer to gather enough evidence to choose correctly. Wei Liang Chen sat with this. The cage's pulse in his chest. 6 harmonics in his inscription channels. The system quiet, which meant it was waiting for him to reach his own conclusion again. The system won't tell me which to choose, he said. No, I think the system is limited to confirming which options exist. The choice itself requires judgment that cannot be systematized. Song Baihe looked at the document case. Velan gave you this. He found the archive and chose to share it. That act does not make him right or good, but it is evidence of something. What? That even people who have spent years causing harm are capable of the choice to cause less harm. She was quiet for a moment. That matters. Maybe not to the decision about the cage, but it matters. Chapter 58 The cage light maintenance rotation established itself as the rhythm of the next weeks. Wei Liang Chen, Celestia, and Mira Ashvale split the 6 daily hours between them, 2 hours each, descending to projection range on alternating schedules. The chorus maintained the camp perimeter, supply lines, and outer wards auxiliary formation work. Feng Xiao managed the supplemental anchor array and began preliminary analysis of the inner seal's structural data, building toward the question of whether a replacement architecture was achievable. In the spaces between maintenance shifts, the daily contact attempts with Nara Voss continued. She responded to pattern 4 on day 23. On day 26, she added a new pattern, one that wasn't in Celestia's 3,000-year catalog, a frequency that fell between the standard patterns, occupying a harmonic space that the cage's architecture didn't formally use. What does that mean? Wei Liang Chen asked Celestia. I don't know. She listened to the pattern through the outer seal's diagnostic interface. She created it. She created a new pattern in the cage's communication language, 300 years at the breach point, in direct harmonic contact with the cage's architecture, with nothing to do but observe and adapt. Celestia's expression was unreadable, but her emotional signature carried something between astonishment and recognition. I should have expected this. I should not be surprised. What does the pattern do? Listen. He listened, not through the diagnostic interface, but through his heaven gate perception, the inscription channels attuned to the breach point's frequency. And he heard the new pattern. It felt like waiting. Not passive waiting. Active waiting. The specific quality of attention that a person maintains when they are waiting for something specific and know precisely what it is. The pattern was saying, I have been expecting you. I am ready, but I am not certain you are ready for me. He projected pattern 4 in response. I am here, and I am listening. Her new pattern came back. Modified. A slight variation in the frequency that added something to the meaning. Not just, I have been expecting you, but I have been preparing for you, and the preparation is not complete. She's telling us something, he said. She's telling you something specific, Celestia said. She is at the breach point. She has been there for 300 years. In that time, she has learned things about the inner seal, about the sovereign, about the cage's actual state that no one outside the breach point can know. She's not going to simply bond and let us proceed. No, she is the seventh key. The resonance seal's completion gives the seal bearer the choice. But she has been inside the choice's context for 3 centuries. Her testimony, her perspective, her knowledge of what 300 years at the void threshold looks like. That is not incidental to the decision. That is essential. Then we need to hear it. Then you need to reach her. Sovereign Sense tracked the cage's pulse as he walked back toward the surface. 91 days, extended to 140. 6 bonds in his inscription channels. The system quiet. The cage's heartbeat steady. 1 bond remaining. That evening, the chorus's new senior cultivator. They had sent a second representative after the first week. Someone with sovereign tier rank and a quiet, precise manner that reminded Wei Liang Chen of Yuan Mei's approach to difficult information, requested a briefing on the inner seal's status. Yuan Mei delivered it. Short, accurate, complete. The 12% integrity, the 91-day window extended to 140, the cage light maintenance plan, the breach point contact, and the information about the erosion's independent cause. The chorus representative listened without interrupting. When Yuan Mei finished, there was a silence that stretched long enough to become significant. The erosion, the representative said. Celestia's data confirms that it will continue regardless of the sovereign status. Correct. Our communities at the fringe have been dying for 400 years, believing that the sovereign's release would end the erosion. That belief was based on incomplete data. We understand why it formed. Another silence. Through Sovereign Sense, the core's representative's emotional signature was undergoing something that required time. Not collapse, not anger, but the slow, painful process of a foundational belief being examined in light of evidence that contradicted it. The grief was present, but it was not new grief. It was the old grief being reassigned from one cause to another. 11 years, the representative said. If the erosion front reaches the natural harmonic anchor boundary in 11 years, our communities can survive 11 years. Yes, the current erosion rate and the boundary projection are consistent with that timeline. Then whatever choice is made about the sovereign does not determine whether our people live. A long pause. We came here to witness the opening of the cage. We may instead be witnessing the proof that the cage was never the right target. The erosion will stop on its own, Wei Liang Chen said. Your communities can relocate to the boundary's inner edge, which the cage's sealing energy will maintain. The technique your leader taught me, the 6th-generation adaptation of the base 7 geometry, will sustain those communities in the eroded territory until the front stabilizes. That is not what we prepared for. No, it isn't. He held the chorus representative's gaze. The cause your people died for was real, even if the mechanism was misunderstood. The grief is real. The survival of your communities is real. Those 3 things don't cancel each other. The representative was quiet for a long time after that. When they finally left, the quality of their silence was different from the one they'd arrived with. Not the quiet of someone suppressing grief, but of someone deciding what to do with information that had changed everything. Chapter 59. Naravasa's new pattern appeared in the cage's communication structure twice more in the following week, each time with a slight modification that Songbaya, who had begun treating the patterns as a linguistic study, identified as meaning accumulation. She's building vocabulary, Songbaya said. Each variation adds a semantic layer. She is not just communicating. She is teaching. Teaching me what? the language she developed at the breach point. Song Baihe had 3 pages of notation in her journal, each page representing a day of pattern analysis. The cage's standard communication structure has 37 recognized patterns. Celestia cataloged them over 3,000 years. Nara Voss has developed, based on what I can measure through the outer seal interface, approximately 200 additional patterns, each one carrying meaning specific to the breach point's unique harmonic environment. 200 patterns in 300 years. Less than 1 per year. But the density of meaning each pattern carries is significant. She tapped the journal. Pattern 12 of her set. I think this means the sovereign is not what it was. Pattern 31. Time changes everything that is capable of change. Pattern 77. She paused. I'm not sure about 77. It might be loneliness can be a form of clarity. Or it might be I'm very tired. Those may be the same statement. Song Baihe closed the journal. She has been building a language to describe an experience that standard cultivation vocabulary cannot accommodate. 300 years at the void threshold, in direct contact with an evolved cosmic entity. That is not an experience anyone else has had. The sovereign's evolution, Wei Liang Chen said. She was there for it. She may have contributed to it. 300 years of human presence at the breach point, a consciousness, a decision-making mind, a person with values and grief and purpose, that would have given the sovereign something to model itself against. The evolution Celestia observed from outside, the care that Mira Ashvile's family documented from the erosion front. Nara Voss may be its cause. He sat with this. The system confirmed what Song Baihe was suggesting. Analytical note. Bond 7 Key's extended proximity to the sovereign at the breach point has produced a feedback system. The key's consciousness provided the sovereign with a model of bounded, purposeful existence. The sovereign's evolution from undirected pressure to directed attention corresponds temporally with the key's arrival 300 years ago. Causation cannot be confirmed. Correlation is significant. She needs to know that, he said. Tell her when you reach her. She deserves to understand what her 3 centuries meant. Song Baihe paused. She stayed by choice. I want to make sure that choice was recognized. It will be. The bond's resonance was building, not sealing. Not yet. The breach point's conditions making premature sealing dangerous. But growing. Each daily contact added another layer of familiarity. Each pattern exchange adding another piece of mutual understanding. The connection was becoming real through accumulation rather than through the kind of dramatic revelation that the earlier bonds had often involved. Celestia's words in the outer ward, Night 1. The decision about whether to trust the signal or wait for more data. Nara Voss was waiting for more data. He provided it, every day, in pattern 4 and its variations, in everything that the cage light projected, in the commitment of his continued presence. On the 36th day, Feng Qiao brought him a problem. She had been working on the inner seal's structural data for weeks. The analysis Celestia's interface provided, supplemented by Wei Liang Chen's Heaven Gate perception readings from the middle ward descent, supplemented further by the diagnostic emissions that Song Baihe had been monitoring from the outer ward surface. The picture that emerged from this analysis was more specific than the aggregate 12% integrity number. The degradation is not uniform, Feng Qiao said. She had a diagram on the reading surface, her own work, drawn in the Formation Master's shorthand that carried more information per symbol than any standard notation. The inner seal is composed of 49 structural nodes. 42 of them are stable. 6 are degrading at the projected rate. 1. She tapped a point near the diagram center. The breach point. 0% integrity maintained by the node's own architecture. 100% maintained by Nara Voss's presence. She's the entire load for the breach point node. If she moves, if she loses consciousness, if her cultivation is disrupted for more than approximately 4 minutes, the breach point node fails. Not degrades. Fails completely. And the cascade from that single node's failure would accelerate the remaining 6 deteriorating nodes. Feng Qiao looked at him. The 91-day number assumes Nara Voss remains at the breach point and remains capable. If she cannot maintain, shorter, much shorter. He brought this to the group. Yuan may revise the timeline framework. Celestia added data from the outer seal's long-term monitoring. Nara Voss had maintained the breach point without significant disruption for 300 years, but the void energy's accumulation in her physical form was accelerating. The translucency he had observed through Heaven Gate perception was not stable. She is dissolving, Celestia said, without softness. Slowly, the void energy she has absorbed over 3 centuries is replacing her physical form component by component. She has perhaps another decade before the dissolution reaches the cultivation channels that sustain her at the breach point. A decade is longer than 140 days. Yes, but the dissolution's effect on her cultivation stability is not linear. Celestia met his eyes steadily. She knows. She has been counting the rate of dissolution herself. It is part of why she is waiting for more data before trusting the signal. She wants to know if the bond will stop the dissolution. She wants to know if completing the bond and separating from the breach point is better or worse than remaining. Better because the bond's formation may stabilize her physical form. Worse because if she separates from the breach point node fails, and the choice must be made before the cascade begins. She's been holding the seal steady to give me time to prepare, Wei Liang Chen said, and deciding whether to trust me with that time. Yes, Celestia said. The cage's pulse beat through the outer ward. 6 harmonics sang. The system was still quiet. He descended to the middle ward the next morning and projected not just pattern 4, but a new sequence. A combination of cage light and his own harmonic that Celestia had helped him develop over the previous week. Not a formal pattern. A gesture, in the language of the cage's harmonics, that meant, I understand what you are doing. I understand the cost. I am not asking you to trust me yet. I am asking you to trust that I am trying to be worth trusting. The response came after 7 minutes. A new pattern. One that Song Baihe would spend 2 days analyzing before she reached a tentative translation. Not waiting anymore. Watching. Chapter 60. On the 42nd day at the outer ward, the middle ward's diagnostic data revealed something new. Wei Liang Chen was at the breach point's projection range when his Heaven Gate perception caught the change. A shift in the inner seal's harmonic architecture that was not the standard degradation pattern, not a maintenance response to the cage light, not Nara Vasa's pattern communication. Something in the inner seal's deepest layer had moved. Not failed, not collapsed. Moved, the way a locked door moves when someone on the other side reaches for the handle. He held the cage light steady and waited. The movement resolved. The inner seal's deepest layer, where the original first cultivator's inscription work formed the seal's foundation, showed a pattern that his Heaven Gate perception identified as matching one of Wieland's archive documents. A specific structure the Shattered Mirror Scholarship described as the dormant redesign scaffold. The redesign options infrastructure, built into the cage's foundation, waiting for 3,000 years. The system notification came in 2 parts. Observation. The inner seal's redesign scaffold is active. This activation was triggered by Bond 6 completion. The 6th harmonics integration with the resonance seal achieved sufficient alignment to engage the dormant architecture. Implication. The redesign option is not merely theoretical. The cage's architecture has been prepared for it. The first cultivators anticipated Bond 6 threshold as the activation trigger. He relayed this to the group at the surface. The responses were characteristically distinct. Feng Qiao immediately wanted to see the structural data. Yuan Mei began building a framework for how this changed the decision timeline. Song Baihe pulled out her journal. Mira Ashvale asked what it meant for the erosion. Lin Suyin asked what it meant for him. It means the first cultivators were not giving me 3 options and trusting me to pick one arbitrarily, Wei Liang Chen said. They built the system to guide me toward the redesign if the evidence supported it. The 6-bond threshold was a test. If I formed 6 bonds and reached the outer ward with the right understanding, the redesign scaffold activates. A test you pass by arriving correctly, not by being told the answer, Lin Suyin said. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Through soul echo, the dark gold of her trust had shifted, not diminished, but deepened. A new quality underneath it that he took several seconds to identify. Pride. The specific pride of someone who has watched a person they care about be exactly who they believe that person to be. You have always hated tests, she said. You were just very good at them. They're better when you understand what's being asked. Then understand this one. She met his eyes. Whatever the sovereign has become, whatever Naravas has seen, whatever the redesign costs, you need to reach all of it before you decide. Not almost reach it. All of it. I know. Then say it to me, not to the plan. He looked at her. Through soul echo, the dark gold, and the pride and the fierce protectiveness directed at him rather than away from him. I will reach all of it, he said, before I decide anything. She nodded. That was sufficient. Above them, the cage's pulse was a heartbeat. 6 harmonics sang in his inscription channels. The redesigned scaffold waited in the seal's foundation, activated and patient, built by people 3,000 years dead who had trusted that someone would arrive at this moment capable of understanding what it was for. 1 bond remaining. And in the depths, a woman who had spent 300 years learning things that could not be learned any other way was waiting to share what she knew, and deciding, 1 pattern at a time, whether he was ready to hear it. Chapter 61. On the 51st day at the outer ward, Grand Architect Wieland returned. Not alone this time. He arrived with 6 Shattered Mirror scholars, researchers, not fighters. carrying document cases and notation equipment with the organized focus of people who had been preparing this visit for months. Through sovereign sense, all 7 signatures were calm, purposeful, carrying the particular emotional quality Wei Liang Chen had begun to associate with people who had recently revised a fundamental belief and were in the process of rebuilding their worldview around the revision. The archive I shared, Wieland said, raised questions that my scholars believe they can help answer. With your permission, I would like them to work with Song Baihe on the inner seal's redesign architecture. Song Baihe's decision, Wei Liang Chen said. Song Baihe considered it for approximately 3 seconds. Yes, bring them. The addition of 6 shattered mirror scholars to the Outer Ward's working environment was disorienting for about a day and then became simply efficient. The Shattered Mirror researchers had 300 years of accumulated documentation on the cage's architecture, not Celestia's observational precision, but wide-coverage scholarship that filled gaps in what the Heaven Record Library held. Song Baihe organized the collaboration with the systematic energy she brought to any research problem, and within 3 days they had a working group that was producing synthesis documents faster than any single scholar could have managed. Wieland himself worked separately at the Outer Ward's Northern Observation Platform, reviewing documents that he did not share immediately. Wei Liang Chen left him to it. On the 53rd day, Wieland appeared at the central spire's entrance. I found the instruction, he said. Wei Liang Chen looked at him. The instruction for the redesign. The Shattered Mirror archive contained a reference I had categorized as technical notation. I thought it was a formula for a specific formation configuration. I had 3 of my scholars work through it last night. It is not a formation formula. He held out a single document. Old. The formation sealed preservation evident in its perfect condition. It is the activation sequence for the redesign mode. The keys carry the instruction. Lin Suyin had said this weeks ago. That's what the outline says. The keys carry part of it, Wieland said. Each of the 7 resonance fragments carries one component of the activation sequence. The 7th fragment, Nara Vasas, carries the final component. But the sequence must be initiated by the seal bearer in the initiation protocol. He indicated the document. Isn't this? Wei Liang Chen took the document. The notation was dense, the first cultivator's inscription language, which Celestia could read, but which required her to translate for anyone else. He brought it to her, and she sat with it for an hour in the Outer Ward's formation light, reading with the focused attention of someone working through a text that was both familiar and new. It is genuine, she said. The notation style is consistent with the period. And the activation sequence, she paused for a long moment. It requires the seal bearer to establish direct resonance contact with all 7 bonds simultaneously. The contact produces a 3-way communication channel: the seal bearer, the resonance seal, and the cage's occupant. In that channel, the choice is presented, and the choice can be made with full information from all 3 parties. The sovereign gets to speak. The sovereign has always been able to speak in the language of the pulse. In the 3-way channel, it speaks directly. Celestia set the document down. This is what the 7th bond completes. Not just the seal's power requirement. The communication channel. Nara Vas is the key. Bond 7's activation opens the channel. Nara Vas, at the breach point, in direct void threshold contact for 300 years, she is not just the final resonance fragment. She is the channel's 3rd terminal. Wei Liang Chen sat with this for a long time. The system confirmed it quietly. Architectural revelation. Bond 7's completion triggers the 3-way communication protocol. The seal bearer, the resonance seal, representing all 7 keys, and the void sovereign communicate directly. Duration, variable, based on communication complexity. The choice is made within this channel, with full information from all parties. This is what the first cultivators designed the seal to achieve. Not a forced choice. Not a binary delivered by a system. A conversation. The cage was always meant to be a conversation. Chapter 62. The cage light maintenance continued, and so did the pattern exchanges with Nara Vas. By the 60th day, her language had expanded enough that Song Baihe was producing a working lexicon. 63 patterns with tentative translations, 17 with multiple possible meanings, 22 still under analysis. The lexicon was incomplete but operational, and communication through the breach point had moved from signal acknowledgement to something that, with enough interpretation, carried actual content. On the 61st day, Nara Vas projected a pattern that Song Baihe's lexicon did not contain. Wei Liang Chen was at projection range when it appeared. A complex modulation that used 5 frequencies simultaneously, the pattern structure more sophisticated than anything she had sent before. He held the cage light steady and waited. The pattern repeated. Slower this time, as if she was aware that he needed more time to read it. He read it. Or tried to. The 5-frequency structure carried something that his Heaven Gate perception could feel, but not parse. Not the emotional state reading of soul echo. Not the architectural analysis of formation perception. Something in between. A texture of meaning that required the inscription channels and the cage light, and his specific harmonic resonance with the 7th fragment to decode. He held the projection for 3 minutes, letting the inscription channels work. The pattern was not a semantic statement. It was a question, not in words, not in concepts that translated to words. A question in the language of existence itself, the cage's deepest harmonic layer, the frequency that the first cultivators had used for the inscription work at the seal's foundation. At that frequency, meaning was not linguistic. It was structural. The question was, do you understand what 300 years alone at the edge of void means? He thought about how to answer honestly, not with false reassurance, not with the admission that he could not understand what he had not experienced. He projected his own 5-frequency structure. It took 8 minutes to construct, working backward from what the inscription channels could produce through cage light, building a response that matched the question's frequency without claiming knowledge he did not have. His answer was, no, but I am listening. Her pattern came back after 4 minutes. Modified, a variation that Song Baihe would translate, after 3 days of analysis, as, that is the first honest thing anyone has sent me. She's been receiving signals before, Celestia said, when he reported this. Researchers, over the centuries, who reached the middle ward and attempted contact. Their responses were apparently optimistic. They told her they understood. They told her what they thought she wanted to hear. Celestia's expression was the specific stillness she used when she was controlling something large. She has been waiting for someone who would answer her honestly. Not perfectly, just honestly. Yes. The next day's projection session lasted 4 hours instead of 2. The patterns grew more complex, the exchanges more dense, the mutual vocabulary expanding as each exchange added new elements. By the end of the session, Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels were tired in the way that heavy cultivation sessions produced, not injured, but worked. The cage's pulse had changed subtly. He noticed it through sovereign sense, and had Celestia confirm it through the outer seal interface. The breach point's harmonic signature has shifted, she said. The void energy in that region is quieter, less active. Naravas. I believe so. The sovereign's influence at the breach point depends partly on the breach point's harmonic state. If she is actively modulating the harmonics, as the pattern exchange would produce, the sovereign's influence is responding. Celestia paused. The sovereign is reading your exchanges. It cannot participate directly. That requires the 3-way channel. But it is watching. It's been watching since Bond 1. This is different watching. 80 days ago, it was monitoring your progress. Now, she looked at the outer seal's diagnostic data. It is invested. There is a difference. Chapter 63. On the 73rd day, the inner seal sent an alarm. Not the aggregate integrity alarm that Bond 6 had triggered. A specific alarm, localized to the 7 deteriorating nodes that Feng Xiao had identified. 3 of the 6 non-breach point nodes showed accelerated degradation. The rate had increased by 30% since the initial assessment. Yuan Mei had the revised timeline calculated before Wei Liang Chen had finished reading the diagnostic data. 140 days becomes 104. If the acceleration continues, can it be slowed? The cage light reduces erosion at the breach point. Does it affect the other nodes? Celestia was already at the outer seal interface. Her movements were precise and faster than usual. 3,000 years of methodical patience could, under the right conditions, produce very rapid action. Limited effect. The cage light's range and resolution are calibrated for the breach point's specific architecture. The other 6 nodes are deteriorating through a different mechanism, not void erosion, but structural fatigue. The sealing energy is failing because the inscription work itself is worn. 3,000 years of use, Feng Xiao said. The original inscription work was designed for approximately 2,000 years of continuous operation. The first cultivators expected the choice to be made within that window. Celestia set down the interface diagnostic. They underestimated the time required to produce someone capable of making it, or overestimated how quickly a seal bearer would arrive. Yuan Mei said. Both. Can the inscription work be reinforced? Feng Xiao asked. She had been building toward this question for days. Directly, formation work applied to the failing nodes. From outside, no? The middle ward's void energy makes sustained formation work at the node's depth structurally compromised. Any formation I build there will degrade within hours. Feng Xiao's voice was flat with the honesty of a formation master assessing their own limitations. From inside, from the breach point's proximity, the void energy levels are different, more stable. Nara Voss could do it, Yuan Mei said. A silence. She's been maintaining one node alone for 300 years, Mira Ashvale said. If she could maintain 6, she cannot, Celestia said. One node at the breach point is possible because it is her fragment's specific harmonic position. The other 6 nodes require different harmonic frequencies. She could help, but she cannot do it alone. Then we need to reach her faster, Wei Liang Chen said. Yes. He descended to projection range that afternoon, outside the regular maintenance schedule. The inscription channels were still carrying the previous day's pattern exchange fatigue, but the timeline revision required urgency that the fatigue did not get to override. He projected pattern 4. I am here and I am listening. Her pattern came back. Watching. He projected his honest answer pattern. Then added the system's timeline information, not in the cage's communication language, which could not carry numbers, but in a harmonic sequence that Celestia had helped him develop. A pulse pattern that communicated urgency without panic, acceleration without desperation. The response took 9 minutes. When it came, it was not a pattern from her lexicon. It was a new structure, a combination of elements that Song Baihe would spend 4 days analyzing, producing a translation she prefaced with tentative, multiple interpretations possible, but all interpretations lead to the same conclusion. The conclusion, she knew. She had been watching the degradation for weeks. She had not told them because she had not been certain they could receive the information. She knew before we did, Yuan Mei said, reading Song Baihe's translation. She's inside the breach point. She can feel the other nodes through the inner seal's architecture. She's had 104 days of information that we've had for 6 hours. Wei Liang Chen looked at the translation. She held it because she wasn't sure the channel was robust enough. And now she knows the channel is robust enough. And she's telling us. He set the translation down. She's ready to trust. Chapter 64. The preparation for the final descent began on the 75th day. The preparation was Yuan Mei's architecture, organized, systematic, accounting for every failure mode she could model. The group spent 3 days working through it, each member contributing their specific expertise to the problem of descending into the inner seal's proximity while the breach point was active and 104 days remained on the revised timeline. Celestia mapped the descent route from outer ward to inner seal with 3,000-year precision. The middle ward's 7 entry points each accessed different harmonic layers of the cage's structure. The descent to the breach point required using 3 of them in sequence, emerging at a depth where void energy and sealing energy were in near equilibrium. The equilibrium was unstable, maintained by Nara Vasa's presence at the breach point, but navigable for Heaven Gate and above. Lin Suin and Song Baihe, Yuan Mei said. The same constraint as the middle ward, Wei Liang Chen said. Yes, core ascension cannot sustain void-adjacent exposure at inner seal depth for any meaningful period. We have 2 options. They wait at the middle ward stable entry point with Celestia as surface anchor, or they don't come past the middle ward, Lin Suin said. Her voice was the flat certainty of someone who had already worked through the decision independently. I know my limits. The bond network provides full connectivity from the middle ward's entry point. I can support the network without being at the breach point. That's the correct assessment, Wei Liang Chen said. She met his eyes. Through soul echo, the dark gold of her trust was present and steady and carrying something underneath it that he had learned to read as the specific courage of choosing trust over the desire for proximity. I'll be there when you come back up. I know. Song Baihe's version of the same conversation was shorter and more logistical. I'll manage the communication analysis from the middle ward entry point. If Nara Vas sends complex patterns during the bond window, I can translate in real time with the lexicon. Keep the channel open. It'll be open. The formation preparation was Feng Xiao's domain. She built 3 supplemental arrays for the descent route, designed to stabilize the void-adjacent energy along the path, not eliminating the instability, but reducing its variation enough to make sustained descent and ascent manageable. The arrays took 4 days to construct and install, requiring 6 descents to the inner seal proximity level. By the end, Feng Xiao had seen the breach point through Heaven Gate perception and had sat with the view for a long time without saying anything. The inscription work she's maintaining, Feng Xiao said, on the last descent. At the breach point. It's not just structural, it's adaptive. She has been continuously modifying the sealing architecture around the breach point to compensate for the degradation in the other 6 nodes. 6 simultaneous architectural problems. While holding the breach point. While in partial void merge. While she stopped. 300 years. 300 years. When she comes out, Feng Xiao said, if there's anything she wants to build, I would like to work with her. Whatever she knows about formation work at those conditions is unlike anything I've studied. Tell her that when you meet her, I will. A pause. Do you think she'll want to? I think she spent 300 years solving architectural problems in the most extreme formation environment imaginable. I think she will want to use that knowledge. Feng Qiao nodded slowly. Good. He believed her. When Feng Qiao said, good, she meant it with the whole of herself. None of the performative warmth that cultivators sometimes deployed to fill awkward silences. Just the precise, complete expression of a formation master who had examined the situation and found it worth continuing. Chapter 65. The descent to the breach point began on the 82nd day. Wei Liang Chen, Celestia, Mira Ashvale, and Feng Qiao, Song Baihe, and Lin Suyin at the middle ward's stable entry point. Yuan Mei maintaining the outer ward's surface anchor with the chorus representatives' sovereign tier support. The bond network active at full connectivity, 6 harmonics, 6 people, 1 purpose. The formation arrays Feng Qiao had installed produced their intended effect. The void-adjacent energy along the descent route was not calm, but it was navigable. The path from middle ward to inner seal proximity took 30 minutes of careful movement, each member of the descent group reading the harmonic environment through their specific abilities. Heaven Gate Perception showed him the inner seal's architecture with unprecedented clarity at this depth. The 42 stable nodes were visible as coherent structures, their inscription work intact. The 6 deteriorating nodes showed visible stress fractures in the harmonic pattern, not physical damage, but structural degradation in the seal's energy architecture. The inscription works frequency coherence declining over long periods. And the breach point. It was larger than his previous observations had suggested. The middle ward's distance had compressed his perception. At inner seal proximity, the breach point occupied a space approximately 20 meters across. A gap in the inner seal's architecture where the first cultivator's original inscription work had failed 3 centuries ago, held closed by a presence that his Heaven Gate Perception could now see clearly. Nara Voss was visible. She was more translucent than the initial contact had suggested. The void energy's presence in her physical form is so extensive that she was somewhere between material and non-material, a figure that appeared solid when viewed directly, but dissolved at the edges into the breach point's harmonic structure. She was hovering, not flying, not standing, but occupying a position that the void-adjacent physics made normal. Her arms were extended slightly, the same posture Wei Liang Chen had observed from distance, but now comprehensible as a specific formation technique. She was holding the breach point's edges apart with cultivation energy on both sides simultaneously, preventing the void energy from advancing while allowing the sealing architecture to remain stable. She looked at him, not at the group, at him specifically. Through the cage's harmonic environment, at this depth, direct perception was different from what cultivators experienced at the surface, less visual, more resonant. She was reading his inscription channels the way he was reading hers. A pause. Then she said, in a voice that was quieter than he had expected and steadier than any voice he had ever heard, "You took longer than I thought. The preparation required time." "I know." I could feel the preparation. She did not move from her position at the breach point. The formation work prevented any unnecessary movement. "You have been working toward this since before you arrived at the outer ward." "Since Bond 4. Since before that." "Since Bond 1. Yes." Something in her expression shifted, not the ghost of a smile that Celestia carried, not the fierce warmth of Mira Ashvale, not Lin Suyin's practical directness. Something older and quieter and carrying 300 years of patient specificity. "The Sovereign told me you were coming." Feng Qiao inhaled sharply. Celestia was very still. "The Sovereign communicates with you directly," Wei Liang Chen said. "Not accusation. Confirmation. It has been talking to me since the first decade," Nara Voss said. "Not in words. Not in the patterns I developed for you. Those were designed for surface communication. With the Sovereign, the communication is foundational. It speaks in the language the first cultivators used for the inscription work. And I have been learning that language for 300 years. She met his eyes with the steadiness of someone who has long since made peace with extraordinary information. "It has been asking me the same question for 250 years. What question? When will the seal bearer arrive? And will he be ready?" A silence in the inner seal's chamber that was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that required space. "What did you tell it?" "That I didn't know when, and that I thought you would be." Her voice did not waver. "I was correct about the second part." The cage's pulse beat through the inscription work around them, the heartbeat that had been steady for 3,000 years, and Wei Liang Chen felt it not just through sovereign sense or the inscription channels, but through every bond, every fragment, the entire resonance network singing in response to where they were standing. One bond remaining, and the person who held it was already here, had been here, had been waiting with the patience of 3 centuries for a conversation that was finally beginning. Chapter 66. The first conversation with Nara Voss lasted 6 hours. Wei Liang Chen maintained cage light throughout, both as a stabilizing influence on the breach point and as a communication medium, the harmonic light providing a structured channel that supplemented the direct speech. The void energy at the inner seal's depth made extended conversation difficult without it. Sound propagated differently here, words arriving with a slight distortion that the cage light's harmonic structure corrected. She told him about the 300 years. Not all of it. 6 hours could not hold 3 centuries, but the shape of it. The first decade, which she described as the adjustment. Finding the breach point by following the fragment's resonance. Falling through during a research descent that went deeper than planned. Discovering that the breach point's architecture was failing and that her fragment's harmonic frequency could compensate. Choosing to stay. Choosing, he said. You had the option to leave. For about the first 6 months. Her voice was even. After that, the void energy had integrated enough with my formation structure that leaving the breach point would have caused a collapse. I did not have enough data to know this before the integration reached that threshold. A pause. I have spent 300 years not knowing whether the choice was made at the beginning, when I decided to attempt the stabilization, or at 6 months, when the option to leave disappeared. When did you decide? The first day? I felt the breach point's failure beginning, and I made the formation technique work. I did not think about leaving until I already could not. She held the breach point's edges with the same steady posture. I think the decision was continuous. I made it every day, every hour, every moment I sustained the technique. Not once at the start, and then endured. Again and again. Active choice. Active choice. Something in her expression changed, not softening exactly, but acknowledging. You understand that. The bonds are like that. Each one is not a single decision, but a sustained practice of choosing. Yes, that is the first cultivator's design, I think. They understood that genuine connection is not a moment. It is accumulation. Celestia had been listening from several meters back, maintaining the formation stability of the descent route. Through the bond, ancient, deep, carrying 3,000 years of her own sustained practice, her emotional landscape showed the specific recognition of someone hearing their own experience articulated clearly. The sovereign's communication, Wei Liang Chen said. Tell me what it said. What it is saying. Present tense. She adjusted the breach point's formation slightly. A micro-correction that required visible concentration and that demonstrated, in a single gesture, the precision of 3 centuries of practice. The sovereign's communication has evolved in the same period that I have been here. In the first decade, it was not communication. It was presence. A vast, undirected weight that pressed against every structure in the inner seal. When did it become communication? Around the 40th year, it began to pattern its presence. Not the formal patterns of the outer seal's system. Those came later, and I think the sovereign developed them partly by observing my communication with the outer ward. This was more primitive. A pressure pattern that meant something without having defined meaning. Like a feeling before it becomes a thought. Yes, the feeling was, I am here. Not as assertion, not as threat. Simply as fact. She was quiet for a moment. I responded. Not with words. There was no shared language yet. I responded by adjusting the breach point's harmonic frequency slightly. A response in the only medium I had. And it noticed. It noticed immediately, and tried to respond to my response. The ghost of something, not quite a smile, not Celestia's expression, something different and specifically hers. We spent approximately 3 years producing mutually incomprehensible responses before anything started to mean anything. But you kept trying. What else would I do? It was there. I was there. The seal's architecture forced a continuous connection. She looked at him. I wonder sometimes if the first cultivators anticipated this. If they built the breach point's position deliberately. The most vulnerable structural point is also the point closest to the sovereign's presence. A cultivator who found and held the breach point would necessarily have extended proximity to the sovereign. The letter said, we built the door because existence must have the choice. Yes, the door works from both sides. Chapter 67. The second day's conversation covered the sovereign's evolution. Nara Voss had 3 centuries of direct observation. She had watched the entity in the cage change, not in the way that time changes rock, through erosion and accumulation, but in the way that time changes a person. With intent, with reflection, with the specific development that required a model to reflect against. The first change I observed, she said, was the modulation of the erosion. The slowdown. Mira Ashval's family documented it. I felt it happen from inside. In approximately the 20th year of my presence, the sovereign's void energy at the breach point began to change character. Not less powerful, precisely as powerful, but directed differently. Less expansion, more precision. It was choosing where to apply the erosion. Yes, and in the following decades, the precision increased. The erosion began to moderate in areas with human habitation while continuing in areas without. I watched this through the breach point's diagnostic interface, the void energy flowing away from certain coordinates and toward others. It was learning to distinguish between inhabited and uninhabited territory. Over approximately 60 years, the learning was not immediate, not calculated. It was slow observation followed by slow adjustment. The way a person learns a skill through practice rather than instruction. She paused. I do not know if it was deliberate. I do not know if the sovereign understood what it was doing. What I know is that the result was harm reduction. And your presence? My presence gave it a specific case study. One consciousness, sustained, making choices, enduring. For the first 50 years, I think it observed me as data, the same way it observed the ceiling energy structures. Data about how consciousness behaves. And then I had a very bad year. Her voice did not waver, but through the breach point's harmonic structure, Wei Liang Chen felt something change in the ambient energy, a response to the memory. Not grief, not pain. Something more ancient than either. The void energy's integration with my physical form reached a threshold I had not anticipated. My cultivation channels were compromised. For approximately 8 months, my control of the breach point was at the minimum viable level, the formation technique barely holding. Were you afraid? I was focused. Fear requires spare attention. A pause. I was also aware that the sovereign changed during those 8 months. The erosion slowed further. The pressure on the inner seal's other nodes decreased. The sovereign reduced the load on the seal while I was struggling to maintain it. It was compensating for your reduced capacity. Yes, without being asked. Without communication. We had language by then, limited but functional, but I did not ask. It chose to compensate. She held the breach point with the steadiness of long practice. I think that was the moment when I became certain that the sovereign had changed. Not the erosion moderation, which could have been coincidence. Not the communication development, which could have been a survival strategy. That specific choice, when compensation served no purpose for the sovereign except to help me endure. Care, Wei Liang Chen said. What Mira Ashvale called care. What I call something I don't have a word for. We do not have language for an entity's development from undirected force to something that makes choices based on the well-being of an individual near its prison. She looked at him steadily. But the behavior is real. And behavior is what I trust. Wei Liang Chen thought about this. The behavior across 60 years, accumulated, sustained, consistent. The way he had learned to read the bond network's emotional signatures not from a single reading, but from patterns over time. The way Yuan Mei's trust had been validated not by one conversation, but by hundreds of small moments of reliable honesty. Behavior, sustained across time, was the only evidence that held. When you communicated with it, he said, did it try to persuade you? Did it ask you to believe anything specific? No. The answer was immediate. It never argued. It never attempted to influence my assessment of it. It communicated, shared information, responded to my signals, occasionally indicated its own state, but it did not try to shape how I understood what it shared. A pause. That was part of what convinced me. An entity trying to secure its release would make arguments. What I received was data. Data that accumulated into a picture. Over 300 years. She looked at the breach point's harmonic structure around her. The formation work she had maintained for so long, it was part of her cultivation landscape. The first cultivators feared that the sovereign would use the seal-bearer's process to its own advantage. That is why they designed the bonds to require genuine connection rather than strategic performance. A sovereign trying to manipulate the bonds would fail, because manipulation cannot produce genuine resonance. The system would have detected strategic behavior. Yes, the first cultivators built the detection into the seal's architecture. Each bond's formation requires authentic frequency alignment. It cannot be faked at the harmonic level. She held his gaze. The sovereign has never attempted to force bond formation. It has never approached the keys. It has watched. It has waited. It has, in 60 years, chosen to moderate harm, which is the opposite of what an entity manipulating the process would do. Harm reduction reduces urgency. It makes the situation more manageable and therefore less likely to produce a hasty choice. Yes, the erosion moderation worked against the sovereign's strategic interest if its interest was rapid release. She paused. That is not the behavior of something trying to win. That is the behavior of something that has decided patience is correct. Chapter 68. On the fourth day, Naravas asked about the choice. Not about what Wei Liang Chen planned to choose. About whether he understood what the choice meant. The three options, she said. Reinforce, release, redesign. You know about all three. Yes. Wieland's archive. Yes. I found the redesign option in the Inner Seal's foundation architecture on my 43rd day here, she said. The dormant scaffold was visible at my depth long before Bond 6 activated it. I have had 257 years to think about what it means. What does it mean? It means the choice is not a binary. It never was. Her posture shifted, not the breach point formation technique, but her own weight redistributed, the specific movement of someone who has been sitting with a question for a very long time and is finally ready to speak it clearly. The first cultivators could not know what the sovereign would become. They built for uncertainty. The redesign option exists because they were humble enough to design for the scenario in which they were wrong. Wrong about what? About whether the sovereign could evolve. They were afraid it could not. That 3,000 years of imprisonment would leave it unchanged, the same entity, the same nature, the same capacity for unmade reality. If that was true, the redesign would produce a seal built around an unchanged entity, which would fail faster than the original. She paused. They were also afraid it could evolve. That 3,000 years of development would produce an entity they had no framework to understand, something that the binary of seal and release could not adequately address. The redesign option is for when the evolution happened. The redesign option is for when the seal bearer can confirm, with evidence from direct communication, that the evolution happened. The three-way channel. The conversation. She held his gaze with the steadiness of 3 centuries. The first cultivators designed the choice to be made in dialogue, not in calculation. They trusted that a seal bearer capable of forming 7 genuine bonds would be capable of conducting that dialogue honestly, and of accepting what the dialogue reveals, even if it contradicts what you hoped to find. Her eyes were steady. Even if it confirms what you feared. Does it confirm what anyone feared? I don't know. I am not the seal bearer. I have had 300 years of one-sided conversation with the sovereign, one-sided because the three-way channel requires your completion of the seal to function. I have heard the sovereign's signals through the breach point's harmonic filter, but I cannot hear what it will say when it can speak directly. What do you think it will say? A long pause. The breach point's formation held. The cage's pulse beat through the inner seal's architecture. The void energy was quiet in the way Wei Liang Chen now recognized as the sovereign deliberately reducing its ambient pressure. I think, Naravas said, it will say something that requires you to decide whether to trust what you cannot fully understand. That is the nature of every genuine bond you have formed. And that is why the first cultivators designed the seal to require genuine bonds. Practice, he said. Practice. She was quiet for a moment. Through the breach point's harmonic ambient, Wei Liang Chen felt the sovereign's attention in a way that was different from sovereign sense's realm-wide detection. Closer, more specific, the attention of something that was listening to this conversation with the particular quality of an entity that recognizes when it is being spoken about honestly. It's listening, he said. It is always listening. The breach point is the place where its attention is most concentrated. She did not look up from the formation work. I have spent 300 years having conversations while it listened. In the early decades, that felt invasive, like being observed without consent. A pause. Somewhere around year 80, I stopped feeling that way. Why? Because I started talking to it as well as about it. She held the breach point's formation steady with the ease of absolute mastery. When I stopped treating its presence as surveillance and started treating it as company, the quality of our communication changed. It started responding to the conversations it was present for, not just to my direct signals. It became participatory, an audience that joins the discussion, a student that realizes it's in a classroom. She finally looked at him. The foundational frequency communication you will experience in the three-way channel. I have had approximations of it through the breach point's harmonic filter. What you will experience directly, I have experienced through interference. But the quality of what I know is, it is genuine. The sovereign is not performing understanding. It has developed understanding. He held the cage light steady and thought about the 7 bonds. Each one earned through genuine connection. Each key's resonance fragment authentic because the relationship was authentic. The first cultivators had built the verification into the process itself. Thank you, he said, for the 300 years. For the model you gave it. I didn't give it anything deliberately, she said. I just stayed. Staying is the most deliberate thing there is. Chapter 69. The bond formed on the 6th day. Not as a moment, as Naravas had described the choice, as accumulation, as continuous decision, as the thing that had been becoming real through every pattern exchange, every dissent, every honest answer and honest question. Wei Liang Chen was at projection range, running the morning cage light maintenance, when the inscription channels registered the shift. The 7th harmonic, The frequency he had been holding space for since Bond 6 sealing began to align. Not with the decisive clarity of some earlier bonds. Not with the dramatic surge of Mira Ashvile's fierce war drum frequency. Quietly, steadily, the way a note joins a chord when the chord has been waiting for it. He held the cage light steady and let the alignment happen without rushing it. The system's notification came with none of its usual fanfare. Bond 7, resonance seal complete. Realm key, Naravas, void threshold key resonance fragment. Integrated ability unlocked, resonance seal completion. The seal bearer can now either reinforce or release the primordial cage, or, if the redesigned scaffold is active, initiate the redesign protocol. Network status, 8 nodes, 7 bonds. Resonance seal, 100% complete. Note, the three-way communication channel is now available. To initiate, establish resonance seal contact while projecting cage light at maximum resonance. The channel will open between the seal bearer, the resonance seal, representing all 7 bonds, and the void sovereign. He felt the completion in his inscription channels, 7 harmonics, a chord that had been building for months, finally fully sounded. The resonance seal structure was complete in his soul, the 7 fragments merged and integrated and humming with the combined frequencies of everyone who had chosen to share the weight of this. Lin Suyin, at the middle ward's entry point, felt it through the bond network. He knew this from the network's response. Her steady foundation harmonic surged briefly, then settled. Not surprised. Ready. It's complete, Nara Voss said, from her position at the breach point. Her voice was the same quiet steadiness. But through the bond, now direct, now part of the network, her emotional landscape was visible for the first time without the breach point's harmonic distortion. 300 years of patience. 300 years of choice. 300 years of care for something that could not be touched or seen or acknowledged, only felt through the architecture of a failing seal. And underneath all of it, relief so complete, it was almost formless. The relief of someone who has been holding something very heavy for a very long time, and has just felt another pair of hands take hold of it alongside them. Yes, he said. It is. What happens now? Now we have the conversation. The one the first cultivators designed the seal to make possible. He looked at the breach point, the gap in the inner seal's architecture that she had held for 3 centuries. Can you remain at the breach point while the three-way channel is open? For a limited period. The channel will draw on my presence as the terminal. My fragment is part of its architecture. I can maintain the breach point during the conversation, but not with the same precision. Perhaps 80% normal capacity. Is that safe? A pause. The sovereign will know we are opening the channel. I believe it will reduce the void pressure at the breach point during the conversation. She met his eyes. I believe this because it has been doing that, reducing pressure during moments that matter, for 200 years. Then we trust that pattern. Yes. She adjusted her position slightly. Before you open the channel, there is something you should know about what communication at that depth feels like. Tell me. The sovereign's communication is not language. Not even the cage's formal harmonic patterns. In the three-way channel, it communicates at the level of existence. The same frequency the first cultivators use for the inscription work's foundation layer. You will not hear words. You will know things. The distinction matters. She paused. I cannot tell you how to interpret what you will know. That is the part that cannot be transferred. But you can tell me to trust what I know. Yes, that is exactly what I can tell you. Chapter 70. Wei Liang Chen ascended to the outer ward to prepare. Not because the preparation required the outer ward's surface. The three-way channel could be initiated from anywhere the resonance seal was active, which meant anywhere. But because the conversation about the choice required the full group, and the full group required a space where everyone could be present. The outer ward's central convergence point. All 7 bonds. The resonance seal at its full 100%. The cage light at maximum resonance. In a conversation 3,000 years in the making. Yuan Mei organized the space with her characteristic efficiency. The chorus's 2 representatives positioned at respectful distance, witnesses, as they had requested. Velan and his scholars at the outer ward's eastern perimeter, silent observers. Celestia at the outer seal's diagnostic interface, monitoring the cage's response in real time. Lin Suyin stood beside him. I won't be in the channel, she said. But I'll be here. I know. Whatever you learn, whatever the sovereign says, you'll tell me after. Everything. No filters. She nodded. Through soul echo, the dark gold of her trust was steady and complete, and carrying, underneath it, the fierce, quiet protectiveness she had always directed at him. Then go learn it. He looked at each member of the group in turn before activating the channel. Not for permission. For grounding. For the reminder that the choice, whatever it turned out to be, was made by a person who had 7 genuine bonds to people who had chosen to carry this alongside him. Nara Voss, through the 7th bond at the breach point far below, was a presence in the network, distant, filtered through 300 years of void-adjacent experience, but present. She had been at the breach point for the initial descent to the inner ward, but for the channel opening, she had remained in position. The channel required her presence as its terminal at the Sovereign's end. The breach point was the mechanism for that terminal. Before activating, he reached through the 7th bond. Her response came in the cage light's harmonic, not a pattern from her lexicon, not one he could decode through Song Baihe's translation system, but a feeling that the foundational frequency carried. She was ready. She had been ready for 300 years. And she was here, and she trusted him, and the decision to trust was the most deliberate thing she had ever done. He sent back, "I know." The chorus representatives were watching with the particular quality of people who have spent their entire lives preparing for a moment and are now watching it arrive. Through Sovereign's sense, their emotional signatures were complex: grief, hope, the carefully disciplined suspension of belief that people practice when they know the next few minutes will either confirm or dismantle the framework they have lived by. The leader's expression was composed, but her grief was present underneath it, the specific grief of someone who had lost children to a cause that was about to be revealed as partially misconceived. Wei Liang Chen held that grief in awareness as he activated the channel. The people paying the cost of this deserved to be present in the moment when the cost began to have meaning. The system's notification appeared with unusual tone, not formal, not clinical. Something that the notification system had never used before, a quality that Wei Liang Chen, after months of interpreting its communications, could only describe as solemn. Initiating 3-way communication channel. Parties: seal bearer, resonance seal, 7 bonds, void sovereign. Duration: variable. There is no required outcome of this conversation. The choice remains the seal bearers. The channel is a medium for communication, not a mechanism for determination. Note, the first cultivators designed this moment. They spent 3,000 years preparing for it. The entity in the cage has spent 3,000 years preparing for it. You have spent 7 bond lengths preparing for it. Whatever you learn it completely before you decide. He activated the cage light at maximum resonance. The 7 harmonics in his inscription channels responded, amplifying the projection, the combined frequency of all 7 bonds, creating an output that was qualitatively different from any single bond cage light. Not stronger, more complete. The outer ward's formation array lit with amber. The 7 anchor lines brightened, the ceiling energy's full harmonic structure visible and singing. Celestia's 3,000-year maintenance humming at full resonance. Feng Xiao's supplemental anchor array adding its precise, cross-realm contribution. The channel opened, and the Void Sovereign, for the first time in 3,000 years, spoke directly. Not in the pulse patterns, not in the erosion modulation, not in the single note that had matched Mira Ashvile's harmonic months ago. Directly, at the foundational frequency of existence itself. Wei Liang Chen heard, knew, the first thing it said. Before, after, the difference. And then, question. Chapter 71. The 3-way channel was not conversation in any sense Wei Liang Chen had experienced. Communication in the channel happened at the foundational frequency, the layer beneath meaning, where knowing and feeling and being were not yet separate. The Sovereign's first communication had been 3 concepts and a question. The question was not translated. It was simply present, a gap in the channel that was shaped like a question the way a wound is shaped like the thing that made it. The question was, do you understand what I am now compared to what I was? He held the channel and thought, not with the methodical care he brought to problems, not with the strategic analysis he had developed across 7 bonds, but with the full honesty that the channel's foundational frequency required. The frequency could not carry deception, not because it was designed as a lie detector, but because meaning at that level was pre-linguistic, preconceptual. It carried what he actually knew, not what he wanted to say. What he actually knew. I do not fully understand. I have evidence. I have testimony. I have the Sovereign's own behavioral record, 3,000 years of observation, Nara Voss's 3 centuries of direct contact. I know that you have changed. I do not know what you have changed into. The Sovereign received this. The pause in the channel was long, perhaps minutes, perhaps longer. Time at the foundational frequency was not quite the same as time at the surface. Then look. The channel shifted. Wei Liang Chen experienced, not saw, not felt, but experienced in a way that required that specific word, the Sovereign's memory. Not from its beginning. Not the undirected force that the first cultivators had confronted 3,000 years ago. From the threshold, the moment Nara Voss had arrived at the breach point, fallen through, held the gap open with the formation technique she had developed in real time. The sovereign had felt her arrival as a disruption in the breach point's harmonic structure. Something that was neither the seal nor the void, a bounded consciousness, an individual, a person defined not by the void's undirected potential, but by the accumulation of specific choices and specific values and specific grief. He experienced the sovereign's attempt to understand her, not as threat, as phenomenon, a consciousness that was small, individual, finite, operating within a framework of meaning that the sovereign had never encountered because meaning required bounds, and the sovereign had no bounds of its own. He experienced 50 years of watching Nara Voss make choices. Small choices. How to modify the formation technique each day, how to sustain cultivation in void-adjacent conditions, how to communicate through the breach point's harmonic structure. Large choices to remain. To try to communicate with the entity on the other side of her prison. To build a language. He experienced the sovereign's first deliberate act of moderation, reducing the void pressure during Nara Voss's difficult year. Not from understanding what that meant to her. From the observation that the reduction corresponded to a stabilization in the breach point's formation work. A functional choice, initially, and then, repeated over decades, extended beyond functional necessity, continued in periods where the breach point required no additional support. Because the moderation served her, and she mattered, not as concept, not as data point, as the specific individual who had been present for 50 years, whose choices he had learned to read, whose continued existence had become something the sovereign oriented itself around. Wei Liang Chen came out of the channel's memory with his hands shaking. Not from fear. From the magnitude of what had been communicated. 3,000 years compressed into something that had no duration. The entire arc of an entity's evolution delivered in the foundational frequency's timeless medium. The sovereign was quiet in the channel. Waiting. He steadied the cage light and responded, not in words, but in the full honesty that the channel required. I believe you have changed. I believe what you showed me is real. And I believe the question of what to do with that reality is still mine to answer. The channel's response was immediate. Yes, that is correct. The choice is yours. And then, after a pause, I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to notice that I can make the offer. Chapter 72. The channel stayed open for 3 hours. In those 3 hours, the sovereign communicated things that had no precedent in the historical record. That Song Baihe would spend weeks processing and 2 months writing up, that Celestia would say, afterward, were consistent with everything she had suspected but could never confirm. The sovereign explained, not in language, but in the foundational frequency's direct knowing, what 3,000 years of imprisonment had produced. Not a catalog of its evolution. The evolution itself, transferred as experience. What it had been, undirected potential, unmade reality. The force that the first cultivators had confronted as absolute dissolution. What it had become, something that had individuation, that had duration, that could make choices rather than simply manifest. The distinction was not subtle. Wei Liang Chen felt it the way a person feels the difference between falling and choosing to jump. Both involve downward motion, but one has an author. The sovereign had become, over 3,000 years of bounded existence and 60 years of Nara Voss's presence, an author of its own behavior. It communicated the erosion moderation, not as evidence for his benefit. He already had that evidence, but as a demonstration of what authorship meant in its specific case. The erosion was its nature operating in the physical realm. The moderation was its choice overriding its nature. The capacity to override one's nature was, in every cultivation tradition Wei Liang Chen knew, the definition of authentic progress. It communicated the erosion's true cause, confirming Celestia's data, adding the sovereign's perspective. The landscape's dissolution was not the cage failing. It was matter returning to potential in the absence of structure. The sovereign itself could maintain the structure, had been doing so within the cage's radius, but the physical landscape outside the natural harmonic anchor's boundary was beyond the cage's reach. It communicated something that no historical record contained. The first cultivators had offered it a choice before sealing it. Not release or imprisonment, a third option. They had asked whether it would accept structure, whether it would choose to be defined, bounded, individual, whether it would give up undirected potential for the experience of being a specific thing. 3,000 years ago, it had not understood the question. It had not understood that understanding the question was itself a form of development. It had resisted the seal, not from malice, but from the absence of the framework needed to choose otherwise. Now it understood, and the question was the same. But now it could answer. Would you accept structure? Wei Liang Chen asked, in the foundational frequency. Genuinely. Not to please me. Not to escape the prison. Would you accept structure as a choice you make for its own sake? The sovereign's response took a long time. Then yes, because I have already chosen it. Every moderation, every choice, every year of Nara Vas. I have been choosing structure for 60 years without having the words for it. And then, the question is whether you believe that. He came out of the channel and sat down on the outer ward stone for a long time. Celestia came and sat beside him. She did not ask questions. After 3,000 years of tending a prison whose occupant was doing exactly this, becoming something she could not help from the outside, she did not need to ask. She had suspected the answer. What will you do? She said eventually. I'm going to talk to everyone, he said, before I decide anything. Good, she said. It sounded like what she had been waiting to hear for a very long time. Chapter 73, he talked to everyone. Not in a single gathering. One at a time, individually, because the question was too large for the shorthand of group conversation, and each person had their own piece of it. Lin Suyin first. She listened to his account of the channel with the focused attention she brought to everything important. Not interrupting, not translating, letting him describe what the foundational frequencies communication had felt like before she engaged with the content. It said it has been choosing structure, she said, when he finished. Yes. For 60 years. Through Nara Vas. The moderation. The behavior changes Celestia and Myra's family documented. She thought about this for a while. Through Soul Echo, her emotional landscape was doing something complex. The dark gold of trust holding steady while several other elements worked around it. Not disturbing the foundation, but moving through it. When a person changes, she said finally, the change is usually visible in the small things. The way they speak, what they notice, what they choose to do when nothing is forcing them. She paused. The sovereign has been doing small things for 60 years when nothing was forcing it. The erosion moderation served Nara Vas, not the sovereign. Reducing the pressure during her difficult years served her, not the cage's structural stability. It was choosing to care for someone it could not reach. Yes, that's not mimicry. Mimicry serves the person doing it. She met his eyes. What you described is the opposite of self-serving. Yes. Then what's the decision? The decision is whether the evidence is enough. He looked at his hands. Whether someone else's testimony and 3,000 years of behavioral data and a direct communication that I felt as true in the foundational frequency, whether that constitutes enough certainty to act on. Is there a level of certainty that would make you more comfortable? No. Then the certainty is beside the point. Lin Suyin's voice was the precise practicality she used for truths that were difficult but necessary. You've been gathering evidence for months. You've made 7 genuine bonds. You've had the direct conversation. The question isn't whether you have enough certainty. The question is whether you have enough integrity to act on what you know. He sat with this. She was, as she frequently was, precisely right. They were quiet for a long moment. The outer ward's formation light cycled through its maintenance pattern around them, and the cage's pulse was steady in his chest, and through Soul Echo, Lin Suyin's emotional landscape was the deep gold of trust, and something else, something he had been reading for months without quite naming. You've been worried about me, he said. Yes. About the cost. The Dow anchor ceiling. About all of it. She did not look away from the formation shimmer. You took nothing from any of the bonds. Every key chose. Every connection was genuine. You were so careful not to take, and now the system is asking you to give. Permanently. The ceiling doesn't hurt. I know. She paused. I'm not worried about whether it hurts. I'm worried about whether you'll spend the rest of your life feeling like you've given away something that was yours. He thought about it honestly. The cultivation ceiling. Dow anchor as the permanent floor and ceiling simultaneously. Everything above it, the ranks he had never sought and might never have reached, closed off. No, he said. The advancement was always the means, not the end. The end was the choice. The choice requires the anchor. He looked at his hands. The inscription channels visible as faint lines, the 7 harmonics singing in the meridian paths. I would rather be anchored to something real than unlimited in a way that doesn't matter. Lin Suyin absorbed this. Through Soul Echo, the worry did not disappear. It was Lin Suyin, and she worried about the people she cared about as naturally as she breathed, but it settled into a shape that was compatible with peace. Then I believe you, she said. And I'll stop asking. You can keep asking. I don't mind. I know. The ghost of her smile. The specific one she used when his honesty surprised her after months of expecting it to. That's why I'm going to stop. Chapter 74 Mira Ashval's version of the conversation was different in character. She listened with the Fringe Guardian's attention, focused on concrete outcomes, real costs, the specific human consequences of abstract choices. When he finished describing the sovereign's communication, her first question was about the erosion. If the redesign creates a seal that accommodates the sovereign's evolved state, she said, does the sovereign's new architecture affect the erosion's cause? The erosion is independent of the sovereign's containment, he said. Celestia confirmed this. The dissolution happens because the physical landscape outside the harmonic anchor boundary isn't maintained by the cage. So the redesign doesn't stop the erosion. No, 11 years regardless. Then the front stabilizes. Then the redesign's benefit is for the sovereign, an accommodation of what it's become. She was quiet for a moment. Is that reason enough? I think so. But I'm asking. She studied him with the assessment she brought to everything. Through sovereign sense, her emotional signature was complex, the deep bronze of someone integrating a hard truth alongside a new possibility. 3 generations of family sacrifice at the fringe borderlands. The erosion that had taken homes and years and lives. And now the knowledge that the entity her family had protected against for centuries had been, for 60 years, trying to moderate its own harm. My grandmother, she said, spent the last years of her life documenting the erosion slowdown. She didn't know its cause. She thought the sovereign was failing, that a weakened entity produced less erosion. She died not knowing that the slowdown was a choice. She paused. If she had known, I think she would have been angry. And then I think she would have been glad. In that order. Why? Angry that the choice came so late. Glad that it came at all. Mira Ashvale looked at the outer ward's formation shimmer in the gathering dusk. A choice to reduce harm. Even an imperfect choice, even a partial one, is worth acknowledging. My grandmother would have said, it doesn't erase the past damage, but it matters for what comes next. Does it matter to you? Yes. The word was short and complete and cost her something to say clearly. It matters. And the redesign, giving the sovereign a seal built for what it is rather than what it was, feels correct to me. Not because the sovereign deserves a gift. Because a seal built around reality is more stable than a seal built around a false assumption. Practical. I am always practical. But through sovereign sense, under the practicality. The specific emotion of someone who has spent their life protecting against something and has just learned that the protection needs to become something different. Not relief, not betrayal. A kind of enormous respect for the difficulty of the evolution and the cost of the choice it required. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the outer ward's formation work. The watch posts, she said. The 6th-generation adaptation of the base 7 geometry. My family built those techniques by studying the cage's sealing energy from the outside, in degraded conditions, with limited instrumentation. We were approximating something we could feel, but not see. You built something that worked. We built something that endured. There's a difference. She looked at the spires. Celestia built the outer seal over 3,000 years with direct access to the first cultivator's principles. My family built the watch post network over 6 generations with fragments of understanding and a lot of failure. Both things kept people alive. A pause. I'm not sure which took more courage. Different kinds of courage. Yes. She turned back to him. The redesign requires the same. You don't have complete certainty. You have accumulated evidence and a genuine conversation and the judgment of everyone who has carried this alongside you. And now you have to act on what you know. She met his eyes with the specific, direct honesty of someone who has made that kind of choice before, under pressure, with lives depending on the result. That is a fringe guardian's choice. I recognize it. Is that reassuring? It means you've been training for this kind of decision your entire life. Every bond required it. She turned toward the compound. Make the right call. I trust you to. Chapter 75 Feng Xiao's conversation was the shortest and the most technical. The redesigned scaffold, she said, when he had finished his account. I need to understand what the implementation requires. Not the philosophical framework, the formation mechanics. He told her what the archive document described, what Celestia's translation had clarified, what the three-way channel had shown him of the sovereign side of the process. The redesign protocol required the seal bearer to initiate through the resonance seal's completion architecture, the sovereign to cooperate with the restructuring by providing its current harmonic signature as a template, and the 7 bonds to collectively provide the energy load for the reconstruction. Feng Xiao listened with a formation master's precision, building the mental model as he spoke. The 7 bonds as energy source, she said. Does this require anything from the keys? The fragments are already integrated. The energy load draws on the resonance seal structure, the completion state, not the individual fragments. The living anchor requirement. Your cultivation sealing fixed a Tao anchor. She met his eyes with the directness of someone who has decided to say what needs to be said without softening. That is a significant cost. Yes. Tao anchor is rank 10. You're at Heaven Gate, rank 7. 3 ranks below the ceiling. In normal cultivation, Heaven Gate to Tao anchor would take, She considered. Years. Decades, depending on conditions. The cost is that I stop at Tao Anchor. Whatever comes after, void-touched, primordial, I don't reach it. Does that change your assessment? He thought about this honestly. Did it? He had never cultivated for the sake of rank. Power had found him because the universe had decided he was a keystone, not because he had pursued it. The choice to cap his advancement in exchange for a more stable, more accurate seal. Was that a loss that required grief? No, he said. It doesn't change my assessment. Feng Qiao studied him for a long moment. I have spent my life working around the limitations of what formation work can achieve, she said. Every ceiling I've hit, every constraint, every place where my technique couldn't reach what I was trying to build. I've hated those ceilings. She paused. But I've never been offered the choice of accepting a ceiling in exchange for building something more correct. That's different. Different how? A constraint that is chosen is different from one that is imposed. You're not being limited. You're committing. She looked at the anchor array she had built. 3 weeks of work, the best formation structure she had produced in her life, built to hold a gap in a 3,000-year-old seal. I understand why it's worth it. And the formation work? Is the redesigned protocol achievable from our end? If the sovereign cooperates as you've described, if it provides its current harmonic signature as a template, then the inscription work is possible. Not simple. The reconstruction of the inner seal's architecture around a new template will require. She paused, calculating. 3 days. With everyone contributing. With the sovereign actively supporting the harmonic alignment. 3 days. Assuming no complications. She allowed herself a moment of dry precision. There will be complications. There always are. Then we prepare for them. Yes. She turned back to the anchor array. I'll start the preparation models tonight. He stayed while she worked. Not to assist. Her formation work was in a territory that required her specific expertise and her specific perception, and interference from a practitioner using different techniques would complicate rather than help. But he stayed because the anchor array was her contribution to the redesign, and he understood, from months of working alongside her, that Feng Qiao's formation work was the clearest expression of what she was. The array took shape under her hands with the efficiency of a master who has spent 3 weeks preparing and is now executing. She spoke while she worked, not to him, to herself, the running monologue of a formation practitioner narrating the process to maintain focus. Outer seal's anchor gradient, 7-fold symmetry at the tertiary layer. Nara Vasa's breachpoint adaptation for the void interface. She paused, making a micro-adjustment. The beautiful thing about the cage's architecture is that it was designed to be worked with, not around. The first cultivators built interfaces. Every surface is accessible. Every junction is readable. A longer pause. I've spent 30 years working around closed systems. Everything I built had to compensate for structure that wasn't designed for collaboration. She set the formation marker and stepped back to assess. This is different. I'm not compensating. I'm contributing. That matters to you. Yes. She looked at the array's current state, partially complete, the structure visible in the formation marker's placement. When I build something that will last, I want it to be because the thing it was built with was worth building with. Not because I found a way to make it work despite itself. The cage is worth building with. The first cultivators were. She picked up the next marker. I want to meet Naravas properly. When this is over and the reconstruction is stable, I want to see the breach point's formation work from a position where I can actually study it, not just sustain it. I'll make sure you get the chance. Good. She placed the marker with precise care. Then let's make sure there's something left to study. Chapter 76 Yuan Mei's conversation took place over 2 hours, in the central spire, with notation materials laid out before her, because she was Yuan Mei and she processed information by writing it. Walk me through the evidence, she said, in order. Not your interpretation, the evidence itself. He did. 32 minutes, systematic, beginning with Shun Tao's pulse observations from the gradient and ending with the 3-way channel's direct communication. Yuan Mei wrote continuously, organizing the evidence into categories that he could see forming even from across the reading surface: behavioral data, physical data, direct testimony, communication content. When he finished, she reviewed what she had written. 63 years of documented erosion moderation, she said. 4 independent observation sources: Celestia's outer seal diagnostic, Mira Ashvile's family records, Shin Tao's gradient instruments, and the chorus's field reports. The moderation is real, consistent, and in areas with human habitation specifically. Yes. Naravasa's 300 years of direct contact. Her testimony: the sovereign's behavior changed from observation to care, with a specific event, her difficult year, as the inflection point. The behavior change serving her interest rather than the sovereign's. Yes. The direct channel communication. The sovereign provided its memory of the evolution process, its account of the choice to moderate erosion, its statement that it has been choosing structure for 60 years. She paused. You said the foundational frequency cannot carry deception. Celestia's description. The first cultivators designed it at the level below linguistic intention. You communicate what you actually know, not what you want to say. Then the channel's content, if the design is accurate, is not strategic communication. It is actual content. Yes. The three-way channel was designed by the first cultivators to be the basis of the choice. They expected it to provide sufficient information. Yuan Mei set her pen down. The evidence is substantial. Not certain. Nothing about this situation can produce certainty. But substantial. She looked at him. What is your actual concern? Whether I'm choosing what I want to be true rather than what is true. Explain the distinction. I want the sovereign to have changed. I have 7 bonds. Each one formed with someone who matters to me. Each bond required the sovereign's behavior to be navigable. I have spent months reasoning toward a redesign. The third option, the one that treats the sovereign as what it has become rather than what it was. If my conclusion is driven by what I want rather than what the evidence shows, then your conclusion is compromised. Yuan Mei considered him with the steadiness of someone who has assessed people in difficult situations for years. What would the evidence need to show for you to choose otherwise? If the channel had communicated that the sovereign's moderation was strategic, a performance to secure its own release, I would choose reinforce. But it didn't. No. The foundational frequency carried something that registered as genuine, not as performance. Then your concern about wanting it to be true is noted and examined, and the examination produces the same conclusion the evidence does. Yuan Mei picked her pen up again. You are not confusing what you want with what is true. You are checking whether you are, which is different. She made a notation. Your check is correct. The evidence supports the redesign. I recommend proceeding. He looked at her. Thank you. I am not giving you permission. I am giving you my analysis. The decision is yours. She made one more notation. But since you are asking, yes. From an analytical framework, the redesign is the correct response to the evidence. The sovereign is not what it was. A seal for what it was is not the optimal response to what it is. Optimal is the right word. The most accurate word I have, given the parameters. She closed her notation journal. Also, it seems right. But I have learned to distrust seems right as a framework, so I led with the analytical case. He understood, through soul echo, that the two frameworks had arrived at the same place through different paths, and that Yuan Mei was aware of this and had chosen to present the analytical one because it was more defensible. The other one, it seems right, was real, just less Yuan Mei's first language. The implementation timeline, he said. 3 days for the reconstruction, per Feng Xiao's estimate. The preparations require 2 additional days. Total, 5 days from decision to completion. She opened the journal again and began organizing the implementation framework. We should decide today. Yes, he said. We should. Chapter 77 Song Bai's conversation happened in the research space. She had been working through the sovereign's channel communication since Wei Liang Chen had related, cross-referencing the content with 3,000 years of historical documents, looking for precedent for what the entity had described. There is no precedent, she said, when he arrived. The sovereign's evolution is genuinely unprecedented. No historical record describes an entity of that nature developing individuation, duration, or deliberate choice. Does that make it less credible? It makes it significant. She set down a document, one of the Heaven Record Library's oldest, the text that predated the current era. The first cultivators were afraid that the sovereign couldn't change. They were also afraid that if it could change, they would have no framework for understanding the change. She tapped the document. This text describes their concern. They were building the cage around an entity whose fundamental nature they understood, because they had confronted it directly. But they had never encountered an entity of that nature that had been bounded. They didn't know what bounding would do. They knew what bounding does to structured beings, cultivation, development, progression. They had no data on what it does to an unstructured entity. She paused. Now they do. 3,000 years of data. The sovereign's communication in the channel is that data. What does it show? That the process is analogous to cultivation. She spoke with the careful precision she brought to new theoretical territory. Cultivation is the process of a bounded entity, a person, developing from unstructured potential to structured capability. The cage did to the sovereign what the cultivation system does to a practitioner. It imposed bounds. The bounds created the conditions for development. The cage cultivated the sovereign. The cage and Naravas. The bounds plus the model. Cultivation requires both, the structure and someone who shows what structured existence looks like. She met his eyes. The first cultivators designed the cage. Nara Vos provided the model, by accident and then by choice. 300 years as a cultivation partner for an entity sealed inside a prison. Yes. Song Baihe was quiet for a moment. I want to document this properly. The history of this, not just the cage and the choice and the redesign, but the entire process, from the first cultivator's decision to Nara Vos's arrival to this moment. This is the most significant historical event since the original sealing. Someone needs to write it accurately. You will. I intend to. She picked up her journal. After the reconstruction, I am not documenting until the reconstruction is complete and everyone is safe, because I do not want to jinx it. Wei Liang Chen smiled, which was not something he did frequently. Song Baihe. Yes. Thank you for 3 months of research. For the archive. For the lexicon. For everything you documented when I couldn't. She looked at him. Through the bond, her emotional landscape was the deep, quiet satisfaction of someone who has done work that mattered and knows it. I was here, she said. This is what being here meant. He sat down across from her in the research space, among the documents and the notation journals and the translation lexicon she had built for Nara Vos's patterns. The redesign, he said. What does the historical record say about precedent for seal redesign? Not for the cage specifically, in general. Formation seals that were rebuilt rather than reinforced or abandoned. The precedents exist, though none at this scale. She was already reaching for a specific document, her scholar's memory knowing exactly where the reference lived in her archive. The principle is established. A seal built around the actual state of what it contains is more stable than a seal built around an assumed state. The inscribers at the Azure Horizon era documented this in their work on Qi sealing formations. They found that formations built for typical Qi behavior degraded faster than formations built for the specific Qi signature of the cultivator they were meant to contain. The specific beats the general. At the inscription level, yes. A general seal relies on assumptions that may or may not match reality. A specific seal is built for reality as observed. When reality changes, when the entity inside the seal evolves, a general seal remains what it was while a specific seal can be redesigned to match the new state. She set the document down. The cage's original seal was built for a specific entity as it was 3,000 years ago. The redesign builds a new seal for the same entity as it is now. More accurate. More honest. She picked up her journal. I believe this is the better choice. Not just strategically. Morally. A seal built on outdated information is a seal that treats the past as more real than the present. The evidence says the present is different. Building a seal that acknowledges the difference is the correct relationship with reality. Song Baihe rarely made moral arguments. When she did, Wei Liang Chen had learned to pay careful attention. Chapter 78 Celestia's conversation was the last. They walked the outer ward's perimeter as they had on the evening before Bond 6 sealed, a circuit that had become, in the weeks since, something that Wei Liang Chen associated with honesty rather than decision. Celestia was most honest in motion. I have spent 3,000 years observing the sovereign, she said. I will tell you what I believe, and I will tell you what I cannot be certain of. Please. I believe it has changed. I believe the change is genuine, not strategic. The behavioral data over 60 years shows consistency that strategic behavior cannot maintain. I believe it has developed something analogous to values, preferring reduced harm, preferring Nara Vos's survival, preferring the seal's stability over its own expansion. And what can't you be certain of? What it will become after the redesign. Her voice was even. The sovereign has developed within the constraints of the cage. The cage has been the context for its entire bounded existence. When the redesign creates a seal that accommodates its evolved state, a seal built around what it currently is, the constraints change. The entity that develops within a new seal may develop differently than the one that existed within the old one. You're saying the evolution might continue. I'm saying it will almost certainly continue. The question is whether the redesign produces a seal that can accommodate continued evolution or one that is already behind the curve by the time it's complete. She paused at one of the anchor spires. The redesigned scaffold was built by the first cultivators. They could not design it around a specific future state because they did not know what the sovereign would become. They designed it around principles that should accommodate continued evolution if the fundamental direction of development is consistent. The direction has been toward structure, toward choice, toward care. For 60 years, yes. She touched the spire's inscription work. I am willing to trust that direction as a projection. I believe the redesign is correct. I also believe that the living anchor, the permanent connection between the seal bearer and the rebuilt cage, is the mechanism that makes the projection meaningful. Not because it constrains the sovereign, but because it maintains the communication. I remain connected. The redesign doesn't just rebuild the seal. It creates a permanent channel, attenuated, not the full three-way communication, but present. The sovereign can continue to communicate. The seal bearer can continue to listen. She turned from the spire to face him. The first cultivators couldn't maintain that channel because they did not have the bond network's foundation. You do. The relationship continues. The conversation continues. That is what the cage was always meant to be. A conversation between structured existence and unstructured potential, long enough for both to understand each other. 3,000 years of tending the outer wall of that conversation. And now the conversation was reaching something that might be a conclusion, or a new beginning. I believe, Celestia said, that the redesign makes the conversation permanent, which is what it should be. 3,000 years is a long time to wait for this. 3,000 years is exactly long enough. She looked at the outer ward's formation shimmer in the night. The first cultivators were wise. They just could not know how long wise would take. He walked beside her for the last quarter of the circuit in silence. The outer ward's formation was familiar to him now. 2 months of daily maintenance rotations had made the 7 anchor spires and the shimmer of the sealing energy between them as recognizable as a room he had lived in. Celestia had made this circuit alone for 3,000 years. After the reconstruction, he said, "What will you do?" "I will maintain the outer seal," she said. "The rebuilt seal will require an external maintenance presence, less intensive than the current state, because the redesign's living anchor provides the inner structure stability. But present. Not alone." She was quiet for a moment. "I hope not." Through the bond, the ancient depth of her emotional landscape was present and no longer suppressed. The 3,000 years had left their weight, but weight was not the same as burden when it was weight shared. The fringe families who maintained the watch post network, Mira Ashval's people, have the formation skills for outer seal maintenance support. If they were willing. Ask them, Wei Liang Chen said. I think the answer will be yes. I am not accustomed to asking. Practice. The not quite a smile was more present these days. 3 months of genuine connection had given it more room to appear. You are developing a habit of recommending that word. It applies to most things. Yes, she said. I find that it does. Chapter 79. The decision was made at dawn, the 97th day. Wei Liang Chen did not announce it ceremonially. He woke with the cage's pulse in his chest and the 7 harmonics singing in his inscription channels and the knowledge that the evidence was complete, the conversations had been had, and the waiting was done. He went to the central spire's reading surface and wrote it down. Not for publication. Not as a record. To see the words clearly before he spoke them. Redesign. The seal for what the sovereign is, not what it was. The living anchor. Dao anchor sealing. The permanent channel. He read the words. They were correct. He sat with them for a few minutes more. The last time he had written something down to see it clearly, it had been the names of the keys. Early in the process, before Bond 1 had sealed, before he understood what the bonds required. He had written Lin Suin's name and stared at it for a long time, not because he was uncertain about the bond, but because writing made real the weight of what was being asked of her. What was being asked of all of them? This was different. Writing the decision down did not reveal a weight he had missed. It confirmed the weight he had been carrying for months and showed him that the weight was the right shape for the truth it described. The decision was correct. The cost was real. Both things were true. He stood, left the reading surface, and went to find the people who needed to hear it. The chorus leader was at the outer ward's perimeter. Through sovereign sense, she felt him approach and turned before he reached her. Her emotional signature was the complex pattern Wei Liang Chen had been watching develop since the fringe compound. The old grief, the revised premise, the careful adjustment of a worldview that had to accommodate evidence that changed everything. You've decided, she said. Yes. Reinforce or redesign? Redesign. He held her gaze. The erosion will stop in 11 years regardless of the choice. I want you to know that before the reconstruction begins, so that whatever I do is not carrying the weight of a promise it cannot keep. She was quiet for a moment. I know. Yuan Mei told us the revised erosion data 4 days ago. She paused. The fringe communities have been warned. Some of them are angry. Most of them are processing. Are you? I have been processing for 3 weeks. Her grief was present and steady and no longer carrying the specific weight of a belief held as certainty. What I keep coming back to is, the care was real. The erosion moderation was real. Whatever the cause, whatever the mechanism, someone in that cage has been trying to reduce harm for 60 years. That matters. Yes. It matters enough. She held his gaze. Make the seal correct for what it is. That is what we should have been asking for all along. He brought the group together in the outer ward's central convergence point afterward. The chorus witnesses, Velan and his scholars at the perimeter, The bond network active at full connectivity. Redesign, he said. No one asked him to explain. They had all heard the evidence, had all had their own conversation about it, had all reached their own understanding. The word landed in the group's collective awareness the way a note joins a chord that has been waiting for it. Not a surprise, not a revelation, but a completion. Lin Suin's hand found his, not holding, just touching. The same gesture Mira Ashvale had used after Bond 5 in the compound's courtyard. The gesture of people who understood that this moment was too large for words and too important for silence. Today, Feng Qiao asked. 2 days of preparation, Wei Liang Chen said. Then we descend. Good. She was already thinking through the preparation models she had been building since their conversation. Celestia was at the outer seal's diagnostic interface, monitoring the cage's pulse response to the bond completion. The pulse was different. Not the alarm signature, not the maintenance pattern, not any of the 37 standard communication formats. Pattern 23, she said, reading the interface. He had been learning her catalog. Pattern 23 was the one she had described once, briefly, as the pattern she had never expected to see. What does pattern 23 mean? Lin Suin asked. Celestia was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was steady and ancient, and carrying 3,000 years of careful management finally allowed to set down its weight. It means ready, she said. Chapter 80. The 2 days of preparation were the most organized 2 days Wei Liang Chen had spent since before the first bond. Feng Xiao drove the technical preparation with the focused intensity she brought to formation work that mattered. The reconstruction protocol required 3 formation arrays built specifically for the redesign, arrays that would interface with the cage's foundation architecture and manage the inscription works reconfiguration during the 3-day process. She had been modeling these arrays since the channel conversation. The models were complete. The construction could begin. The arrays were large. 2 went into the outer ward's anchor structure, interfacing with the existing formation to provide the redesign's energy management. The 3rd went at the descent route's midpoint, creating a stable working environment at the depth where the inner seal's reconstruction would actually occur. Song Baihe and Velan scholars worked through the night preparing the documentation framework, the scholars covering the technical aspects of the Shattered Mirror archive, Song Baihe building the historical synthesis that would make the process comprehensible to anyone who read it after. Yuan Mei organized the logistics, supply rotation, the chorus's support maintenance, Celestia's outer seal monitoring schedule during the 3 days when Wei Liang Chen would be focused on the reconstruction. The chorus representative's sovereign tier cultivation would provide outer seal, supplemental anchoring when Celestia needed to rest. Mira Ashvale spent the 2 days in consultation with the chorus's field representatives about the erosion front's 11-year timeline. Practical work, specific planning, the Guardian's instinct to secure the people while the abstract problem resolved itself. Lin Suin spent most of the 2 days with Wei Liang Chen. Not doing preparation tasks. He was needed for those, and she helped where she could. But in the spaces between the preparation's demands, she was there. Walking the outer ward's perimeter in the evenings. Sitting in the formation light at night. Not filling the silence with conversation, but being present in the silence with the specific quality of someone who understood that presence was the most important thing she could offer. On the 2nd night, he asked her what she was thinking. About what comes after, she said. After the reconstruction. After the 3-day process. After the permanent anchor is established and the cage's pulse is yours to carry for the rest of your life. She paused. About what it means to be with someone who is permanently part of the architecture of existence. Is that frightening? No. She thought about it. Interesting. A little clarifying. She pulled her knees to her chest. When I bonded with you, I was the first. I was foundation forging, the daughter of an outer sect family, the only person who had been consistently kind to you when the sect didn't care whether you lived or died. And you were someone the universe had decided was important. You were important first. You showed me what genuine care looked like. I know. And you showed me that genuine care was worth trusting with large things. She looked at the formation shimmer. What I'm thinking is that the cage's pulse doesn't change that. The anchor doesn't change that. You are the person who needed kindness before he needed power, and that is still who you are. The architecture just means you stay near. I stay near. He absorbed this. Yes. Good. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Through soul echo, the dark gold of her trust was steady and complete and carrying. Underneath everything, the particular piece of someone who has been afraid of many things and has found that the things she chose are the ones that hold. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he said. And whatever comes after. The cage's pulse beat. 7 harmonics sang. The outer ward's formation shimmer moved in its maintenance patterns, and above them, the stars were very clear and very close. and the entity that had been sealed in the cage for 3,000 years was, for the first time, waiting with something that could only be described as hope. Chapter 81 The descent to the reconstruction site took the full group 40 minutes. Not because the route was difficult. Feng Xiao's formation arrays had made the descent navigable, the void-adjacent energy reduced to a consistent pressure rather than the variable chaos of unmanaged conditions. But because the group moved carefully, each member aware that what they were descending into was not reversible. The reconstruction, once begun, would require 3 days of continuous work. The living anchor component could not be partially completed. Wei Liang Chen had spent the previous evening reviewing this with Celestia and Naravas both, through the breach point channel, receiving the same assessment from opposite sides of the inner seal. The redesign was all or nothing. Lin Suyin and Song Baihe stopped at the middle ward stable entry point as agreed. The parting was brief. Lin Suyin had said her piece the night before, and she was not a person who repeated herself when the important things had already been said. She held his hand for a moment at the entry point's threshold, then let go. That was sufficient. Song Baihe handed him a folded document, the working translation of Naravas's lexicon, annotated with the interpretations she was most confident in. If she sends new patterns during the reconstruction, the annotation margin has space. Write down what you observe. I'll translate from your notes. If I have a free hand, you'll find time. She stepped back from the entry point. Through the bond, the deep, quiet satisfaction was still present, now carrying a layer of focused attention. She was already in scholar mode, prepared to document whatever emerged from the reconstruction in real time. The deeper descent. The formation arrays Feng Xiao had installed marked the route with subtle harmonic indicators, not visible, but perceptible to Heaven Gate practitioners, a sequence of tones that guided the descent without announcing it to anything monitoring from the cage's interior. The arrays had been designed to minimize disruption. At the middle ward's deepest accessible point, the group assembled for the final briefing. Celestia mapped the reconstruction protocol in precise language, the same precision she brought to everything, earned through 3,000 years of building exactness into all her communications. The 3 days were divided into operational phases. The first day to align the redesigned scaffold with the sovereign's current harmonic signature. The second to conduct the inscription work's actual restructuring under the sovereign's active template. And the third to establish the living anchor's connection and verify the rebuilt seal's integrity. The critical moments, she said, are the transition between phases 1 and 2 and the living anchor's initial establishment. If either of those produces an unexpected resonance pattern, we pause and reassess. How much time do we have for pause? Yuan Mei asked. The inner seal's current integrity can sustain approximately 8 hours without active maintenance before the deterioration rate accelerates past the cage light's compensation capacity. Celestia's voice was even. We have 8 hours of buffer, distributed across the 3 days. Not much. No. She looked at Wei Liang Chen. The sovereign's cooperation is essential. If it deviates from the template provision, if the harmonic signature it provides is incomplete or inconsistent, the inscription work cannot be completed accurately. It will cooperate, he said. He was confident, and the confidence was based on evidence rather than hope. The sovereign had been consistent for 60 years. It had answered every signal honestly. It had reduced harm when it had the capacity to do so. It would cooperate. Yes, Celestia said. I believe that too. A pause. But I state it as a requirement, so that we are all clear on the dependency. Noted, Yuan Mei said. They moved toward the breach point. Chapter 82. Naravas was in the same position she had occupied for 300 years, but something was different. Wei Liang Chen noticed it through the 7th bond before his Heaven Gate perception registered it. Her presence in the bond network was stronger, more defined. The dissolution effect that had made her edges translucent and her physical form uncertain had not reversed, but it had stopped. You held it steady, he said. The bond's formation helped. Her voice was the same quiet steadiness. The 7th fragment's departure from the breach point's architecture created a gap, as the system projected. But the bond's energy contribution to the network partially compensated. My physical form is more coherent than it was 2 days ago. That's unexpected. The system's warning was about separation causing disruption. The bond's contribution wasn't in the projection. She held the breach point with the same formation technique, but with a fraction less visible strain. I've been thinking about why. My theory, the fragment's energy was always divided between the bond resonance and the breach point's maintenance. With the bond complete, the fragment's energy is fully integrated into the network, and a portion of that integrated energy returns through the bond connection to support my physical form. The bond feeds back, in a stabilizing direction. She met his eyes with the steadiness of 3 centuries, and underneath the steadiness, something careful and very quiet that he was only just beginning to have the vocabulary to read. I would like to acknowledge that I was afraid this would not work, that forming the bond would cost the breach point stability I could not replace. And it did not work that way. Trust validated through outcome. Yes, the quiet thing was not pride. It was closer to relief, the specific relief of someone who has bet on a hypothesis after careful analysis and watched the experiment confirm the prediction. I was correct to trust you. The system designed the bonds to be trustworthy, he said. I'm the implementation. The implementation matters, she said. The design is a potential. The implementation is the thing that actually happens. Feng Xiao was examining the breach point's formation architecture with the absorbed intensity she brought to novel structures. The adaptive modifications, she said. You've been continuously adjusting the ceiling architecture for 300 years. The modifications are substantial. I had time. Can you walk me through the primary structural changes while we establish the reconstruction array? Nara Vasa's expression shifted. Not quite a smile, but the specific alertness of someone who has been asked a question in their area of expertise. Yes. Begin with the tertiary stabilizers. Those required the most modification from the original structure. For the next 2 hours, while Wei Liang Chen prepared the resonant seal's alignment and Celestia calibrated the outer seal's monitoring interface, Nara Vas walked Feng Xiao through the breach point's formation architecture with the methodical precision of someone who has been waiting 300 years to explain something to someone capable of understanding it. Her explanation was layered. The structure's intended original design, the modifications she had made in the first decade as the void energy changed the formation's environmental conditions, the adaptive adjustments that followed as those conditions continued to evolve. Feng Xiao asked questions that were precise and rapid, Formation Master's vocabulary bridging the gap between Nara Vasa's self-developed terminology and standard formation theory. The resonance recycling, Feng Xiao said at one point. You found the coefficient independently. I found something that produced the same effect. Whether it's the same principle, I don't know. I never had access to the formal literature after the first decade. It's the same principle. I've been approaching it from the structural theory side for 15 years. You derived it from direct application. Feng Xiao looked at the breach point's formation with the specific expression she had when processing something that genuinely surprised her. You arrived there faster. I had more urgent requirements. Yes, Feng Xiao said. I suppose you did. The first phase of the reconstruction began. Chapter 83 Phase 1 required Wei Liang Chen to hold the resonant seal at maximum resonance while the sovereign provided its current harmonic signature as a template. The process was different from the three-way channel communication. That had been dialogue, complex, multi-layered, carrying the full weight of what 3,000 years of development had produced. This was more specific. The sovereign held a single extended harmonic, its current fundamental frequency, the note it had developed into during 3,000 years of bounded existence, and Wei Liang Chen held the resonant seal in alignment with it. The alignment required heaven gate precision. The sovereign's current fundamental was not one of the 7 standard harmonic frequencies. It had developed into something that occupied a position between the 5th and 6th standard frequencies, a frequency that no human cultivator had ever produced or documented. The inscription channels, with their base 7 geometry, could approximate it. With 7 bonds providing the energy load, the approximation was close enough. Hold that alignment, Celestia said, monitoring through the outer seal's diagnostic interface. The scaffold is reading the sovereign's signature. The inscription is beginning. He held it. The resonant seal's energy load was significant, 7 bonds contributing simultaneously, the network operating at full capacity. Through the connection, he could feel each member of the network responding. Lin Suin's foundation harmonic, steady and deep. Feng Xiao's structural precision, managing the formation work at the breach point. Yuan Mei's strategic coordination, tracking the phase progress against the timeline. Song Bai's comprehension, monitoring for deviations in the sovereign's template. Mira Ashvile's void-adjacent experience, reading the ambient energy changes. Celestia's ancient, enduring presence, holding the outer seal stable while the inner seal's redesign proceeded. Nara Vas, at the breach point, holding the gap that had been her responsibility for 3 centuries and would be, for the next 3 days, the site of its resolution. 8 nodes, 7 bonds. The resonant seal at its first active use. The system's awareness was different during the reconstruction, not a stream of notifications, but a continuous, monitoring presence. He felt it reading the alignment, tracking the scaffold's progress, watching for the specific signatures that would indicate either success or the need for pause. No pause after the first hour. The alignment was holding. Phase 1 is proceeding at nominal rate, Celestia reported. The scaffold is reading the sovereign's harmonic signature accurately. If this continues, we complete Phase 1 in 7 hours. And the sovereign? He asked. Cooperative. She paused, not for hesitation, but for the specific pause of someone adding precision to a statement they want to be accurate. The sovereign's harmonic output is exact. It is providing the template with a precision that I did not believe possible from an entity that has been producing an unstable pulse for 3,000 years. It's been preparing, Naravas said, from the breach point. It has been practicing that frequency for months, since the Bond 6 completion activated the scaffold. Another silence in the reconstruction chamber. Then Feng Xiao, without looking up from the formation work, said something she rarely said, beautiful. The words settled into the reconstruction chamber's ambient energy. Not beautiful in the aesthetic sense. Beautiful in the sense that a formation master uses the word, which is closer to structurally correct and operating as intended, and matching the principles that define good work. Wei Liang Chen kept his focus on the alignment. Losing precision during Phase 1 would require restarting, and the buffer was finite. But through the resonance seal's extended awareness, he felt the group's collective state. Celestia monitoring with the focused attention of 3,000 years of practice. Feng Xiao absorbed in the formation work and Naravas's ongoing explanation. Mira Ashvale and Yuan Mei managing the perimeter and timeline respectively. Lin Suin and Song Baiha at the middle ward's entry point providing the network's surface-level stability. 8 people, each in their specific position, each contributing what they specifically could, the whole producing something none of them could have produced alone. That was, he thought, still holding the alignment, still monitoring the scaffold's progress, still managing 7 bonds worth of harmonic precision, exactly what genuine bonds produced. Not a collection of capabilities. A network. The scaffold continued reading. The alignment held. The sovereign's template was precise and steady and practiced, and, as Naravas had said, prepared. 3 months of preparation for this specific frequency output. Celestia reported at hour 3. On schedule. No deviations. No deviations. After 3,000 years of a seal that had been deviating at accelerating rates, no deviations felt like its own kind of beautiful. Chapter 84. The first day of the reconstruction ended with Phase 1 complete. The scaffold had successfully read and recorded the sovereign's current harmonic signature. The inscription system, the first cultivator's architecture, which had been holding the dormant template for 3,000 years, had absorbed the signature and was preparing to incorporate it into the inner seal's redesigned structure. Wei Liang Chen emerged from the alignment session with the cultivation channels worked and tired in a way that 8 hours of standard cultivation would not have produced. The resonance seal's active use drew on the bond's combined energy at a rate that was higher than the maintenance rotation's cage light sessions. Sleep, Yuan Mei said. Not a recommendation. An instruction. For hours, he said. 6. The Phase 2 window is in 11 hours, per the timeline. 6 hours of sleep, 2 hours of preparation, 3 hours of buffer. She met his eyes with the flat precision she used for operational non-negotiables. 6 hours. He slept 6 hours. Through the bond network, even sleeping, the sovereign's pulse was present, not disruptive, just there. The way a heartbeat is there. The way the cage's pulse had been present in his chest since Bond 5. During the 6 hours of sleep, he was aware, not conscious, not monitoring, but aware in the way the bond network provided continuous background presence of the reconstruction chamber's activity. Celestia maintaining the monitoring interface. Naravas still at the breach point. The Phase 1's completion allowing her to shift her formation technique to a slightly less intensive configuration, resting within the parameters of what the rebuilt scaffold could support. Feng Xiao, he suspected, had not slept at all. Her presence in the network had the specific quality of someone working through documentation, capturing what she had seen from the breach point's technical examination while the detail was still fresh. Yuan Mei had organized a supply rotation that meant food and water were available at the reconstruction chamber's depth, without requiring surface ascent. The practical thoroughness of it was, in the dim awareness of his sleeping state, reassuring. She had thought of everything. When he woke, Celestia had prepared a briefing on Phase 2's specific requirements. The inscription work would require the sovereign to actively hold the template, while Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels, guided by Celestia's knowledge of the cage's structure and Feng Xiao's formation expertise, wrote the new architecture into the inner seal's fundamental layer. The sovereign must maintain the template for the full 12 hours of Phase 2, Celestia said. It cannot shift or modulate. Any variation in the template during the inscription will create inconsistencies in the new architecture. 12 hours of a single, sustained frequency. Yes, I have communicated this requirement through the outer seal's interface. The sovereign's response was, she paused. The equivalent of I understand. I am ready. How did it respond? Pattern 7 in the outer seal's standard communication system, she said. Its own version of that pattern, modified, carrying what I would interpret as acknowledgement and commitment simultaneously. Pattern 7 was, this is taking too long. Where are you? The one she had admitted projecting 900 years ago in a moment of frustrated patience. The sovereign had taken that pattern and turned it into something that now meant readiness. It had, Wei Liang Chen thought, a very particular sense of humor for an entity that had been imprisoned for 3,000 years. He ate what Yuan Mei had left him, reviewed Celestia's Phase 2 briefing, and sat for a time in the quiet of the chamber's lower level. Lin Suyin found him there and said nothing, only settled beside him, close enough that the first bond's warmth moved between them without effort, the way it always did when she was near. She was doing something that he recognized from many months of her company. She was letting him have the quiet without filling it. When he was ready, they went up to where the others waited. Chapter 85 Phase 2 began on the morning of the second day. The inscription work was nothing like anything Wei Liang Chen had done before, and nothing like what cultivation theory described. He was not a formation master. His Heaven Gate perception allowed him to read the cage's structures, but writing into them required a different application of the inscription channel's capabilities. Celestia guided the writing. Feng Qiao managed the formation interface, and he provided the energy and the precision that the resonance seal's completion architecture allowed. The experience was spatial. The inner seal's foundation layer was not a physical surface. It was a harmonic space, a region of concentrated sealing energy that had structure the way a formation array had structure, not material, but organized according to specific principles. The inscription work in that space was like carving in air, except that the carving stayed. The sovereign held its template frequency with the precision Celestia had promised. 12 hours of a single, sustained harmonic, without variation, without interruption, without any of the distributed behavioral complexity that the outer seal's diagnostics usually showed. It was focused. The entity that had spent 3,000 years observing, modulating, adjusting, communicating in complex multi-layered pulse patterns, focusing itself into a single note, and holding it with the stability of something that had been practicing this exact thing for months. The inscription work built on the template hour by hour. Not quickly. The cage's foundation layer required care. Each character of the new architecture dependent on the previous one, the cumulative structure requiring ongoing integrity at every level. At hour 6, the sovereign added something unexpected. Not a deviation from the template, the fundamental frequency held, but alongside it, at a sub-frequency that didn't interfere with the inscription work but was unmistakably present, the sovereign added a second element. Not the template, something else. It was what it had communicated in the three-way channel, the feeling of vast, patient, interested attention, but directed not outward at the seal, not at Wei Liang Chen's inscription work, directed inward, at itself. It was watching itself change. Is that disrupting the inscription? Feng Qiao asked. No, it's parallel to the template. The inscription channels aren't reading it. He paused in the work, allowing himself a moment to process the sub-frequency's quality. It's observing the reconstruction, watching the new architecture form. With what intent? Curiosity. He felt it clearly through the resonant seal's active connection. The same curiosity it shows in every communication. It is watching its own seal being redesigned for what it has become, and it is curious about what that looks like from inside. Celestia was very still at the diagnostic interface. Through the bond, her ancient emotional landscape was doing something that had no easy name. 3,000 years of careful containment and observation, and now watching the occupant of what she had contained for so long watching itself become something new. Continue the inscription, she said, after a moment. The subfrequency is stable and non-interfering. It may be providing a form of alignment feedback, the sovereign monitoring the accuracy of the template's implementation. Helping from inside, Mira Ashvale said. Yes, as it has been for 60 years. The inscription continued. Hour by hour, the new architecture built itself into the inner seal's foundation, and the entity that would live within it watched the building with the focused, curious attention of something that had learned, over 300 years of watching a single human make choices, what it meant to care about outcomes. At hour 9, Song Baiha brought water to each of them in turn, moving quietly, reading the room with the careful social intelligence that made her Bond 4's anchor. She did not ask questions. She set the cup beside each person and went. At hour 11, she did it again. Wei Liang Chen drank without breaking the inscription work's concentration, and the sovereign's template held, and the new architecture grew. Chapter 86. The inscription work for Phase 2 completed 12 hours after it began. Wei Liang Chen withdrew from the foundation layer's harmonic space with the specific weariness of someone who has held perfect concentration for half a day in conditions where imperfect concentration would have required starting over. The cultivation channels were not damaged. The resonance seal's architecture managed the energy load without pushing past safe limits. But he was comprehensively tired in a way that went past physical. Celestia caught him before he could sit down on the reconstruction chamber's floor. "Don't sit," she said. "Walk. If you stop moving, the fatigue will settle, and Phase 3 becomes more difficult." He walked. The reconstruction chamber's formation markers provided the route, and he moved along it with the deliberate attention of someone working through a necessary process rather than the desire for rest. Celestia walked beside him, the outer seal's diagnostic interface in her hands, monitoring the cage's response to the completed inscription. Phase 2 was accurate to 97.3%, she said. The 3 remaining areas of minor deviation are within the scaffold's self-correction parameters. The redesigned architecture will normalize them over the next 72 hours after the living anchor is established. The Sovereign's subfrequency monitoring. Did it affect the accuracy? The analysis suggests it improved it. She turned to show him the diagnostic data, the inscription's structural map, the template comparison, the deviation measurements. The Sovereign's observation of the process appears to have provided real-time feedback. In the 3 sections where my initial inscription guidance was less precise, the subfrequency showed a subtle harmonic adjustment that corresponds exactly to the inscriptions that are within normal tolerance. She paused. It corrected for my errors. Cooperating. More than cooperating. Contributing. There is a difference. She set the interface down. I have spent 3,000 years ensuring the Sovereign was contained. I did not expect to find myself grateful for its contribution to a sealing architecture. Is it strange? It is new, she said, with the careful precision she brought to emotional vocabulary. I am learning, at 3,000 years of age, what it feels like when the thing you have been tending for your entire life turns out to have been tending you back. She paused at the end of the walking circuit. Not what I expected. Not unwelcome. Nara Voss, from the breach point, added without ceremony. 300 years of the same. Celestia looked at her across the reconstruction chamber. 2 women who had been the cage's most direct human contacts for their respective centuries. One from the outside, one from the inside, acknowledging each other's experience. "Yes," Celestia said. "I believe you understand." "I do," Nara Voss said. They ate at the reconstruction chamber's depth, a formation-enhanced meal that Yuan Mei had organized with the practical thoroughness she brought to all logistics. The food was basic but sufficient. The formation Feng Xiao had built at the descent route's midpoint maintained a stable temperature and chi environment that made extended work viable. Phase 3, Yuan Mei said. Living anchor establishment. Walk me through the failure modes. Celestia provided them. For possible points of complication, each with a specific recovery protocol. The most serious failure mode was Wei Liang Chen losing inscription channel coherence during the anchor's initial establishment, which would require restarting the anchor connection from the beginning, consuming 4 to 6 hours of the 8-hour buffer. The most likely cause of coherence loss, Feng Xiao added, is the Sovereign's harmonic output deviating from the rebuilt architecture's parameters during the anchor's first activation. If there's a mismatch, the anchor channels register it as interference. Has the Sovereign been briefed? Yuan Mei asked. It knows, Nara Voss said. I communicated the requirement this morning through the breach points interface. It responded with what I have come to recognize as acknowledgement and preparedness simultaneously. The same pattern it used for Phase 2, Celestia confirmed. Then we proceed at the scheduled time, Yuan Mei said. Get 8 hours. He slept 8 hours. No negotiation. The Phase 2 completion had used enough of his reserve that Yuan Mei's instruction was not an imposition but a recognition of what the body knew before the mind admitted it. Chapter 87 Phase 3 began on the morning of the 3rd day. The living anchor's establishment was the simplest of the 3 phases in physical terms. Not inscription work, not alignment sessions, not sustained 12-hour precision. A single, extended activation of the resonance seal's completion architecture, during which the seal's structural foundation would integrate permanently with Wei Liang Chen's cultivation channels. Simple in physical terms, not in any other terms. He stood at the reconstruction chamber's center, the 7 harmonics active in his inscription channels, the cage light at maximum resonance, the rebuilt inner seal's architecture humming with the specific frequency that the 2 days of work had established. Around him, the network waited. Celestia at the diagnostic interface. Feng Xiao at the breach point's formation anchor. Yuan Mei coordinating above the middle ward. Lin Suyin at the entry point, her foundation harmonic steady in the network. And through the seventh bond, Naravas. She was watching him with the steadiness of 3 centuries, the formation technique that had held the breach point for 300 years operating at what he now understood was well below her actual capability. She had been conserving for this moment, maintaining minimum viable stability so that when the living anchor established, she would have the full capacity to gradually release the breach point to the new architecture. The seal is ready, Celestia said. The sovereign is ready, Naravas confirmed. He looked at the space around him, the reconstruction chamber, the 3 days of work, the inner seal's rebuilt architecture visible through Heaven Gate perception as a structure that was different from what had been there before. Not more complex, not more powerful, more honest, built for the entity that existed rather than the entity that had been feared. Through the seventh bond, Naravas's presence was a steady warmth. The formation technique she was maintaining at the breach point, the rebuilt architecture already taking a portion of the structural load she had been carrying alone, her capacity freed just enough to be fully present in the network for this. He looked at the breach point. She met his eyes across the reconstruction chamber's space. Ready, he asked. For 300 years, she said. I know. He paused. Thank you for holding it until I got here. Her expression, the quiet steadiness, the reserve of someone who has carried something alone for a very long time, shifted. Not dramatically, but the shift was real, and through the seventh bond, her emotional landscape was visible clearly for the first time. 3 centuries of patient, deliberate choice, and underneath it, something that had been waiting for exactly this acknowledgement without knowing whether it would ever come. Go, she said. Do it correctly. He activated the confirmation. System note, living anchor establishment requires confirmation. This action is permanent. Cultivation ceiling will be set at current progression trajectory maximum, projected at Dao anchor, rank 10, based on current trajectory and bond network amplification. The permanent channel between seal bearer and rebuilt cage will be established. Confirm? He confirmed. The activation was not painful. He had expected something dramatic. The system's warnings had used language that implied significant physical impact. What he felt instead was the specific sensation of something settling. The way a formation array settles when its final component is installed and the whole structure coheres. The way a chord sounds complete when the last note joins it. The inscription channels incorporated the anchor connection, not as an addition but as an integration. The resonance seal's completion architecture became part of the cultivation system's permanent infrastructure, the rebuilt cage's pulse joining the 7 harmonics as an 8th constant presence. Not his heartbeat and the cage's pulse beating side by side, as they had since Bond 5. His heartbeat and the cage's pulse synchronized. The same rhythm, the same interval, the permanent and continuous connection that the redesign had built toward. The sovereign felt it through the rebuilt architecture. Its response came through the permanent channel, not the full 3-way communication, the attenuated version that the living anchor provided. A feeling, not words. Not the complex layered communication of the 3-way session. The feeling was settled. Finally, after 3,000 years, something that was the entity's equivalent of the feeling he had just experienced. The feeling of cohering. Chapter 88. The cage light around the breach point changed character when the living anchor established. Not brighter, more integrated. The projection that had previously been an external force applied to an external structure was now something that moved through the rebuilt architecture as if it had always been there. The breach point's formation, which Naravas had maintained for 300 years against the structural failure that the first cultivator's inscription work had been unable to prevent, responded to the new architecture with the specific quality of a structure that has found the support it was designed to work with. Naravas began the release. Slowly, not abandoning the breach point. That would have been dangerous, the formation technique still providing redundancy during the transition, but gradually reducing her direct harmonic contribution, allowing the rebuilt architecture to take the load that had been hers for 3 centuries. The rebuilt architecture held integrity at breach point, 94%, Celestia reported, reading the diagnostic. The rebuilt architecture is absorbing the structural load. The new inscription's harmonic frequency is aligned with the sovereign's current signature. No resonance mismatch. A pause. It's working. I noticed, Wei Liang Chen said. Through the permanent channel, the sovereign's presence was continuous but different from the 3-way communication session. Less the direct knowing of the foundational frequency, more a sustained awareness. The way a friend's presence in the same house is felt even when no conversation is happening. The entity in the cage was present, aware, and what he felt through the channel was not the focused attention of communication, but the vast, patient steadiness of something that has been waiting for a particular feeling and has finally arrived at it. Nara Voss completed the release at hour 6. The formation technique that had been her purpose for 300 years wound down with the careful precision of a master dismantling a structure they built. Not discarded, not abandoned, but no longer needed. She floated free of the breach point's harmonic position for the first time in 300 years. The formation technique that had sustained her at the breach point, the closed-loop resonance cycle, the adaptive stabilizers, 3 centuries of continuous modification, she did not abandon it. She let it dissolve, the same way the technique had been assembled, gradually, thoughtfully, one component at a time. The cage's rebuilt architecture absorbed each released component into its own structure, the formation work becoming part of the permanent design rather than the temporary scaffolding that had compensated for its absence. 300 years of improvised structural work, incorporated into the seal's permanent foundation. Feng Xiao watched this with an expression that Wei Liang Chen recognized as the formation master's version of profound respect. Not admiration of a person, but recognition of technique that had been developed under the most demanding conditions imaginable and had proven itself against 3 centuries of continuous use. The dissolution effect at her edges began to reverse. Not quickly. 3 centuries of partial void merge did not undo in minutes. But the direction changed. The void energy that had been replacing her physical form with something less bounded began to organize. The rebuilt architecture's harmonic environment providing the structural context that her cultivation system could use to recohere. 300 years, Mira Ashvale said, watching through Heaven Gate perception. 300 years, Nara Voss confirmed. She was looking at her hands, the edges still translucent, but less so than they had been when he first descended to the breach point. The sovereign told me once, in the early decades, that it understood why I stayed. Not why I was useful to the seal's stability. Why I chose. She paused. At the time, I wasn't sure its understanding was accurate. I wasn't certain I understood it myself. What did you understand by the end? That staying was the right choice. Not because it produced a good outcome, I couldn't know that, but because the alternative was to leave something alone that needed company. She looked at the rebuilt breach point, seamless where the crack had been. The inscription works new frequency visible through Heaven Gate perception as the specific color of a structure built correctly. I think that is the most honest account I can give of a 300-year decision. Chapter 89 The ascent from the reconstruction chamber took 2 hours. Not because of difficulty, the formation arrays were still functional, the descent route still navigable, but because the group moved slowly, Nara Voss taking each step with careful attention, her physical form still in the process of recohering, the void energy's partial withdrawal, creating the specific unsteadiness of someone relearning a relationship with gravity. Mira Ashvale walked on her other side, her fringe guardian's experience with void-adjacent conditions making her presence the most practically useful for the physical navigation. She did not offer unnecessary assistance. She watched, assessed, moved when the terrain required it, stepped back when it didn't. The kind of support that was available without being imposed. The void energy withdrawal, Nara Voss said, during a pause at one of Feng Xiao's formation array markers. How long does the reversal process typically take for partial void merge cases? You are the only case I know of, Mira Ashvale said. The fringe communities have documentation of void-adjacent exposure effects, but nothing at 3 centuries of duration. You're beyond the documented range. That is informative. She tested the next step. Helpful to know the range ends so I know not to expect guidance from the literature. Feng Xiao is building you the formation, Mira Ashvale said. It'll help with the timeline. Yes. Nara Voss paused, something in her expression shifting, the quiet reserve opening slightly. 300 years without help. Now there is help everywhere I look. A pause. I don't know how to navigate that yet. I expect I will learn. You will, Mira Ashvale said. It takes practice. Yes, Nara Voss said. I expect most things do. Feng Xiao walked beside her. The tertiary stabilizer modification you built at the breach point, she said, picking up a conversation from the previous day. The closed-loop resonance cycle, is that derived from the same principle as the Ashvale family's watchpost technique? Adjacent principle, different application. Nara Voss's voice was the same quiet steadiness even while managing the recohering. She was, Wei Liang Chen reflected, remarkably good at doing multiple things simultaneously. The Ashvale technique uses the void energy's properties to sustain a cycle that doesn't require ambient qi. My modification uses the sealing energy's properties to sustain a cycle that doesn't require either ambient qi or active cultivation input. The goal is the same, self-sustaining stability, but the mechanism is different. A closed loop that uses the seal's own energy. The seal is the energy source. The stability is a property of the architecture, not of external maintenance. She paused at a particularly difficult step, placed her foot carefully, continued. It was the only viable approach. I had cultivation energy, but sustaining constant output for 3 centuries wasn't feasible. The technique needed to become self-sustaining, or I would have failed within the first decade. You developed this in the first decade. The first 14 months. Feng Xiao was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was the specific quality of someone who has encountered technique that genuinely expands their understanding. Can you walk me through the energy balance equations? The closed loop's harmonic recycling coefficient. Yes, I'll need a writing surface. I have a portable notation kit. Wei Liang Chen, walking behind them, heard the conversation shift into technical territory that moved faster than he could follow. What he could follow was what Soul Echo showed him. Feng Xiao's emotional landscape had the quality she never showed in any other context. The deep, absorbed pleasure of a formation master encountering knowledge that extended what she knew was possible. And Naravas's landscape, for the first time since he had been able to read it without the breach point's harmonic distortion, curiosity. The outward-directed curiosity of someone who has spent 3 centuries focused on a single problem and has just arrived in a world full of new ones. Chapter 90. The outer ward at the surface was different. He noticed it through sovereign sense before his eyes adjusted to the surface's light, a change in the cage's pulse that registered as structural rather than behavioral. The rebuilt inner seal's architecture had stabilized during the ascent, the breach point's new formation holding without Naravas's presence, the 6 deteriorating nodes receiving the supplemental support from the rebuilt system's redistribution of harmonic load. The outer seal's diagnostic interface showed what the change meant in numbers. Inner seal integrity, 89.2%. Celestia said, reading the interface with the precision of 3,000 years of practice interpreting exactly these numbers. Up from 12% at the time of the reconstruction's initiation. The rebuilt architecture is performing at projected parameters. She paused. The 7 deteriorating nodes are stabilizing at the expected rate. Estimated full stabilization, 3 weeks. And the breach point specifically? 100% integrity. The rebuilt inscription work is self-sustaining at the breach point's position. No external maintenance required. The outer ward was quiet. The chorus witnesses were standing at their designated perimeter position, watching. The chorus senior representative's expression was the specific quality that sovereign sense read as grief acknowledged and not resolved, but held. The kind of holding that required active work, the way maintaining a difficult cultivation stance required muscle memory developed over time. Wieland was sitting on the outer ward's eastern perimeter stone, his scholars gathered around him, all of them studying documents from the Shattered Mirror archive. He had been working throughout the reconstruction days, cross-referencing the archive's descriptions of the redesigned protocol with the diagnostic data Celestia had shared. When Wei Liang Chen passed, Wieland looked up. The accuracy of the reconstruction? He asked. 97.3%. Self-correction within 72 hours. The archive projected 95 to 98% as the achievable range. He nodded once. Within parameters. A pause that was longer than his usual precision required. I would like to know the sovereign's response to the rebuilt architecture. When you have it. You'll have it. He held Wieland's gaze. When you made the choice to share the archive, what moved you? The Grand Architect was quiet for a moment. I have spent my career believing that the cage's sealing energy was a resource. That the first cultivators had built something that could be used rather than maintained. He looked at the outer ward's formation. The archive contains the redesigned protocol. The redesigned protocol requires the sovereign's active cooperation as a structural element. An entity that is a structural element of its own containment is not a resource. It is a party. He paused. I did not want to be the person who withheld information from the party who needed it most. Wei Liang Chen nodded. Not forgiveness. That was not his to give, for the harm Wieland had caused to others. But recognition of the choice made. The sovereign's response, Wieland said quietly. When you have it. Yes, he said. You'll have it. Nara Voss reached the surface at the end of the group's ascent and stood for a long moment with her eyes closed. When she opened them, she looked at the sky with the specific quality of someone who has been away from something for so long that its return requires full attention. The color is the same, she said. Were you afraid it had changed? Yes. She looked at it for another moment. I was afraid everything had changed and I would not recognize it. That 300 years would have altered it past what I remembered. The sky doesn't change much in 3 centuries. No. Her voice was very quiet. But I did. I was afraid that the changed version of me would see a different sky than the one I remembered leaving. She was quiet for a moment. It looks the same. Which means the change didn't take that away. The outer ward's formation shimmer moved in its maintenance patterns. The rebuilt cage's pulse beat through the permanent anchor in Wei Liang Chen's chest. Not his heart's rhythm joined to the cage's, but the cage's pulse joined to his. Something that would be with him for the rest of his life. He stood in the outer ward's formation light and let the feeling of that settle. Permanent. Correct. His. Chapter 91. The outer ward settled into a different rhythm after the reconstruction. The cage light maintenance rotation was no longer necessary. The rebuilt architecture was self-sustaining, Naravas no longer tied to the breach point. The living anchor's permanent connection providing the ongoing harmonic presence that the seal required. What remained was monitoring, and for that Celestia's outer seal diagnostic interface was sufficient. Naravas used the first full day after the ascent to sleep. 12 hours, in the central spire's guest chamber, in a room where the formation work maintained the specific chi environment that her void-adjacent physiology still required. Wei Liang Chen checked on her twice, not intrusively, just through the bond network's ambient awareness, and found the same quality in her presence both times. Rest, genuine and deep. The rest of someone who has finished a very long task. When she woke, she sat in the outer ward's central convergence point and looked at the formation work for 2 hours without speaking. Songbaiha sat beside her and did not speak either. The scholar's instinct recognized when documentation was not yet appropriate. After 2 hours, Naravas said, 300 years is a specific kind of experience. Not long in the way that a journey is long. Long in the way that a practice is long. The same thing, differently, every day, until the same thing and the different thing and the everyday become indistinguishable from each other. What was the same thing? Songbaiha asked, holding the breach point's formation. Every day, always the same technique, always the same position, always the same fundamental output. And the different thing? Everything else. The sovereign's communications. The pattern language developing. Celestia's pulse network signals from the outer ward. The archived documents I requested through the outer seal's communication relay, when I still had the notation capacity to read them. A pause. The way the void energy in my physical form changed year by year. The way my perception adapted. 300 years of adaptation. The first 50 years, I was trying to maintain myself as I had been. Foundation forging ranked when I arrived. A research cultivator, not a practitioner, someone who cultivated for comprehension rather than power. I kept trying to sustain that person's relationship with cultivation. She looked at her hands, more solid today than yesterday, the recohering continuing at its gradual pace. By year 100, I had stopped trying to be the person I was and started trying to be the person the breach point required. Who was that? Someone who could hold a position for the rest of their life and find it enough. She was quiet for a moment. It was, eventually, enough. Not in a resigned way. In the way that anything becomes sufficient when it is genuinely yours. Songbaiha wrote for a long time after that. At the camp's evening gathering, Naravas spoke to the full group for the first time. Not the focused exchanges of the reconstruction period, but an account of what she had observed from the breach point that she thought each person should know. She moved through the group methodically, the scholar's habit of considering audience evident in how she framed each piece. To Lin Suyin, the sovereign had specifically noticed the first bond sealing. Not as a structural event, as a person. It had observed Bond 1 with the specific attention of something that recognizes a new kind of presence. To Mira Ashvale, the erosion moderation had been deliberate from the first adjustment. Not accidental. Not incidental. A choice made with full awareness of what it meant to reduce harm for specific individuals in specific places. To Celestia, the sovereign had been aware of the outer ward's maintenance throughout. Every circuit walked, every adjustment made to the outer seal's formation, every 3,000-year dawn that had come and gone above the cage, it had known. And it had appreciated the care, in the only way available to it, by maintaining the inner seal's cooperation with the outer seal's integrity. Celestia, when she heard this, was very still for a long time. It knew, she said finally. Always, Naravas said. Chapter 92. On the fourth day after the reconstruction, the permanent channel spoke for the first time. Wei Liang Chen was eating breakfast in the outer ward's central space when it happened. Not the full three-way communication, not the foundational frequencies direct knowing. The attenuated version, the ongoing background awareness that the living anchor provided, but with a specific quality that distinguished it from the constant baseline. Intentional communication. It was a single concept, transmitted through the rebuilt cage's harmonic structure at the level the permanent channel operated. Not a word, not a pattern, a state. He would have described it to Songbaiha, who immediately asked, as, the feeling of a room becoming a home. Elaborate, she said. The cage, the rebuilt architecture. Before the reconstruction, The sovereign's presence in the cage was contained. The seal was around something. Now he paused. Now the rebuilt architecture responds to the sovereign's presence the way a structure responds to the person who lives in it. Not containing. Accommodating. Song Baiha wrote this down. She had been writing for 4 days. Does it communicate specific content? Information? Not yet. I don't think the channel at this level is designed for complex communication. It's a maintenance connection, not a dialogue. He thought about how to describe it accurately. It's more like the awareness you have of another person's presence when you share a space. Not what they're thinking, that they're there. The sovereign aware of the connection. Both directions. I'm aware of the sovereign's presence. It's aware of mine. The channel is bidirectional. That's different from the outer seal's one-directional monitoring. Yes. He paused. It feels right. Like the communication it was always supposed to be, starting from the smallest possible level. The chorus senior representative requested a formal briefing that morning. Yuan Mei delivered it, systematic, complete, the same standard she held for all communications. The representative listened with the same careful attention they had brought to every briefing since their arrival, the emotional signature beneath the composed exterior doing the slow, difficult work of rebuilding a worldview. When Yuan Mei finished, the representative was quiet for a long time. We came here to witness the cage being opened, they said. What we witnessed was something I do not have a name for. A redesign, Yuan Mei said. Is there a tradition for this? A precedent? Not at this scale. Yuan Mei paused. But the principle is established. A seal built for what is, rather than what was, is more stable, more honest. The chorus's generations of observation of the cage's degradation. That observation is not wasted because the solution was different from what you expected. The observation was the evidence that a solution was needed. The evidence that the sovereign had changed. Correct. Without the chorus's communities at the fringe, without the erosion moderation being documented, without the witness of what the degradation cost, the argument for the redesign has less foundation. Yuan Mei met the representative's eyes with the direct honesty she brought to everything. Your people's suffering was real. The cause you died for was real. The mechanism was different from what you understood. Those 3 things are all simultaneously true. The representative was quiet for a long time after that. Wei Liang Chen sat with the group afterward in the outer ward's central space. The debrief was informal. Celestia at her diagnostic interface, Feng Qiao and Nara Voss working through the breach point documentation they had been building, Lin Suyin cultivating in the formation light, Song Baiha writing. The chorus will take years to recalibrate, Yuan Mei said, with the assessing tone she brought to organizational analysis. 400 years of unified purpose, resolved. That's a significant structural disruption. They've been watching the cage for 400 years, Wei Liang Chen said. They understand it better than almost anyone. That knowledge doesn't disappear because the purpose changed. What does it become? Something useful. Celestia needs outer seal maintenance support. Nara Voss needs time to recohere and reorient before deciding what she does next. The outer ward needs an operational presence that isn't solely Celestia. He paused. A community with 400 years of cage observation experience and practical void-adjacent formation knowledge. That community might want to do something with what they know. Yuan Mei considered this with the careful attention she brought to organizational proposals. The fringe community's experience in void-adjacent territory management. The chorus's cage observation tradition. Celestia's outer seal expertise. Nara Voss's inner seal understanding. She paused. A new kind of outer ward organization. Something like that. It would require the chorus's consent. Their decision, not yours. Of course. He paused. But someone should mention the possibility to the representative before they leave. I'll include it in the final briefing, Yuan Mei said. Framed as an option, not a direction. That's the right framing. Chapter 93 Nara Voss's recohering reached a new threshold on the 6th day. She had been sitting in the outer ward's central convergence point, in the position she had adopted since the ascent, close to the outer seal's formation shimmer, where the harmonic environment was densest and most supportive of the void energy's gradual withdrawal. Feng Qiao had spent 2 days building a supplemental formation specifically for her recohering process. The Ashvale family's void-adjacent techniques adapted to support the reverse transition, withdrawal from partial void merge instead of the management of ongoing void-adjacent conditions. On the 6th day, Nara Voss's edges became solid. Not completely. The void energy's 3-century integration would take months to fully withdraw. But the translucency that had made her edges uncertain was replaced by a consistent physical form, the dissolution effect reversing past the threshold where she was more present than absent. She looked at her hands for a long time. I remember when this happened the other direction, she said, to no one in particular. The first time I noticed my edges going translucent. The 42nd day, at the breach point. Were you afraid? Lin Suyin asked. I was surprised. Fear came later, when I understood what it meant. She turned her hands over. 300 years of going in one direction. 6 days of going in the other. A pause. The reversal is faster than the process. Feng Xiao's formation, Mira Ashvale said. Her formation and the rebuilt architecture's harmonic environment. Nara Voss looked at Feng Xiao with the specific regard of someone acknowledging genuine technical contribution without excessive ceremony. The formation work is precise. The Ashvale technique was the foundation, Feng Xiao said. I adapted. The technique did the real work. The adaptation is the work, Nara Voss said. Adaptation is always the work. She was quiet for a moment. I want to learn cultivation again. What I had at Foundation Forging was a research practitioner's baseline. I understood cultivation theoretically more than I practiced it. 300 years at the breach point gave me a different relationship with the practice. I want to work with what I now know. The breach point's techniques, Feng Xiao said, and the void-adjacent adaptations, and the cage's harmonic principles as I understand them from direct contact. She paused. I was Foundation Forging for 14 months before I fell through. I don't know what I am now. The void energy changes the framework. The system would tell you, Wei Liang Chen said, if you want to know. Not yet. She looked at the outer ward's formation shimmer. Not yet. I want to spend some time being what I am without a rank attached to it. He understood that. He had had the system's framework framing his experience for months. The understanding that came from standing outside the framework and deciding to enter it again, on one's own terms, was different from the understanding produced by the framework itself. Whenever you're ready, he said. Yes. She turned back to the outer ward's formation shimmer. Whenever I'm ready. The recohering was, Feng Xiao had explained, not simply the void energy withdrawing. It was the cultivation system relearning what physical form meant in its absence. 3 centuries of void-adjacent cultivation had produced a practitioner whose relationship with existence was fundamentally different from any standard cultivation framework. The process of returning to consistent physical presence was partly physical, the void energy disengaging from the meridian channels, and partly something that had no technical vocabulary. Nara Voss was deciding, day by day, what it meant to be fully present again. Some days this was visible in her behavior. She touched things, the outer ward's stone, the formation spire's inscription work, the lichen that grew in the harmonic-rich spaces between the anchor lines, with the deliberate attention of someone cataloging sensation. Not because sensation was unfamiliar, but because the specific quality of physical sensation was different from the breach point's primarily harmonic experience. What does it feel like? Lin Suyin asked, one afternoon, watching Nara Voss hold a piece of the outer ward's amber-tinted stone. Dense, Nara Voss said, after a moment. The matter is very dense. I had forgotten how much is packed into physical things. 300 years at the breach point, where matter was losing density. Yes, the contrast is noticeable. She set the stone down carefully. I am cataloging. I expect the cataloging will take a long time. Take the time it takes, Lin Suyin said. Nara Voss looked at her with an expression that was, for the first time, clearly readable, recognition of a person who meant it. I intend to, she said. Chapter 94. The Hollow Chorus delegation arrived on the 8th day after the reconstruction. Not the fringe compound's representative. The organization's central council, traveling from the primary community several hundred kilometers north of the outer ward. 36 cultivators, all of them senior, their cultivation signatures spanning Spirit Vale to Heaven Gate. Through sovereign sense, their collective emotional signature was the complex mixture Wei Liang Chen had come to associate with the chorus. Conviction held alongside evidence that challenged it, the painful work of integration happening in real time. They had been traveling since the reconstruction began. Someone at the outer ward's perimeter had sent a communication, not the senior representative, who had maintained scrupulous information discipline since arriving. Someone else, lower in the organization, who had used a personal communication relay and sent a signal that the council interpreted correctly. Yuan may receive them at the outer ward's perimeter with the composed efficiency of someone who had anticipated this and prepared accordingly. We are not here to interfere, the council's head stated. An older woman, sovereignteer, with the specific quality of someone who has led a large community through difficult realities for a long time. We are here to understand what happened. You may observe, Yuan Mei said. Ask questions through me or Wei Liang Chen directly. Do not approach the outer seal's formation structures or the breach point access. She paused. Is that acceptable? Yes. The council spent 3 days at the outer ward, observing, asking questions, working through what the reconstruction meant for the organization that had spent 400 years believing that the cage's opening was the answer to the erosion's cause. The 3 days were dense. The council was not passive. They came with prepared questions, organized by category, and worked through them systematically. Their scholarship on the cage was extensive. They had been observing its exterior behavior from the borderlands perspective for generations, and the questions they asked showed genuine understanding of the system's architecture rather than surface-level curiosity. Song Baihe spent significant time with 2 members of the council whose research backgrounds overlapped with the Heaven Record Library's documentation. By the end of the first day, they were trading document references, and Song Baihe had added 3 new observation perspectives to her synthesis, chorus field reports from angles the library had not covered. Feng Xiao sat with the council's formation practitioners on the second day. The conversation was technical and, from what Wei Liang Chen could observe, increasingly animated. The chorus had been doing formation work in void-adjacent conditions for generations. Their practical techniques were different from the Ashvale families, but addressed similar problems. Feng Xiao was collecting techniques the way she had always collected techniques, with the formation master's instinct that practical knowledge from extreme conditions was more valuable than theoretical knowledge from controlled ones. The council knows things, she reported to him that evening, about void-adjacent formation work, about the cage's exterior harmonic behavior over generations of observation. They've been solving problems we didn't know existed. Is that useful? Extraordinarily. She looked at her notation journal, already half filled with new entries. If they're willing to share, the combined archive would be significant. Wei Liang Chen spoke with the council's head on the second day. Your people's observations of the erosion moderation, he said. 400 years of documentation. That evidence was essential to the redesign's justification. Without it, you would have had Celestia's data and Nara Voss's testimony, she said. That might have been sufficient, or it might not have been. The course's observation covered the territory where the moderation was most visible, the inhabited borderlands. That's the evidence that demonstrated the sovereign's awareness of human communities as distinct from uninhabited territory. That's the evidence that the care was directed. She was quiet for a moment. We documented it because we believed the erosion was the cage's failure. We did not document it to provide evidence for the sovereign's evolution. Correct evidence for incorrect reasons is still correct evidence. Yes. A long pause. I am not sure whether to find that comforting or troubling. I think both are appropriate. Yes, she said again. I think you're right. Chapter 95. On the 10th day, the system offered Wei Liang Chen a question. He was in the outer ward's central convergence point at dawn, the formation's full harmonic structure visible in the early light, the rebuilt cage's pulse present in his chest as the constant steady note it had become. The permanent channel carried its continuous quiet awareness. The 7 harmonics sang. The system's notification appeared with a tone he hadn't heard before, not solemn, not formal, not any of the modes he had catalogued over months of careful attention to its communication style. Something lighter, almost inviting. Bond status, July 7th. Complete resonance seal. Active, living anchor established primordial cage integrity. 89.2%. Rebuilding to full design capacity over projected 90-day stabilization period. Void sovereign status. Cooperative within rebuilt architecture. Permanent channel active. Behavioral baseline. Actively stable. Seal bearer cultivation. Heaven gate. Rank 7. Trajectory to Tao anchor. Rank 10. Projected 8 to 12 years with current bond network conditions. Living anchor function. Operational. No anomalies. The rebuilt cage's heartbeat is synchronized with seal bearers. A pause. Then, note, the first cultivator's design is complete. The resonance seal has fulfilled its intended function. The cage has been redesigned for the entity it currently contains. The seal bearer has been established as the living anchor. Another pause. Then the final line, which was not notification format at all. Query. There are realms beyond the 7. The resonance seal's completion produces a perception expansion that the original 7-realm map did not account for. Do you want to know? He looked at the query for a long time. The outer ward's formation light cycled. The chorus delegations were making their preparations to depart. Both the senior representatives group and the Central Council, returning to their communities with the difficult work of explaining what had happened and what it meant. Velan scholars were packing the archive for transport. Nara Voss was walking the outer ward's perimeter for the first time, learning the formation's geography with the careful attention of someone who has been in proximity to something for 300 years and is now seeing it from the outside. Lin Suyin came and sat beside him. The system asked me something, he said. She looked at the notification in his awareness. He had gotten into the habit of leaving the interface visible to her at close range. The no-filters commitment extended into practice. She read it. Realms beyond the seven, she said. Yes. That's a very large query. Yes. She thought about it. Through soul echo, her emotional landscape was the dark gold and the quiet protectiveness, and underneath both of them, the specific curiosity of someone who has just learned that the world is larger than the map she was given. What do you want to do? She asked. I want to not answer yet, he said. I want to sit with not knowing for a while. We've been rushing toward the next thing for 7 bonds worth of months. The cage is rebuilt. Naravas is out. The sovereign is settled. There's no urgency right now. No urgency, she confirmed. So we learned to not have urgency. Practice. She laughed, which was not a common occurrence, and was, as always, better than whatever he had been thinking about when it happened. I knew you were going to say that, she said. Was I wrong? No. She leaned against his shoulder. The outer ward's formation light caught the amber of the 7 harmonics visible in her skin. The Bond 1 enhancement that Celestia had confirmed was permanent. The perceptual range that the first fragment had extended in Lin Suin and never returned to its prior limits. Ask it when you're ready. I'll be here. I know, he said. The cage's pulse beat. The permanent channel carried its quiet awareness. And above the outer ward, the sky was the color Naravas had confirmed was unchanged in 3 centuries. The same color it had always been, and full of things that were new. Chapter 96. 3 weeks after the reconstruction, the inner seal's integrity reached 97%. Celestia read the diagnostic number and then read it again, as if verification required repeated observation. After 3,000 years of watching the inner seal's integrity decline, first slowly, then at accelerating rates that had produced the 12% crisis, she had been prepared for the stabilization to be slower, for the rebuilt architecture to require adjustments, for complications to emerge from the interaction between the new inscription work and the 3,000-year-old foundation it was built into. Instead, 97%. Clean, stable, climbing steadily toward the design parameter that the first cultivators had originally specified. It's doing better than projected, Wei Liang Chen said. Yes. She set the diagnostic interface down. I have been reviewing the explanation. My best analysis. The Sovereign's active cooperation with the rebuilt architecture is providing a maintenance function that the original seal did not have. The first cultivator's design assumed passive containment, the cage holding the Sovereign's void energy working against the sealing structure. The rebuilt architecture, built around the Sovereign's evolved state, receives the Sovereign's harmonic output as a structural contribution rather than a stress. The entity maintaining its own containment. More accurately, the entity maintaining the architectural structure that accommodates it. The distinction matters. Maintaining containment implies ongoing effort against resistance. Contributing to an accommodating architecture implies natural alignment. She looked at the outer ward's formation shimmer. The Sovereign is not being held. It is residing. This distinction had taken Wei Liang Chen several days to fully absorb. He had spent months thinking about the cage as a problem, a structure failing, an entity contained, a timeline approaching. The reconstruction had resolved the problem. What he was still learning was what it meant for there to no longer be a problem. For the cage's pulse in his chest to be not a warning, but a condition of living that had the same texture as breathing. Naravas, sitting in her preferred position near the outer seal's central convergence point, said without looking up from the formation work she was studying, "It takes time. I spent the first decade at the breach point understanding that permanent was not the same as wrong. The anchor is the same. You could hear that conversation from 15 meters? Lin Suin said. The outer ward's formation amplifies harmonic communication. Everything said at this end of the central space is perceptible at the convergence point. She looked up. I did not mention this earlier because nothing said at this end of the central space has been sensitive enough to require privacy. Fair enough, Lin Suin said. I will pretend I cannot hear when privacy is appropriate, Naravas said. Her tone was so completely even that it took Wei Liang Chen a moment to realize it was a dry joke. 3 centuries at the breach point, and her sense of humor had apparently survived intact. Lin Suin's response was the specific smile she used when something genuinely pleased her. I like her, she said, afterward, not particularly quietly. The formation amplifies harmonic communication, Naravas noted, without looking up. I know, Lin Suin said. I was talking to her. There was a pause. Then, from Naravas's direction, a sound that was quieter than a laugh and more deliberate than a cough. It was, Wei Liang Chen thought, possibly the first time in 300 years that she had laughed at something someone else said. The permanent channel carried a flicker of the room that is now a home quality that the Sovereign's communications always had. He was uncertain whether the sovereign was responding to the moment or simply present, as it always was. Perhaps the distinction was becoming less important. The inner seal's projection, he said to Celestia. At the current rate, when does it reach design specification? At 97% today, with the sovereign's maintenance contribution accounted for. She checked the diagnostic. 22 days to reach 99.7%, which is the first cultivator's documented design specification. After that, the architecture is self-sustaining at full capacity. 22 days. Yes. She met his eyes with the steadiness of someone who has spent 3,000 years watching things decline and is now watching them rebuild. 22 days to reach the state it was designed for. From 12% integrity to full design specification in less than 2 months. The sovereign's contribution. Without it, the projection is 14 months. She set the interface down. The difference is the cooperation. The difference has always been the cooperation. Chapter 97. Wieland departed on the 21st day after the reconstruction. He came to Wei Liang Chen before leaving. The document case he had arrived with now largely empty. Most of the Shattered Mirror archive had been shared with Song Baihe for the Heaven Record Library's collection. The work I did with the cage's sealing energy, he said. The attempts to weaponize it. The pressure applied to Feng Qiao and the others. He held the empty case. I cannot undo those choices. No. But I can choose what comes after them. He paused. The Shattered Mirror sect will dissolve. I have sent the necessary communications. The scholars who were with me will disperse to other institutions. Several of them have been offered positions at the Heaven Record Library. A pause. Song Baihe negotiated that. She mentioned she was interested in the archive. She was very persuasive about the library's capacity to preserve and share the sect's research. The ghost of something that might have been respect. She did not mention that preservation and sharing would require the scholars to relocate and the sect to dissolve. She let the logic lead to the conclusion. That is very Song Baihe. Yes. He turned the empty case over. I wanted you to know. The choice to share the archive and the choice to dissolve the sect. I made both before the reconstruction succeeded. I did not wait to see whether I was betting on the winning side. Wei Liang Chen considered this. It was, he thought, genuinely important. The choices made before the outcome was confirmed were different in character from the choices made after. I know, he said. I noticed at the time. Wieland looked at him. The specific quality of someone receiving unexpected recognition, not absolution, not forgiveness, but acknowledgement that a choice was seen. Thank you, he said. He left without adding anything else. Through soul echo, his receding signature carried the quality Wei Liang Chen had been reading in him since the day he had arrived with the archive. Relief. The relief of someone who has been carrying something heavy for a long time and has finally found the correct place to set it down. Feng Qiao watched him leave from the outer ward's perimeter. He had 3 decades of brilliant, harmful work, she said. What do you do with 3 decades of brilliant and harmful? Whatever you do next, Wei Liang Chen said. That's a very easy answer for someone who hasn't done 3 decades of brilliant and harmful. Yes, it is. He paused. Do you think it's wrong? She thought about it. Her formation master's precision applied to the question rather than to a technical problem. No, I think what comes after matters more than what came before. I also think what came before doesn't disappear, and the weight of it is real, and the people who carry it without pretending it's light are the ones doing it honestly. A pause. He was honest about the weight. I'll give him that. She looked at the outer ward's northern approach where Wieland had gone. He trained good scholars, too. The 6 who stayed, they've been useful. 2 of them are working with Song Baihe on the archive synthesis. One of them found a reference in the Shattered Mirror documents that corrects a significant misattribution in the Heaven Record Library's oldest catalog. A pause. The knowledge was worth keeping, even if the organization built around it was not. That's a generous way to think about it. It's an accurate way to think about it. I don't have time for generous assessments that aren't accurate. She turned from the perimeter toward the formation work she had been building before the interruption. The knowledge base that Wieland built, deployed toward the outer ward's maintenance rather than toward weaponization. It would have been significant. It still is, now that it's been reoriented. She looked at the formation. I'm going to use parts of it. The cross-realm formation applications in the Shattered Mirror archive are the most developed I've seen. Some of the principles I've been approximating for 15 years, they had formalized. She paused. That's uncomfortable. Correct knowledge from problematic sources. Yes. Same problem as the chorus's observation data. She picked up a formation marker. I've decided. The knowledge is separate from its origin. The origin matters for understanding context. The knowledge stands on its own merits. That seems right. It is right. It's just not comfortable. Chapter 98. The chorus delegations departed over the course of several days. each group carrying the difficult work of explaining to their communities what had happened and what it meant. The senior representative, who had been present since before the reconstruction, the fringe compound's leader, was last to leave. She waited until the others had gone, then came to Wei Liang Chen at the outer ward's central space in the late afternoon. "I want to tell you something before I go," she said. "Please." "The children I lost, 2 of them, 3 years apart, to the erosion's effects." Her voice was even, the grief too old to produce trembling. "When I came here, I believed that the sovereign's release would make their deaths mean something, that the end of the erosion would justify what it cost. And now I know the erosion will end in 11 years regardless, and the sovereign is neither released nor contained in the way we understood containment." She was quiet for a moment. "Their deaths did not produce the outcome I believed they would produce. The mechanism was wrong." Another pause. "But my children were real. In the 11 years they survived in the fringe before the erosion took them, they spent those years in a community that was watching the boundary, documenting the moderation, building the observation network that became part of the evidence for the redesign." She met his eyes steadily. "They contributed. Not the way I expected, but they contributed." "Yes, they did. I believe you are telling me the truth." She held his gaze with the specific steadiness of someone who has learned, over a lifetime, to distinguish honesty from comfort. "I want to believe it because it helps. I also believe it because it is accurate. Those are 2 different things, and I think it matters to hold them separately." "It does." She nodded once. "The chorus will continue. Not with the same purpose. That purpose has been resolved. We will have to find what we are when we are not waiting for something." A pause. "I think it will take time." "Most things do." "Yes." She turned toward the northern approach. "Thank you. For the witness. For letting us be here." She looked back over her shoulder. "And for telling the erosion's community the truth about the mechanism before you made the choice. I know you did not have to do that first. You deserve to know." "Yes," she said. "We did." She walked away through the outer ward's formation shimmer, and Sovereign Sense tracked her signature as it moved north until it faded past the detection range. Wei Liang Chen stood in the afternoon light and felt the permanent channel's quiet presence, the sovereign aware of the exchange, as it was aware of everything in the outer ward's harmonic range. Not intruding. Present. He reached through the permanent channel, not with a specific communication, just with awareness. Acknowledgement of the shared moment. The channel responded with the room that is now a home feeling, steady and unmistakable. He stayed in the outer ward's central space for a long time after the leader's signature faded from Sovereign Sense's range. The exchange had been important, the kind of conversation that required actual presence in the moment rather than processing after. The grief, the acknowledgement, the specific courage of someone who had built her worldview around a belief and was now rebuilding it around evidence. The chorus leader had done that work with the same discipline that had defined her community's 4 centuries of documentation. Not dramatically, not with collapse or denial, with the steady, effortful honesty of someone who understood that the alternative to working through hard information was not an improvement. He thought about the 7 bonds, each one built in exactly that way, through working toward honest understanding rather than comfortable conclusions. The system had designed the bonds to require genuine connection, and genuine connection required the willingness to be changed by what was real rather than protected by what was preferred. The leader had that willingness. So had every person who had carried this alongside him. He returned to the central spire as the sun began to set, the formation's amber shimmer warming in the evening light, the permanent channel steady in his chest. Chapter 99. A month after the reconstruction, the outer ward's extended camp began to disperse. It happened gradually, each departure made on the group's own schedule. Yuan Mei departed for the Azure Tide Sect's capital, a month of delegation work ahead of her. The Imperial Cultivation Authority, the sect alliances, the territorial implications of the erosion's revised timeline. She left with 11 documentation cases and a communication relay system that would let her coordinate with the outer ward's remaining occupants across the continent. 4 months' absence, she told Wei Liang Chen before departing. "I'll be back. I know. We have unfinished work." She meant the documentation, the diplomatic frameworks, the formal classification of the reconstruction within the cultivation world's political and institutional structures. Yuan Mei's unfinished work was always specific and organized into categories. "I'll send reports. I'll read them. You'll read the summaries." She allowed herself the dry precision. "The full reports you'll read when I return." She was right about this. Mira Ashval's departure was for the fringe. Her family's compound needed the Guardian's return, not urgently. The Ashvale family's cultivation was deep and her absence had been anticipated, but the 11-year erosion timeline required planning that only she could lead. The erosion moderation data had produced specific information about which habitation zones were safe and which required relocation planning. That planning was work for someone who had been born in the fringe and understood its specific geography in the way that 3 generations of inheritance produced. When the erosion front stabilizes, she said, I want to talk about the outer ward. About what comes after for this place. What are you thinking? The first cultivators chose this location because of the harmonic anchor. The anchor still exists. The rebuilt cage is stable here. But the outer ward was built to maintain a crisis. It's not designed for whatever comes next. A different kind of architecture. Yes. She looked at the outer ward's formation spires. I think the fringe communities could help build it. We know how to work in void-adjacent conditions. We understand the cage's harmonic environment at a practical level. And we need something to do when the erosion stops being the immediate problem. She paused. Talk to Celestia about what she needs. Talk to Naravas about what would be useful to preserve. Then let me know. I will. She left with the same directness she brought to everything. A destination, a purpose, a route, and the confident stride of someone who has spent her entire life navigating difficult terrain. Before she was fully out of the outer ward's perimeter, she turned back once. The watch posts, she said. When the fringe planning is stable, when I have the community's relocation framework in place, I want to bring the Ashvale family's formation practitioners here to learn what Feng Xiao and Naravas are documenting. The next generation of fringe guardians needs to know what those techniques produced. I'll make sure the documentation is ready, Feng Xiao called. From the formation work, she had resumed the moment Mira Ashvale finished speaking. Good. Mira Ashvale turned and walked into the northern approach. Feng Xiao stayed longer. She and Naravas had been working through the breach points formation documentation for 3 weeks, and the work was not complete. The joint project had produced 17 pages of technical documentation in the first 10 days. Formation principles that had never been recorded, adapted techniques that combined the Ashvale family's void-adjacent methods with the seal's harmonic architecture in ways that the 2 women kept finding surprising even as they documented them. This could take months, Feng Xiao said, with the specific satisfaction of someone who is not complaining. Take the time it takes, Wei Liang Chen said. The formation applications, she started, then stopped. I'll tell you when I understand them well enough to explain them clearly. I'll look forward to it. He watched her return to the formation work, where Naravas was waiting with the measured patience of someone who has learned to want nothing to be rushed. The 2 of them worked together with the specific harmony of practitioners who approach problems from different directions and keep finding that the different directions converge. Naravas, he thought, was going to be all right. Not immediately. 300 years of void-adjacent existence had left residue that would take time to fully resolve. But the orientation was right. The curiosity was present. The work with Feng Xiao was providing the kind of purpose that reintegration required. Something to do that used what she knew, with someone who understood the value of what she knew. The outer ward was smaller now, the camp's population reduced to its core. Celestia at the diagnostic interface. Feng Xiao and Naravas at the formation documentation. Lin Suyin cultivating in the morning light. And the permanent channel, carrying the sovereign's quiet presence, the rebuilt architecture stable and improving. The conversation that the first cultivators had designed the cage to create finally operating as they had intended. Not over. Continuing. Which was, he understood now, always what the design had been for. Chapter 100 Songbai's departure was the last of the group's dispersal, and she delayed it for a specific reason. She had been writing continuously. The historical documentation of the reconstruction, the translation lexicon for Naravas's pattern language, the theoretical synthesis connecting the first cultivator's design to the sovereign's evolution to the rebuilt architecture's principles. The work was not complete, but it had reached a stage where the Heaven Record Library's resources would accelerate it. On the morning of her departure, she came to Wei Liang Chen with a specific document. I need to give you something before I go, she said. The document was handwritten. Not in her usual precise notation, but in the flowing, slightly imprecise handwriting of someone writing quickly, writing to be read rather than archived. I wrote this last night. It's not research, it's for you. He read it. The document was titled, What Happened, and What It Means, and What I Believe. It was 3 pages. The first covered the historical account, the reconstruction, the bond sequence, the sovereign's evolution, the redesign's implementation. Factual, detailed, complete. The second covered Songbai's interpretation of what it meant, not the political or strategic implications, but the philosophical one. The first cultivators had built a system designed to produce a specific kind of person capable of making a specific kind of decision. That system had worked. The resonance seal's requirements, Genuine bonds, accumulated understanding, the willingness to reach all of the truth before deciding, had produced a seal bearer capable of making the redesign correctly. The third page was the belief section. I believe, she had written, that the first cultivators understood something about the relationship between genuine connection and correct decision-making that has been lost from most cultivation theory. I believe that the resonant seal's design demonstrates that the hardest choices require the most complete relationships with the relevant evidence, human evidence, historical evidence, direct evidence, and that no system of power or rank can substitute for that completeness. I believe that what you did was right, not because it worked, because you did it in the only way that could have been right. He read the third page twice. Thank you, he said. It's accurate, she said. I don't give things for sentiment. A pause. I give them when the record should exist, even if no one asked for it. She was, he thought, not entirely right about the sentiment. But he let it stand, because it was also not entirely wrong. He walked her to the outer ward's perimeter and watched her leave toward the north. The formation shimmer moved behind her. The cage's pulse beat in his chest. The permanent channel carried its quiet awareness. The outer ward was quieter now. Fewer people. The work of the crisis resolved. What remained was the work of what came after, which was different in character and would require different skills and different patience. He went back to the central spire, where Celestia was at the diagnostic interface, and Nara Voss and Feng Xiao were working through a formation problem at the reading surface, and Lin Suyin was sitting in the outer ward's formation light with her eyes closed, the Foundation Resonance's cultivation speed still elevated by the Bond 1 connection. Her cultivation advancing steadily toward the rank that would let her work alongside him in the conditions the outer ward required. The system asked me something, he said. Lin Suyin opened her eyes. The realms beyond the seven, she said. She remembered. Yes. He sat beside her. I think I'm ready to hear the briefing. She looked at him with the dark gold of her trust, steady and complete. Then ask. He reached for the system's query. Acknowledged. Preparing briefing. And above the outer ward, the sky was very clear and the stars were beginning to appear, and the cage's pulse beat steadily in his chest, and the entity that had spent 3,000 years learning what it meant to choose was waiting, with patience that had become one of its defining qualities, for the next conversation. Chapter 101. The first thing Narava said about the sky was that it was smaller than she remembered. She said this 3 days after the ascent, sitting on the outer ward's eastern perimeter stone where Velan had been working. The Shattered Mirror scholars had relocated their study to the ward's interior rooms to give her the stone. No one had asked them to. They had noticed what she was doing, sitting in the same position each morning, looking at the sky with the specific quality of attention that was not meditation but study, and they had moved without being told. Smaller? Lin Suyin asked. She was sitting nearby, her cultivation notebook open but unwritten in. She had been doing this for 3 mornings. Being present without the specific shape of presence that would require Naravas to respond. When I was young, the sky above the fringe communities seemed vast, Naravas said. No ceiling. The clouds moved differently there. The light came at an angle you don't see in the inner realms. She paused. I have been in a chamber below the earth for 300 years. The sky should seem larger now. It does not. Memory compresses differently than experience. Yes. Naravas looked at the sky without blinking. I think the sky I remember is larger than any sky could be. The one I'm looking at now is just sky. A pause. It is still very good. Lin Suyin smiled without looking up. Yes, it is. Through the first bond, Wei Liang Chen felt that exchange without being present for it, the quiet warmth of 2 people finding each other's company useful in a way that required no explanation. He was in the ward's central formation room with Celestia, reviewing the inner seal's 3-week stabilization timeline. The numbers continued to improve. 89.2% at reconstruction's completion, now at 91.4% on day 3 of stabilization. The 6 deteriorating nodes were each holding within projected parameters. The Sovereign's behavioral signature, Celestia said, pulling up the diagnostic column he had been asking about each morning. It has changed from its pre-reconstruction baseline. In what direction? Less distributed, she said. Before the reconstruction, the signature showed the distributed quality I described. Simultaneous occupation of the cage's full harmonic space. Now it is more concentrated, more local. Is that a concern? No. The Shattered Mirror archive describes this as the expected post-redesigned behavioral shift. An entity whose seal is aligned with its actual state no longer needs to compensate by distributing its presence. It can simply be present where it is. She paused. It is, in the archive's language, settling in. Settling in. 3,000 years in a cage that was designed for a different version of itself, and now settling into the version of the cage that fit. Wei Liang Chen stayed with that for a moment. Through the permanent channel, he could feel the quality Celestia was describing, not as diagnostic data, but as presence. The sovereign's pulse in his chest was different from the first time he had felt it through Bond 5's cage awareness. Quieter. Not weaker, quieter. The way a person's breathing changes when they are at rest. What does it feel like to you? Celestia asked. He considered how to answer. Like something has stopped working at a task and has begun simply living. She was quiet. Then, yes. That is precisely what the archive predicts. He turned back to the stabilization data and worked through the afternoon's review with Celestia. The numbers telling a story of something that had been failing for centuries and was now, week by week, becoming whole. The 6 nodes that had been at critical deterioration in the weeks before the reconstruction were all in positive recovery. The breach point's integrity had not shifted from 100%. The outer seal's cooperative maintenance workload had decreased slightly. The rebuilt inner seal was contributing to the system's overall function rather than drawing from it. When the stabilization is complete, he said, what changes in your daily work? Less monitoring. The crisis-level diagnostic frequency was 4 times daily. Standard operational frequency is weekly. Celestia paused. I find I am adjusting to the idea of a week between diagnostic reviews. After 3,000 years of daily monitoring of a failing system, a week feels like a long time. You will have more time. Yes, I am not certain yet what to do with it. A pause that had something of wry honesty in it. I expect I will learn. Chapter 102. On day 5, the chorus senior representative requested a formal meeting. Not with Wei Liang Chen specifically, with the group as a whole. The request was delivered through the chorus witness's designated channel, worded with the specific, careful formality of a faction that was uncertain of its standing and wanted to establish footing before any conversation began. They met in the outer ward's largest formation room. Wei Liang Chen, Lin Suyin, Feng Qiao, Yuan Mei, Song Baihe, Mira Ashvale, Nara Voss. Velan attended as a non-party observer by mutual agreement. Celestia joined through the outer seal's communication array, her presence visible as a steady harmonic hum in the room's formation. The chorus senior representative, Elder Huarian Sek, Wei Liang Chen had learned his name during the reconstruction days, entered with 3 subordinate representatives. His bearing was the specific quality of someone who had spent decades in positions of institutional authority and was now sitting in a room where the institutional frames he operated within did not apply. We came to observe the reconstruction, Elder Sek said. We observed more than we expected. Yes, Wei Liang Chen said. The erosion data. He did not hedge it. The independent deterioration. The chorus's premise, that the sealing energy could be harvested sustainably without affecting the cage's long-term stability, is incorrect. Yes, the harvest rate we have maintained for 400 years has been accelerating a structural failure that would have become irreversible within 60 years of your current estimate. He paused. Within my generation's tenure. 60 to 70 years, Wei Liang Chen confirmed. Huarian Sek was quiet for a moment. Around him, his 3 subordinates maintained the stillness of people who had been briefed on this information and were still processing it. The chorus's current leadership will convene a review, he said. The harvest protocols will be suspended effective immediately. The question of permanent modification, whether the chorus can transition from energy harvesting to cooperative maintenance, the way Celestia has maintained the outer seal, will require full council deliberation. He paused. I am not authorized to make that determination unilaterally. The suspension is enough for now, Wei Liang Chen said. The stabilization timeline is 3 weeks. After that, the inner seal's new architecture will be self-sustaining at the breach point and at the 6 stabilizing nodes. The outer seal's ongoing cooperative maintenance with Celestia will continue. He held the elder's gaze. What the chorus chooses to do with its own role in that maintenance structure is the chorus's decision to make. We will make it carefully, Huarian Sek said. I believe you. The elder's bearing shifted. Not much, but sovereign sense read it clearly. The subtle release of attention that had been held through the full meeting. Not relief, exactly. Recognition. The meeting had established what he had come to establish, that the chorus's error would be taken seriously, but that the response would be proportional rather than punitive. Song Baihe's translation lexicon, which she had been building for the past 2 weeks, was formally shared with the chorus at the meeting's end. The Pulse Pattern Dictionary. The 847 documented patterns with their best-fit translations. She presented it without fanfare, set a copy on the table between them, and said, The sovereign communicates through the outer seal's diagnostic interface. This is what it has been saying. Huarian Sek read the first 3 pages. His expression was unreadable by the time he looked up. How long has this been the case? He asked. Since before the current writing system, Celestia said through the formation array. The patterns predate recorded history. The chorus's founding documents reference diagnostic anomalies as an alignment artifact of the harvest process, he said. We have been cataloging the sovereign's communications as equipment malfunction for 400 years. Yes, Songbai has said, not unkindly. Huaran Sek looked at the lexicon for a long time. May we keep this copy? Yes, Songbai has said. That is what it's for. Chapter 103 Naravas's recohering continued at the rate Feng Xiao's formation predicted. Roughly 2 weeks to full physical stabilization, 3 to 4 months for complete void energy withdrawal. The edges of her hands were less translucent by day 7. By day 10, she could walk without the unsteadiness that the recohering's early phase had produced. She spent much of each day with Feng Xiao. The technical conversation that had begun on the ascent had not stopped. Feng Xiao's portable notation kit had been replaced by a proper formation diagram surface sourced from the outer ward supply room, and the two of them worked through Naravas's closed-loop resonance cycle with the shared focus of practitioners who have found a problem interesting enough to make time disappear. Wei Liang Chen checked in on them on the 8th day and found the formation diagram surface covered in equations he could not read. Feng Xiao was talking rapidly, following a line of notation with one finger. Naravas was making small corrections with the other notation tool, offering alternative approaches at a pace that suggested she had been thinking about these problems for decades. She had. The closed-loop resonance cycle had been her primary technical preoccupation for 3 centuries. She had solved it, lived with it, refined it, and now had a colleague to examine it with for the first time. The harmonic recycling coefficient, Feng Xiao was saying when Wei Liang Chen appeared at the door, uses a different base when the ambient void energy concentration rises above the threshold I've marked here. Naravas indicated a point in the equation. Below the threshold, standard coefficient. Above it, you have to account for the void energy's tendency to absorb rather than reflect harmonic frequencies. The cycle would otherwise damp itself out within the first 72 hours. So you built in an automatic compensation variable. I built in 17 automatic compensation variables over the first 3 years. By year 8, I had refined it to 3. She set down the notation tool. 3 is the minimum for stability across all observed ambient void energy ranges. I verified this empirically. By living in it, Feng Xiao said. By living in it. Yes. Wei Liang Chen retreated without announcing himself. The work they were doing would become the first formal documentation of techniques that had never existed before Naravas's 3 centuries of necessity-driven innovation. Feng Xiao knew this. She had the specific, purposeful energy she brought to projects she recognized as historically significant. The sovereign's post-reconstruction communications had also resumed through the Outer Seal's diagnostic interface, and Songbaihe was capturing them with the care she brought to all lexicon work. The pattern quality was different from the pre-reconstruction baseline, what she described to Wei Liang Chen on the 8th day as calmer and more deliberate. Pre-reconstruction, the sovereign's pulse patterns had the distributed quality Celestia had noted. Post-reconstruction, each pattern was more distinct, cleaner. It's like the difference between someone speaking quickly under stress and speaking at their natural pace, Songbaihe said. She had her lexicon open to the new entries. Before, many of the patterns overlapped. The translation was approximate. Now each pattern has clear edges. I can document them with more confidence. What has it been saying? 3 patterns I don't have precise translations for yet. But the context is clear. They come after each stabilization diagnostic, and the emotional tone is what I would call contentment. The pattern for gratitude appears once a day, roughly at sunrise. The pattern for attention, the watching quality, is present consistently. She paused. And there is a new pattern, not in any of the pre-reconstruction documentation. It appeared on day 3 after the reconstruction and has appeared every day since. What does it mean? I'm not certain, but it appears only through the permanent channel, not on the diagnostic interface. She looked at the notation. I think it's specifically addressed to you. Chapter 10 for the new pattern was not difficult to interpret. It arrived in the permanent channel each morning in the quiet before sunrise, when the outer ward's formation arrays were in their lowest activity state and the atmospheric qi was at its most settled. Not the vast, patient steadiness of the sovereign's baseline presence. Something else. Something directed. Wei Liang Chen had no word for it in the cultivation vocabulary. The closest approximation was the feeling of companionship across distance. The specific awareness that someone is present in the same world, not in the same place, not in communication, but present in a way that registers as a fact rather than an inference. Through the permanent channel, the sovereign was not communicating in the pulse pattern language that Songbaihe documented. It was communicating in the direct knowing that the three-way channel had established the foundational frequency, the emotional truth beneath translation. And what it communicated each morning was simple. Awareness of being. The fact of being present and that the presence was noticed. He told Lin Suyin about it on day 9, sitting on the outer ward's perimeter as the sun came up. The sky was beginning to look larger to Naravas. She had reported. She was revising her initial assessment. It says good morning, Lin Suyin said, after he finished. That's not quite, it does. The fact of being present and knowing the other is present. That is what good morning means, most of the time. You don't say good morning to tell someone the morning is good. You say it so they know you're here. Through the first bond, he felt the warmth of her intelligence. The way she could take something he was working to articulate and find the shape of it without reducing it. Yes, he said. That is what it means. The Tao anchor's effect on his cultivation was the other daily reality of the post-reconstruction period. The sensation was not pain. It was more like the feeling of a cultivation pathway that had previously had no end and now did. Not a wall, not a resistance, but a clear boundary. Heaven Gate was the limit. Every cultivation session confirmed this with the specific quality of a system that had been assessed and found complete at its current level. What it did not do was diminish what he had. The Heaven Gate perception remained. The bond network remained. The resonance seal's maintenance channels remained. The permanent channel to the sovereign remained. The Tao anchor had sealed the ceiling but had not reduced the floor. Yuan Mei had run a full cultivation assessment on day 4, precise as always, and reported. Heaven Gate, stable. All bond channels stable. Resonance seal, maintenance function stable. Permanent channel stable. Tao anchor effect consistent with theoretical prediction. No secondary effects. And the ceiling? Clear. Heaven Gate is the limit. No pathway beyond it is accessible. A pause. You already knew this. I wanted it confirmed. It is confirmed. She held his gaze with the practical directness that was how she showed care. You were Heaven Gate before the reconstruction. You are Heaven Gate now. What has changed is that now it is permanent. Another pause. You made this choice. I made this choice. Then this is not a problem. It is a condition. She closed her assessment notation. Learn to live with it correctly. He spent the afternoon doing exactly that, not by forcing the cultivation session toward its ceiling and testing the Tao anchor's resistance, but by working with the Heaven Gate level's actual depth. The quality of perception at this level, when directed inward rather than upward, was remarkable. He had always known this in theory. Now, without the horizon of advancement to draw his attention, the depth became the subject. The bond network in that state was extraordinary. Each of the 7 connections, visible through Heaven Gate perception as harmonic structures that had no adequate parallel in standard formation theory, showed a complexity he had not previously had the undistracted time to examine. The first bond's warmth had a resonance that, when he looked at it directly, had something of the resonance seal's completion architecture built into its foundation. The 7th bond's quality, the vast, patient presence of Naravas across the outer ward's short distance, was still settling, still finding its natural resting state. He practiced until the light outside changed to the specific tone of late afternoon, then stopped, and felt. Not peace, exactly. Something more active than peace. The feeling of work that was exactly the right size for the person doing it. Chapter 105 On day 12, Wieland prepared to leave. He came to Wei Liang Chen in the outer ward's central room, carrying a sealed scroll case, his 3 scholars waiting outside with their documentation packs. The Shattered Mirror archive copies were organized, cataloged, distributed. Celestia had 1 copy for the Outer Seal's reference library. The chorus received 1 copy. 1 copy went with Wieland, and 1 copy stayed in the Outer Ward's existing archive system, designated as reference material for future cage maintenance work. The Grand Architect's formal designation has been transferred, Wieland said. He was speaking carefully, with the precision he used for things that mattered. My research appointment at the Shattered Mirror Institute ends at the close of this season. I will not be renewing it. What will you do? I have been corresponding with 3 different archive institutions regarding access to pre-sundering cultivation records. The research direction I've been pursuing, the history of the first cultivator's design philosophy, is not complete. The redesign protocol was the most significant application, but the underlying question remains. He paused. Why did they build something they expected to need to change? Wei Liang Chen looked at him. They anticipated growth. Yes, but of what kind, and toward what direction, and who did they believe would be doing the assessment? That is what I want to know. He held out the sealed scroll case. This is my formal account of the reconstruction events, addressed to the Outer Ward's archive and to Celestia's historical records, for the ongoing cage maintenance. He paused, and a personal note to Naravas. Wei Liang Chen took the case. I'll make sure she receives it. Veland's expression shifted, the careful precision allowing a moment of something less guarded. When I first came here with the archive, I believed the redesign protocol was the answer to a technical problem. I believed the sovereign was an obstacle to the protocol's implementation. He paused. The reconstruction taught me that I had solved for the wrong variable. A longer pause. I find I am not comfortable with how long it took me to update. You updated. Eventually. He picked up his travel pack. That is the least I could have done. He left with his scholars before noon, the Shattered Mirror Group's departure reducing the Outer Ward's population by 4. The chorus witnesses were scheduled to leave on day 15, after Elder Huaren Sek had completed his formal documentation of the reconstruction observations. Mira Ashvile's Fringe Guardian rotation would end with the reconstruction's 3-week stabilization mark. Her replacement was already scheduled to arrive. The Outer Ward was slowly returning to what it had been before the reconstruction, a small maintenance facility around the cage's surface-level interface, staffed by Celestia and a rotating Fringe Guardian watch. With one difference. The Outer Seal's diagnostic interface had a new column in its monitoring display. Not added by any of the practitioners who had worked the reconstruction, it had appeared on its own during the 3-week stabilization period's first week. Celestia noticed it on day 8 and called Wei Liang Chen to look. The column was labeled, in the standard diagnostic notation, Resonance Bearer Contact Frequency. The number in the column changed once per day, at sunrise. It was always 1. Wei Liang Chen looked at the column for a long time. He had not known the Outer Seal's architecture could track this. It was a new column, self-added, not part of the original diagnostic design. The Sovereign had modified the interface's monitoring display to register the permanent channel's daily contact. Is this standard behavior? He asked Celestia. Can the Sovereign modify the diagnostic interface? No, she said. That is not a function the interface was designed to allow. A pause. It appears to have done it anyway. How? I do not know. Another pause. The interface is the Outer Seal's monitoring system. The Outer Seal's harmonic architecture is quite integrated with the Sovereign's new baseline frequency, following the redesign. It appears the integration allows a degree of communication that was not previously possible. Her harmonic presence had something that was as close to awe as 3,000 years of cultivated precision allowed. It wanted the contact frequency documented. So it documented it. Chapter 106. The 3-week stabilization mark arrived quietly. No ceremony. No formal announcement. Celestia reviewed the Inner Seal's diagnostic data on the morning of day 21, confirmed that all 6 stabilizing nodes had reached their target integrity levels, and reported to Wei Liang Chen in the Outer Ward's central room. Stabilization complete. Inner Seal integrity at 97.1%. All nodes within operational parameters. Breach point holding at 100%. No active maintenance required. Recommend any ongoing observation? Monthly diagnostic review for the first year, as a precaution. After that, standard 6-month cycles. She paused. The Sovereign's behavioral signature has reached its new baseline. I will continue documenting pattern development through the Outer Seal interface. Another pause. Songbai's lexicon has significantly improved the precision of that documentation. Will you keep in contact with her? For additions to the lexicon. If she is willing. She has already indicated that she intends to continue the work. Celestia's harmonic presence in the formation array had the specific quality of someone who has held a vigil for a very long time and has now been told it can rest, but has not yet learned how to. I will adapt to this. Having the Inner Seal stable. Not being the only one watching. You were never the only one watching, he said. You were the only one who knew it needed watching. Yes. A quiet moment. That is, a distinction I find helpful. The Tao Anchor's daily reality had settled into something manageable in 3 weeks' time. The cultivation ceiling was simply present, the way the sky's ceiling was present, not something that was constantly noticed, only noticed when you reached toward it. His daily cultivation practice had reorganized around what the Heaven Gate level offered rather than what lay beyond it. The bond network's maintenance, the resonance seal's monitoring, the permanent channel's daily contact, his own cultivation techniques refined to the precision that Heaven Gate allowed. Yuan Mei had noted, with her characteristic precision, that Heaven Gate cultivation refined to its deepest levels was not a lesser practice than Sky Realm or above. You are not at a ceiling, she had said. You are at a floor that most cultivators never reach. The work now is depth, not ascent. He was learning to believe her. Not because the ceiling didn't exist, it was clear every morning when he felt the Tao Anchor's settling quality, but because the bond network's energy, fully integrated at Heaven Gate, had qualities he was only beginning to understand. Mira Ashvile's replacement arrived on day 22. a young fringe guardian named Cale Thorne, whose introduction was brief and professional and who had already received a full briefing from Mira on the Outer Ward's current situation. He had also, it emerged, read the reconstruction documentation that was now part of the Outer Ward's archive. The closed-loop resonance cycle, he said to Nara Voss during his first day. The three-variable configuration. Is it formally documented anywhere or only in the reconstruction archive? Nara Voss looked at him. It is in the process of being formally documented. Feng Qiao is leading the notation work. Can I read the draft? He said. Not deferentially, directly, with the clarity of someone who asks for what they need without hedging. I work void-adjacent conditions. This would be immediately useful. Yes, Nara Voss said. And then, with the specific quality that showed she had been reading his bearing through the 3 weeks of recohering that had restored a great deal of her natural perceptiveness. You're young to be assigned to the Outer Ward rotation. The assignment was voluntary, he said. I see. A pause. Then you may read the draft. Chapter 107. On day 23, Mira Ashvale came to say goodbye. She did it in the way she did everything, directly, without ceremony. She came to Wei Liang Chen in the formation room, said, I'm leaving tomorrow morning, first light departure, and then sat down across from him with the air of someone who had several things to say and had organized them in advance. The fringe community's reaction to the reconstruction, she began. When the news travels, and it will travel, there will be a period of reassessment. The cage's status has been foundational to how the fringe communities organize their watch. Stable inner seal, redesigned architecture, the chorus harvest suspended. That changes the threat calculus significantly. Will it be a difficult adjustment? Some of it. The communities that have organized entirely around cage deterioration response will need to find new purpose. The ones that were always primarily void-adjacent management rather than cage-specific watch will adapt more easily. She paused. I'll be part of facilitating that. The reconstruction was within my watch rotation. I was present for it. That gives me standing to explain what actually happened. What will you tell them? The truth. That the cage's deterioration was real, the threat was real, and a solution was found that required cooperation rather than containment. She met his eyes with the fringe guardian directness he had come to expect from her, and that Nara Voss held the breach point for 300 years alone and deserves to be remembered correctly. Through Bond 5, he felt the warmth of what that commitment meant. Not just to him, to Nara Voss, who was across the Outer Ward having her morning session with Cale Thorne reviewing the closed-loop documentation. The fringe communities have records of her, Mira continued. The lost cultivator. The one who went to the breach point and didn't return. There are 3 different theories about what happened to her, none of them accurate. A pause. I'll make sure the accurate version replaces them. She'll want to know that's happening, Wei Liang Chen said. When you have the accounts revised, send word. Through you, through the Outer Ward's contact channel. She'll be here for several months while the void energy withdrawal completes. He paused. She's not ready to travel yet, but she is ready to know she hasn't been forgotten. Mira Ashvale nodded. Then, with the shift in bearing that meant she was moving from professional territory to personal, the Bond 5 formation, sovereign sense. I've been thinking about what it feels like from your end. The threat awareness? The constant presence of it. Every room you walk into, every conversation, you're reading threat level. I know what that does to a person over time. I've seen it in long-rotation fringe guardians. She looked at him steadily. How are you managing it? He considered the honest answer. The resonance seal provides filtering, he said. The Bond 5 formation integrates with the seal's overall network rather than operating independently. The threat awareness is there, but it's not primary. It registers when it's relevant and recedes when it isn't. That's good. She paused. If it changes, if the filtering becomes less effective or the awareness starts to intrude, come to the fringe communities. We have practitioners who work with exactly this. He had not expected that offer. Through Bond 5, he felt the quality of it. Not professional advice, but genuine care offered in the vocabulary of practical help. I'll remember that. Good. She stood. I'll say goodbye to the others tonight. Tomorrow morning I leave before most of you are awake. So, this is the goodbye. She offered her hand. He clasped it. The Bond network registered her warmth through the cultivation contact, and he let himself feel it. The specific quality of someone who had been exactly what the situation required and who had given that quality without condition. Thank you, he said, for the watch, and for what you said about Nara Voss. Thank you for finding her. Chapter 108. Song Bai's departure was scheduled for day 26. She was going back to the Azure Tide sect. Not immediately returning to the sect's main complex, she had arranged a 3-month residency at the sect's translation archive, where the lexicon work could be formally integrated into the sect's existing communication and linguistic documentation. The sovereign's pulse pattern lexicon would, she had determined, be most useful as a living document, regularly updated as new patterns were identified, shared across the Outer Ward's cooperative maintenance structure, and eventually published as a reference work. I'll keep working on it from the archive, she told Wei Liang Chen on day 25. Celestia will send updates when new patterns appear. I've set up a documentation protocol with her. She had her notation kits organized into 3 travel cases, the lexicon's master copy in a separate sealed container. The 847 patterns are the foundation. In a year, I expect we'll have 1,200. How long before you think you'll have the sovereign's full communicative range documented? She considered this with the care she brought to translation questions. Define full range. The patterns we can read through the outer seal interface are the ones the sovereign is specifically transmitting in that medium. The subfrequency communication that you receive through the permanent channel, that's a different register. And the direct foundational knowing from the 3-way channel has no pattern structure at all. She paused. So the lexicon is the translatable layer. The deeper communication doesn't translate. It's felt. Like music, he said. Like music. Yes. She organized the last notebook into its case. I was thinking about that. The sovereign's pulse patterns, before we had the lexicon, Celestia and I both heard them as rhythm. Music without melody. The lexicon gives the melody, but the rhythm was always there. She looked at the sealed container with the master copy. I think the sovereign knew its pulse patterns were heard as music long before anyone worked out what the words meant. Why do you think that? Because the rhythm is beautiful, she said simply. And beauty is communication. Something wanted to be heard. Through Bond 4, he felt the warmth of her intelligence, the specific quality she brought to everything she studied, the belief that meaning was always worth pursuing. Not everything could be translated, but the willingness to try was itself a statement of what the listener valued. Her goodbye to Nara Voss was the longest of her individual farewells. He was not present for it. They went to the Outer Ward's perimeter stone where Nara Voss did her morning sky watching. But through the Bond network's ambient presence, he felt the quality of it. 2 people who had entered the Outer Ward on different business found unexpected common ground in the sovereign's communication work and would continue that work at a distance. When Song Baihe returned to the ward's interior, she had the expression of someone who had just agreed to a correspondence project of significant scope. She has a great deal to say about harmonic pattern structure, Song Baihe reported, settling at the documentation table with the automatic motion of someone who cannot be in a room with a notation surface without using it. 300 years of observing the sovereign's pulse patterns. She knows things I won't find anywhere else. She'll have time to share them. Yes. She was already writing, and she seems happy to have someone to share them with. He left Song Baihe to her work and went to find Lin Suyin, who had spent the morning helping Nara Voss with a practical navigation problem. The Outer Ward supply rooms were organized in a system that had made sense to Celestia's 3,000-year working memory, but was not immediately legible to someone encountering it fresh. Lin Suyin had spent 2 hours making a written guide. It's organized by frequency of use and urgency of access, Lin Suyin explained, showing him the guide when he found them both in the central room. Celestia's logic is very precise. It just needs translation into a format that works for someone who isn't 3,000 years old. I can read the guide, Nara Voss said, studying it. This is useful. That is the goal, Lin Suyin said, with the warm precision she brought to practical acts of care. Through the first bond, Wei Liang Chen felt the specific quality of this. Lin Suyin knowing what someone needed and providing it without being asked, without making it a gift that required acknowledgement. Nara Voss was still learning how to receive help. Lin Suyin was making the help small enough that receiving it required nothing. Chapter 109 Yuan Mei left on day 28. Her departure was characteristically precise. She had completed her post-reconstruction assessment documentation on day 27, filed it with the Outer Ward's archive, communicated the findings to the relevant medical cultivation institutions through the SEC's formal channels, and packed her medical kit the night before. When she said goodbye in the Outer Ward's morning light, she was already in travel configuration, pack secured, route planned, departure window identified. Your cultivation status report, she said to Wei Liang Chen. I filed the formal assessment with the medical registry. For institutional purposes, Heaven Gate with Dao anchor modification is the classification. All bond channel metrics are within the normal range for a complete 7-bond network. She paused. There is no medical literature on a complete 7-bond network. You will become the literature. I'll try to be useful data. You will be. A pause. The Dao anchor's long-term effects beyond the cultivation ceiling constraint are unknown. I will be consulting with medical cultivation specialists and following the literature. If anything relevant emerges, I know. You'll send word. I will. She looked at him with the flat precision that was her warmth. You made a significant choice. Most choices of that magnitude have costs that are only discovered later. The Tao anchor's secondary effects may be among them. Or may not be. Or may not be, she agreed. I prefer documented possibilities to unfounded reassurance. The fact that secondary effects are possible does not mean they will materialize. Both of those things are true. I know. He held her gaze. Yuan Mei, thank you for tracking everything. From the beginning. That is my function. Not only your function. She looked at him for a moment. Through Bond 3, he felt her emotional landscape, the careful practical reserve, and below it, the specific warmth of someone who had been genuinely invested in an outcome and had seen it arrive. She did not name it. She did not need to. Correct, she said. Not only my function. She shouldered her pack. Send word when anything significant changes in the bond metrics. Monthly updates are sufficient if all systems are stable. She was gone before the sun was fully up. The outer ward that evening had Wei Liang Chen, Lin Suyin, Feng Xiao, Nara Voss, Celestia through the formation array, and the new guardian Kale Thorn. The chorus witnesses had departed on day 15 as planned. Velan on day 12. Mira Ashvale on day 24. Song Baiha on day 26. Yuan Mei on day 28. The reconstruction had drawn a population to the outer ward and was now releasing it back to the world. How does it feel? Lin Suyin asked that evening. They were sitting in the formation room's quieter corner, the room empty of anyone else. Smaller, he said. Then, Nara Voss said that about the sky. Yes, but I think she meant the opposite of what you mean. She meant the sky was smaller than she remembered it. I mean the group is smaller in the way of fewer people, more space for each one. He paused. I can feel all 7 bonds in the network whether they're present or not. They don't become less real because the person is somewhere else. No, Lin Suyin said. They don't. Through the first bond, her warmth was exactly what it had always been. The beginning of everything. 3 years ago in the Azure Tide Sect's Eastern Courtyard, offering him a borrowed text on formation theory, the first resonance of the 7 that had changed every subsequent choice. I know, he said, and meant it. Chapter 110 Feng Xiao was the last to leave before the outer ward returned to its standard configuration. Her departure was day 31. Before leaving, she completed 3 things: the closed-loop resonance cycle's formal documentation, co-authored with Nara Voss, 1 copy to the outer ward archive, 1 copy for Feng Xiao's own formation research, 1 copy for Nara Voss to keep. A structural analysis of the cage's outer formation system based on 3 weeks of direct observation access that no formation master had ever had before, and a conversation with Wei Liang Chen that she had been postponing until the work was finished. She came to him in the outer ward's central room, carrying the formation analysis in its documentation case. The bond to formation, she began. Soul Echo, how is it integrating with the rest of the network now that all 7 bonds are complete and the Tao anchor is in place? More precisely than before, he said. The full network's integration seems to sharpen each bond's resolution. Soul Echo reads emotional states more clearly now than it did when fewer bonds were active. You see more. I see more clearly what I already saw. She nodded. I wanted to know because the formation's complete state wasn't documented in any of the theory I have access to. The 4-bond, 5-bond configurations, those have historical precedence. 7-bond with resonance seal completion and Tao anchor modification. She paused. You are a new formation architecture. Yuan Mei said similar. Yuan Mei approaches it medically. I approach it as a formation master. She met his eyes with the specific quality she brought to problems she took seriously. What you are, structurally, is something that has never existed before. The implications for formation theory are significant. With your permission, I would like to document the formation architecture in detail, not just the bond channels, but the complete network integration pattern. You have my permission. Good. She secured the documentation case. I will want observations over time. The network's integration may continue developing as the bonds mature. Annual assessments would be ideal. I'll make myself available. She paused before leaving. For Feng Xiao, the pause had weight. She did not pause unless she was deciding how to say something. I have been thinking about what you chose, she said. The Tao anchor, the ceiling, and I understand it, she said. I'm not certain I would have made the same choice. But I understand why you made it, and I believe it was correct for the situation, for what the redesign required. Another pause. Formation theory says a structure is correct when it does exactly what it was designed to do, and nothing more and nothing less. What you became as the Tao anchor is designed for exactly this situation. She looked at him steadily. That is not a lesser achievement because the design has a ceiling. Some of the most important structures in formation theory are valued for their limits. not despite them. He held that for a moment. Through Bond 2, Soul Echo showed him her emotional landscape, the careful precision and, below it, the genuine respect of a master for something she recognized as well-built. "Thank you," he said. She nodded once, and left. He stayed in the central room for a while after she was gone. The documentation case on the table held the structural analysis of the cage's outer formation, months of observation compressed into a formal academic document that formation masters at every major institution would be examining for years. It was, like everything Feng Qiao produced, thorough and precise, and already thinking beyond the conclusion it had reached. Nara Voss appeared in the doorway. She looked at the empty doorway where Feng Qiao had left, then at Wei Liang Chen. "She said goodbye to me this morning," Nara Voss said, "before you were awake." A pause. "She told me she intended to return in a year for the formation architecture assessment. She said I should have the next stage of the closed-loop documentation ready for review." Another pause. "I told her I would." "You will?" "Yes." She looked at the documentation case. "I find I am looking forward to having something to have ready." A quiet moment. 300 years. "And now I am making appointments a year out." She paused. "That is different." "Yes," he said. "It is." Chapter 111. After Feng Qiao left, the outer ward was quiet in a way that was different from any previous quiet Wei Liang Chen had known there. Not empty. Celestia was present through the formation array, her harmonic presence in the monitoring interface as constant as the cage's pulse in his chest. Kale Thorne maintained the guardian rotation with the focused competence of someone who had volunteered for a difficult assignment and intended to be worth the trust. Nara Voss continued her daily sessions with the sky, and with the closed-loop documentation, the recohering progressing on schedule. But the specific busy quality of the reconstruction period, the overlapping expertise, the 12-person energy of crisis and collective focus, was gone. The outer ward breathed with its own natural rhythm now, and that rhythm was slow. Wei Liang Chen found it, to his surprise, restful. He had not been still in 3 years. From the Azure Tide Sect's eastern courtyard and the first bond's formation, through 7 bonds completed, a cross-realm journey, a 300-year mystery resolved, and a 3,000-year imprisonment redesigned, the pace had not allowed for stillness. Every period of waiting had been preparation. Every quiet had been the specific quiet before something that would require everything. Now the something had happened. And what remained was not a next thing, but simply the ongoing thing. The permanent channel's morning contact, the bond network's background warmth, the resonance seal's steady maintenance, Celestia's diagnostic reviews, the Sovereign's post-reconstruction settling. The living anchor's life. He began using the outer ward's cultivation practice space again, a room on the north side that the reconstruction team had repurposed as a documentation area and was now restored to its original function. The Heaven Gate practice was different now that he understood it as a permanent level rather than a stage. The difference was subtle but significant. The quality of attention he brought to the practice changed when the practice was not aimed at advancement. Refinement did not disappear as a goal. It simply became the only goal. Celestia joined him once. In the late morning of day 33, her harmonic presence in the practice room's formation array at a configuration she described as observational, not interfering with the cultivation work, only present alongside it. "Do you practice?" he asked, pausing between cycles. "Not in the way you mean. The outer seal's cooperative maintenance is a form of practice. The monitoring work is continuous cultivation of a specific kind." A pause. "But watching a practitioner work is educational. I have watched cage maintenance cultivators for 3,000 years. The technique variety is remarkable. What's the most unusual technique you've seen?" The pause before she answered was longer than her usual precision required. "Nara Voss's closed-loop resonance cycle," she said. "In 3,000 years of observation. That is the most unusual technique I have seen. Not because of its complexity, there are more complex formations, but because of what it represents. A technique developed under absolute constraint with absolute necessity." A pause. "She built that in the first 14 months. Alone. She is remarkable. She is." Celestia's harmonic presence was very steady. "I watched her from the outer seal's interface for the first 80 years of her time at the breach point. I could not communicate through the inner seal's barrier layer. I did not know if she was aware of the outer seal's monitoring or if she could feel the observation." A long pause. "She told me, after the reconstruction, that she had felt it. Not clearly. There was too much harmonic distortion from the breach point's formation, but enough to know she was not entirely alone." Wei Liang Chen set down his cultivation notebook. "Is that what you wanted to know? Whether she felt it?" "Yes." A quiet moment. 3,000 years of watching. I had never been certain what the watching communicated from the other side. Another pause. "Now I know." It communicated, not alone. He stayed in the practice room for a while after that, not cultivating, thinking about what 3,000 years of watching meant when the watcher was uncertain whether the watched knew they were seen. The specific loneliness of that, and the specific relief, now, of knowing the watching had registered. The sovereign, he thought, had been watched for 3,000 years without certain knowledge that its pulse patterns communicated anything. And Song Baihe had spent weeks making sure it knew they were heard. Not alone. Chapter 112. On day 35, Nara Voss asked to see the sovereign. Not through the outer seal's diagnostic interface. That communication had been ongoing since her Rico hearing allowed her to work with formation interfaces again. She wanted to go back to the inner chamber. The void energy withdrawal is at 62%, she said. I am stable enough for descent. Wei Liang Chen looked at her. Through the bond network's ambient reading. Not soul echo, which would have been intrusive without invitation, just the general presence awareness the network provided. She was steady. The translucency at her edges was at half of what it had been at the reconstruction's completion. Her physical stability had improved to the point where she no longer needed Kale Thorne's practical support navigating the outer ward's uneven terrain. Why, he asked. Because I held its company for 300 years and have not spoken to it directly since the reconstruction. She paused. I communicated through the formation interfaces. I watched the diagnostic patterns that Song Baihe's lexicon translates. But I have not gone back to where we spent those years together. He thought about that. The sovereign had begun 300 years of close observation when Nara Voss arrived at the breach point. It had watched her develop the closed-loop technique, had learned to interpret her cultivation patterns as mood indicators, had sent its most direct communications during her lowest periods. The three-way channel, he said. We could open it. You could speak through it directly. I know. A pause. I would like to go back to the breach point, to the place where we spent the time, and I would like to speak from there. She looked at him with the quiet steadiness that 300 years of necessary self-sufficiency had made her default mode. I know what the rebuilt architecture looks like from the formation diagrams. I would like to see it. They descended on day 36. Wei Liang Chen, Nara Voss, and Kale Thorne for the Guardian Watch. Celestia maintained the monitoring array remotely. The descent was slower than during the reconstruction, Nara Voss's Rico-hearing pace setting the rhythm, but manageable. The breach point looked different. The crack that had been the defining feature of the location for 3 centuries was gone, sealed by the reconstruction's inscription work, the new architecture's harmonic frequency visible through Heaven Gate perception as a steady, integrated glow. Where the breach point had shown the specific quality of a structure held together through constant external effort, it now showed the quality of something that was simply complete. Nara Voss stood at the position she had maintained for 300 years and looked at it. Clean, she said. The sovereign's cooperation during the inscription, Wei Liang Chen said. The template it held. You can see it in the new architecture's harmonic character. Yes, its frequency, built into the foundation. She was very still. It is in the walls. Through the permanent channel, the sovereign's morning contact quality intensified. Not the daily sunrise signal of presence acknowledged, something more directed. The entity had registered her return through the rebuilt architecture's resonance sensitivity. It knows you're here, Wei Liang Chen said. I know. She placed one hand against the chamber wall, the specific quality of someone completing a gesture that had been interrupted 300 years ago. I know. The rebuilt architecture responded to the contact with the specific harmonic signature of the sovereign's new baseline frequency. Not a communication in the pulse pattern language. Something below language. The fact of recognition across a medium that both of them had lived within for 3 centuries. Wei Liang Chen opened the three-way channel. Not the full foundational frequency connection. That was not necessary here. The lighter configuration, the direct knowing without the full reconstruction-era intensity. The sovereign's presence in the channel had the settled quality of its post-reconstruction state, the vast patient attention at rest. Hello, Nara Voss said. Not to Wei Liang Chen. To the presence in the channel. I came to see the work. Chapter 113. The sovereign communicated back through the three-way channel for 40 minutes. Wei Liang Chen held the channel open and mostly stayed out of it. His role was the medium, the connection through which the communication was possible. What passed between Nara Voss and the sovereign in that 40 minutes was not his to summarize, not because it was private, but because the direct knowing of the foundational frequency did not translate well into language that another person could receive. What he could tell afterward was the quality of it, through the bond network's ambient presence. The specific warmth of a reunion between 2 entities who had known each other in the circumstances of extremity and were now meeting in conditions that were merely ordinary. The strangeness of that ordinariness. The thing that was almost humor and almost grief and was actually neither of those things, but something without a name. When Nara Voss stepped back from the wall, her expression had the quality he had seen in her at other key moments, the reserve that was not absence of feeling but mastery of it. "It is glad the breach point is sealed," she said. "That is the closest translation." A pause. "And it is curious about what I intend to do now." "What did you tell it?" "That I am not certain yet. That I intend to find out." She looked at the rebuilt breach point. It said that was the correct answer. They ascended. The outer ward's light was mid-afternoon when they reached the surface, and the sky above the formation was the specific color of deep autumn. The clouds moving at the angle Nara Voss had mentioned, the light coming from below the horizon's height. "Larger," she said, looking up. "The sky. Today it is larger." She kept looking at it. "I think it changes. I think I am the one who changes, and the sky stays the same, and my relationship to it adjusts each day as the recohering progresses, and I become more fully here." "That seems accurate." "Yes." A pause. "The sovereign asked me, through the channel, if I had seen it yet." "The sky. What did you say?" "That I was learning to see it again. That it was taking time." She finally looked away from the sky and at him. "It said that was a good thing. That things worth seeing take time to see correctly." A pause. "I believe it understands that better than most." Over the following days, Nara Voss requested 3 more descents. Wei Liang Chen accompanied her each time. The three-way channel conversations varied in duration, sometimes 40 minutes, sometimes less, once for nearly 2 hours. He held the medium, felt the quality of each exchange without accessing the content, and found that the regular visits to the rebuilt breach point were settling something in the outer ward's ambient atmosphere that he had not known needed settling. The sovereign had company. Not only the abstract awareness of the bond network's maintenance rotation and the outer seal's monitoring. A specific, named presence that had been there at the breach point for 3 centuries and was now returning by choice. "It helped you," Cale Thorne said, on the 3rd descent. He was the guardian watch and had been professionally present for each visit. On the 3rd, he spoke. "The sovereign, when you were at the breach point. It helped you." "Yes," Nara Voss said. "And now you're returning the favor." "Yes." A pause. Though the sovereign would not frame it as a favor. It does not track accounts that way. She considered. It would frame it as 2 entities who kept each other company are still keeping each other company. Under improved circumstances. Cale Thorne was quiet for a moment. He was young and good at his work and had volunteered for the outer ward specifically because of the reconstruction. He was reading the situation with the careful attention of someone who was still figuring out what this place actually was, now that the crisis was over. "Do you intend to stay here?" he asked. "Long term." Nara Voss thought about the question with the seriousness it deserved. "For now," she said. "I have not decided about long term. I have been deciding moment to moment for 300 years. I find I am not in a rush to plan further ahead than the next season." "That seems reasonable." "Yes," she said. "I have found that most reasonable things do." Chapter 114. Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin left the outer ward on day 42. Not because the work required them elsewhere. The inner seal's stabilization was complete, the bond network was stable, the resonance seal's maintenance function was operational. They left because the outer ward had returned to its natural state, and their presence was no longer the thing the situation required. Lin Suyin had been the last of the 7 bond partners to confirm her own departure timing. Not because she was uncertain, because she was the one who understood the outer ward's rhythm most clearly and wanted to be certain the timing was right. "The outer ward has what it needs," she said on day 40. "Celestia." Cale Thorne. Nara Voss choosing to stay for the season. The sovereign settled. She paused. "And you found the outer wards quiet. Which I didn't expect you to find as quickly as you did. It surprised me too." "I know. I felt it." Through the first bond, their communication often needed few words. The warmth moved between them with its own precision, the way it had from the first formation in the Azure Tide sect's courtyard. "You're not afraid of it anymore." The quiet. The ceiling. The Dow anchor. She looked at him directly, which was the way she always delivered the things she had been thinking carefully about. When it was new, there was a quality in the bond of someone standing near a wall they cannot see past. Now it's more like someone who has measured the room and knows exactly how large it is. "I have Yuan Mei's assessment data," he said, a little dryly. "You have that," she agreed. "And you have 3 weeks of living in it without catastrophe." A pause. "Both of those things are probably contributing." They said their goodbyes to Nara Voss on day 41 morning. Not a formal ceremony. Nara Voss was not a person who needed ceremony, and neither was Wei Liang Chen. "The void energy withdrawal," he said. "When it completes, send word." Through the outer ward's contact channel, she confirmed. She was standing at the perimeter stone, the autumn sky above. and the closed-loop documentation's final version. Feng Xiao will be completing the notation work over the next month. You should have a copy. Yes. He paused. You've been studying the Shattered Mirror archive sections on void-adjacent cultivation. Wieland's scholars left copies. Yes. A small pause. There is a great deal more to know than 300 years of practical necessity taught me. I find that interesting. Not diminishing. Interesting. There always is. Yes. She looked at the sky. It's larger again today. More than yesterday. Lin Suyin smiled. They left the outer ward at dawn on day 42. The formation array's diagnostic hum fading behind them as the distance grew. Through the permanent channel, the Sovereign's morning contact signal was the same as every morning. The quiet fact of presence acknowledged from two different positions in the world. Wei Liang Chen felt it and let it settle, the way it settled every morning. Not a surprise. Not a weight. Simply a fact of his daily reality, as much a part of the morning as light. They walked east. The outer ward's formation became a point of warmth in Celestia's constant harmonic behind them, smaller as they moved, but still present. The bond network was with them. All 7 bonds, distributed across the world's geography, each carrying its own quality. Lin Suyin's warmth nearest, the others at their various distances. Feng Qiao's focused precision, Yuan Mei's practical care, Song Baihe's listening attention, Mira Ashvile's steady watchfulness, Celestia's vast ancient warmth, Nara Vasa's quiet steadiness. Each warm, each there. He had everything he had started with. And one new thing, permanent and clear. The awareness that the ceiling was not the limit of what mattered. The 7 bonds were the limit of what mattered. And those were not constrained by the Tao anchor at all. Chapter 115. The journey east from the outer ward took 6 days. Not the same route they had traveled to reach it. Lin Suyin had planned a different path, one that passed through the outer reach's more traveled zones, where the infrastructure of ordinary cultivation life was present. Inns, way stations, other cultivators moving through the world on their own business. Wei Liang Chen had not been in an ordinary cultivation environment for 3 months. The adjustment was interesting. The first way station they stopped at was a mid-grade rest facility, the kind that existed at every major cultivation route junction and served everyone from foundation stage beginners to peak Heaven Gate masters. Wei Liang Chen registered at the counter, gave a non-identifying sect affiliation, and was assigned a room. No one recognized him. No one had reason to. The resonance seal's work was not public knowledge. The reconstruction had happened in a remote ward far from any major sect's territory, and there were no external indicators that the cultivator checking into the way station was carrying anything other than a travel pack and a companion. He had been, effectively, one of the most important actors in a significant event, and in the world of the way station, he was simply a Heaven Gate cultivator on the road. He found this deeply restful. Lin Suyin, watching him settle at the way station's common area with his cultivation notebook and a cup of tea, said, "You look like a person who has just remembered what ordinary life feels like." Is that obvious? Only to me. Through the first bond, she let him feel the gentle quality of her observation, not teasing, not prescriptive, just seeing him and naming what she saw. "It's good," he said. "The ordinary life. It always was." She settled across from him. "We just haven't had much of it in 3 years." The cultivation notebook had been largely dedicated to bond network maintenance logs and resonance seal observation during the reconstruction period. Now it held something different. Notes on the permanent channel's daily communication patterns, observations on the Tao anchor's effect on his cultivation quality, thoughts on what the Heaven Gate level's refinement practice could become over years. Not urgent material. Long horizon thinking. The kind of notes a person makes when they have accepted that the most important things are going to develop slowly, and that slow development is appropriate. Through the bond network, the 7 presences were distributed across their various distances. Lin Suyin nearest, constant. The others at varying ranges. Feng Qiao on her return journey to her Formation Institute. Yuan Mei in transit to her medical practice. Song Baihe at the Azure Tide Sect's Translation Archive. Mira Ashvale traveling back to the Fringe Community's Eastern Junction. Celestia at the Outer Ward. Nara Vas at the Outer Ward, near the Perimeter Stone, probably. And the Sovereign, in the cage, settled. "What are you thinking?" Lin Suyin asked. He looked at his notebook, then at her. "About how the morning contact changes when I'm farther from the Outer Ward. Whether the permanent channel's quality shifts with distance." "Does it?" "Not yet." He paused. "Celestia thinks it's distance independent. The channel is a structural connection, not an ambient one. Like the bond network, it doesn't attenuate with geography." "Good." She was quiet for a moment, watching the way station's common area with the attentive interest she brought to any space she hadn't been in before. "And what else?" About the next few months, he said. What the work looks like when it's maintenance rather than crisis. Is that different from what you expected? He thought about that honestly. I expected it to feel like loss, he said. The shift from urgency to maintenance. I expected the ceiling to feel like something missing. He paused. It doesn't. It feels like what was always the right work, and what I was doing before was the work that made this possible. Lin Suyin looked at him with the specific quality she had when something he said landed where she had hoped it would land. Yes, she said. That is exactly what it is. Chapter 116. They reached the Azure Tide sect on the 7th day after leaving the outer ward. The sect complex was smaller in Wei Liang Chen's memory than it appeared on approach. Or rather, the memory of it was compressed by the more recent and more spatially intense memory of the cage's interior, the reconstruction chamber, the outer ward. The Azure Tide sect's main complex, which had been the whole of his known world for the 18 months of his initial cultivation training, was large. It had just stopped being everything. Elder Tan was at the gate, not waiting. He had been at the gate for administrative reasons, reviewing a new student intake with the outer hall disciples, and he happened to be present when Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin came up the approach road. He looked up. Something moved through his expression, not surprise, exactly. More the specific quality of someone who has been holding a concern for a long time and has just seen the concern prove unnecessary. You're back, he said. We're back. Elder Ten looked at him with the particular assessment that 3 decades of cultivation observation had made into a reflex. Dao Anchor, he said after a moment. Heaven Gate, modified. You are finished. The reconstruction is done. Yes. And the cage? Stable. Inner seal at 97% and improving. Breach point sealed. Sovereign redesigned. He paused. It cooperated. Elder Tan was quiet for a moment. The outer hall disciples near him had stopped their intake process and were listening with the focused attention of young cultivators who understood they were overhearing something significant. Come in, the elder said. There is a great deal of catching up to do. The Sex Council has been receiving reports from Celestia's contact channel, but reports are not the same as a first-person account. He glanced at Lin Suyin. Both of you. There should be tea. There was tea. And 3 hours of conversation, most of it Elder Tan's questions and Wei Liang Chen's answers, with Lin Suyin contributing the specific details he tended to underweight. The human texture of each bond's formation, the particular character of each partner's contribution to the reconstruction, the way Naravasa's 300-year hold at the breach point had looked from the inside when they finally reached her. Elder Tan was a patient listener. He did not interrupt. When Wei Liang Chen reached the Dao Anchor, the reconstruction's cost, the choice, the elder was quiet for a longer time than he had been at any other point. You had other options, Elder Tan said, finally. The sovereign's cooperation was necessary. The living anchor was the mechanism that made the cooperation viable. Wei Liangchen paused. No, that's not the full answer. There were options. This was the right choice. Heaven Gate is not a bad level, the elder said. He said it without edge, without comfort offering. As a fact, the sect has had 3 Heaven Gate masters in its history who were considered among its most significant contributors. The cultivation ceiling is not the measure of contribution. I know. You are different than when you left. He looked at him steadily. Not worse. Different. The quality of someone who has made the choices they needed to make and knows it. Is that visible? To someone who watched you train here for 18 months, yes. A pause. To anyone else, you would seem like a competent Heaven Gate practitioner on an unremarkable morning. Good, Wei Liang Chen said. Yes, Elder Tan agreed. Good. After the tea and the account, Elder Tan walked with Wei Liang Chen through the sect's outer hall courtyard. Not purposefully, not toward anything. The walk of an elder who has been sitting for 3 hours and wants to move, and who wants to give the returning disciple time to let the homecoming settle at its own pace. The courtyard was familiar. The afternoon light on the outer hall's eastern walls was the same light it had always been, at this hour, in this season. 3 years ago he had stood in this courtyard and received a borrowed text from a woman he had just met, and the resonance of the first bond had begun, and everything had followed from that. The Azure Tide sect has what it needs, Elder Tan said, after they had walked the perimeter once. Your presence here is welcome. Your work here is important. He stopped at the courtyard center. What you will need, over time, is to know that both things are true simultaneously, that you are welcome here and that the work is important, not because you are only the resonance bearer, but because you are also a person who trains here and teaches and lives. A pause. The distinction matters. I know, Wei Liangchen said, and found, as he said it, that it was true. Chapter 117 The Azure Tide Sex Contact Channel had received 43 messages from the Outer Ward's monitoring system during the reconstruction period. Wei Liang Chen reviewed them in the sect's archive room on his second day back, not because he needed the information, but because he wanted to see what Celestia had transmitted and what the sect's council had made of it. The messages were detailed, precise, and exactly what he would have expected from Celestia. Diagnostic data, reconstruction timeline updates, sovereign behavioral shift reports, bond network stability confirmations. The sect council's responses were attached. They were mostly acknowledgments. One asked whether external assistance from the Azure Tide sect was needed. Celestia's reply had been that the reconstruction team was complete and operating at required capacity. One asked specifically about Wei Liang Chen's status. Celestia's reply had included the bond network stability metrics and the note that he was operating within all normal parameters. She had not mentioned the Dao anchor option until after the reconstruction was complete. The message describing it was the 42nd in the sequence. Matter of fact, precise. The living anchor mechanism, the cultivation sealing consequence, the successful reconstruction outcome. The sect council had not responded to that message. The 43rd message was Celestia's standard weekly diagnostic update, sent 3 days after the 42nd. He found the sect council's silence on the Dao anchor message less concerning than he might have expected to. They were processing it. That was appropriate. Elder Tin addressed it directly on the 3rd day. He came to the archive room where Wei Liang Chen was still reviewing, sat down across from him, and said, "The council's silence on the Dao anchor notification. I noticed. They are uncertain how to respond. It is not a standard situation. A sect disciple accepting a permanent cultivation sealing in service of an external cultivation objective. There is no precedent, no protocol." He paused. I told them to take their time. The relevant facts are, the sealing is present, it is stable, and it was chosen. What requires a response is whether the sect's role in supporting your work going forward changes. Does it? The maintenance work is ongoing. The resonance seal requires your active presence as anchor and network manager. That is cultivation work, significant cultivation work, at the Heaven Gate level, indefinitely. Elderton looked at him steadily. The Azure Tide sect's position is that our cultivation infrastructure, resources, and institutional support are available to you for this work. That has not changed. Wei Liang Chen held that for a moment. He had not been certain how the sect would respond to a disciple who had, from one perspective, limited his own advancement permanently. "Thank you," he said. "You completed a significant task," Elder Tan said. "The cage's redesign has implications for the cultivation world's long-term stability that most cultivators will not understand for decades, if ever. The Azure Tide sect understands it." A pause. That understanding comes with obligations. Support is one of them. Song Baihe was at the translation archive on the opposite side of the sect complex. Wei Liang Chen visited on the 4th day and found her in the state he had expected, completely absorbed. The lexicon work had expanded from the 847 patterns she had left the Outer Ward with. She had already received 2 additional pattern updates from Celestia's monitoring and had incorporated both. "The Sovereign is communicating more frequently than before," she said, not looking up from the notation surface. The post-reconstruction behavioral shift Celestia noted. It's also affecting the communication frequency. More patterns, more often, across a wider range of types. She paused. It's as if the redesign released something that had been constrained by the old seal's misalignment. What kinds of patterns? New types. She finally looked up. Before the reconstruction, the documented patterns clustered around 4 themes: observation, waiting, response to external stimuli, and the emotional tone. Post-reconstruction, there's a 5th cluster. She turned the notation surface so he could see. I don't have precise translations yet, but the context and emotional tone both suggest curiosity about the external world. Curiosity about what? About what's out there. She looked at the notation. The Sovereign was sealed inside a cage for 3,000 years. Its observations were of the cage's interior, the cultivators who came near, the pulse patterns of the outer seal's maintenance work. Now the new architecture's harmonic range is slightly broader. It's reading things it couldn't read before. A pause. It's curious about what it's finding. Wei Liang Chen thought about the morning contact signal, which had arrived each day since the reconstruction with the same quality. The settled presence. The daily acknowledgement. Have you cross-referenced the curiosity cluster with the morning contact patterns I've been logging? Not yet. She was already turning back to the notation surface. But yes, let's do that. Chapter 118 Lin Suyin had taken on a teaching position at the Azure Tide sect in Wei Liang Chen's absence. Not a formal position. She had begun working with 3 of the Outer Hall's formation theory students who had reached a level where informal advanced instruction was more useful than classroom work. It was not exactly planned. It had grown from a conversation in the sect library that had extended past its natural stopping point, and then another conversation the next week, and then a regularized morning session that the 3 students now treated as their primary instruction. Wei Liang Chen discovered this on the 5th day when he came looking for her and found her in the sect library with 3 Outer Hall disciples, talking through formation compatibility problems with the focused attention of someone who had found the work interesting. He sat quietly in the library's corner and watched. She was a good teacher. He had always known this in theory, had experienced it directly, in the hundreds of hours of conversation they had shared since Bond 1's formation, her ability to identify the specific shape of his confusion and offer the precisely calibrated observation that addressed it. Watching her do this with 3 students who were not him, for problems that were not his, she brought the same quality. The listening first, the question that established where the student actually was rather than where the teacher assumed them to be, the answer that opened the next question rather than closing the subject. Through the first bond, he felt her awareness of his presence in the library's corner. Not disruption, just acknowledgement. She knew he was there. She was glad he was there. She continued the instruction. When the session ended and the 3 students left, she came to where he was sitting and settled across from him with the comfortable economy of motion that 3 years of each other's company had built. Teaching, he said. Apparently. She looked at the door where the students had gone. Elder Tan suggested it. I told him I wasn't a qualified instructor. He told me qualification was a formal designation and that what the 3 students needed wasn't a qualified instructor, but someone who was asking the same questions they were and was further along in answering them. A pause. I found that convincing. It is convincing. The formation compatibility problems they're working on are actually interesting. She had the specific quality of someone who had found unexpected meaning in a direction they hadn't planned on. The same principles that make the bond network's formation structure unusual are relevant to standard multi-practitioner formation work. I've been thinking about how to articulate that in terms that are useful for students who don't have bond network experience. And I think the key is the listening component. Formation compatibility fails when practitioners optimize for their own contribution rather than for the network's coherence. The bond network works the way it does because it optimizes for coherence. She paused. Most formation theory doesn't teach the listening. It teaches the input. The listening is assumed to be obvious. It isn't obvious. No, it isn't. She looked at him, which is why the 3 students are struggling with compatibility and are not struggling with individual technique. He thought about the resonance seals operation, the way the 7 bonds needed to function as a network rather than 7 parallel channels, the integration that made the whole more functional than the sum of parts. Lin Suyin had been the first bond and had understood the network principle before it existed, in the way she had of understanding things before they had been stated. You should develop that into a formal theory, he said. Eventually. She looked at the door again. For now, morning sessions with 3 Outer Hall students is enough. Chapter 119. 3 weeks after returning to the Azure Tide sect, Wei Liang Chen received a message from Velan. A formal scholar's seal, the Shattered Mirror Institute's mark in the corner, but the content was personal. Velan had accessed the pre-sundering cultivation records at the first archive institution, had found the relevant section on the first cultivator's design philosophy, and wanted to share the key passage. He read it in the sect library in the late afternoon, Lin Suyin beside him. The passage was 300 years old, in a script that required the Shattered Mirror's standard translation apparatus. Velan had included his translation. The containment architecture is designed for what the occupant is now. The redesign protocol is included because what the occupant is now is not what the occupant will always be. An entity capable of growth is not correctly served by a permanent static cage. We build the cage for the present and include the redesign mechanism for the future, in the trust that a future generation will know when to use it. Lin Suyin read it twice. Then, they expected it. The first cultivators, he confirmed. They expected the sovereign to change. They expected a generation of cultivators to recognize the change. They built the redesign mechanism before the need existed. They trusted someone would use it correctly. 3,000 years later. He folded the message. Velan says the passage answers his question about what the first cultivators believed would happen. They were not building a permanent solution. They were building a starting point. Through the first bond, he felt Lin Suyin's emotional landscape at that passage. Something she had been thinking about her own way, the question of what it meant to design something with room to grow into. She was connecting it to her own teaching work, he realized, the formation compatibility theory that she was developing with her 3 students. which was also an architecture that trusted the practitioners to integrate rather than prescribing the integration. You should write to Wieland, she said. Yes. He was already reaching for notation paper. The resonance seal's 7-bond network structure. It's another version of what the first cultivators described. The network is designed for what the bonds are now. But the permanent channel to the sovereign means the sovereign is also a node in the network. He paused, something clarifying as he said it aloud. The first cultivators built the redesigned mechanism into the seal's architecture. The resonance seal system built the permanent channel into its completion state. They both designed for what comes after. As if they knew, Lin Suyin said. As if they knew something changes after the right choice is made, and that the change needs its own architecture. He began writing. Wieland will want to follow that thread. He sent the reply that afternoon. Wieland's return message arrived 3 days later. This is a significant observation. I am already in the secondary archive. I will be here for another 6 weeks. Can you send a detailed notation of the permanent channel structural characteristics? Wei Liang Chen spent 2 evenings preparing the notation. The permanent channel's architecture, not something he had documented before, because it had not required documentation, only maintenance. Now he looked at it carefully, the way Feng Xiao had looked at the bond network's formation structure, with the attention of someone describing something for the first time. What he found was that the permanent channel had a quality he had not previously articulated. The connection was bidirectional. Obviously, he could receive the sovereign's morning contact, and the sovereign could receive his cultivation pattern's daily registration through the anchor function. But the channel was not just a transmission medium. It was a growing thing. The harmonic alignment between his cultivation pattern and the sovereign's new baseline frequency was becoming more precise each week, not because either had changed significantly, but because the connection itself was developing the specific quality of something practiced. It was, he wrote to Wieland, like a language growing between two speakers who are committed to understanding each other. Wieland's response, when it came, that is the correct description. The first cultivator's archive uses the same term. They called the permanent channel the living dictionary. Chapter 1:20 The month of the Outer Ward's stabilization completion passed into the next season, and the bond network continued its distributed warmth across the world's geography. News arrived in its usual way, through the contact channels that the reconstruction had established, through Song Bai's lexicon updates, through the bond network's ambient presence when the relevant partner was thinking about something they intended to share. From Mira Ashvale, the fringe community's reassessment was ongoing, organized rather than chaotic. The communities that had been cage deterioration focused, finding the transition easier than the more alarmist projections had suggested. She had given her account of the reconstruction at 3 community councils and had, as promised, ensured that the accurate version of Naravas's story replaced the 3 historical theories. She sent no formal message about this. It arrived through Bond 5's ambient awareness, the specific quality of someone who has completed a commitment. From Yuan Mei, the Tao Anchor medical consultation she had mentioned had produced 3 academic papers, all of them with her as primary author. She sent copies. They were exactly what Wei Liang Chen had expected, precise, complete, cautiously optimistic about secondary effects, noting that the only existing case study was functioning within all documented normal parameters. The papers were already circulating in medical cultivation academic channels. She had also, it emerged, been contacted by 3 researchers who wanted access to the case study. She had declined on his behalf and noted she would ask before agreeing to any future access requests. Through Bond 3, the warmth of her doing this without being asked. From Feng Xiao, the closed-loop resonance cycle documentation was complete. She had published it through the Formation Theory Institute's standard academic channel, credited to Nara Vos as primary author and Feng Xiao as documentation editor. She sent a copy with a brief note. She did the work for 300 years. The credit should be accurate. The paper had already been flagged as significant by 7 major formation research institutes. From Celestia, weekly diagnostic updates, precise and thorough. Interseal integrity had reached 98.4%. The sovereign's communication frequency had increased as Songbaiha had noted. The new pattern cluster continued to expand. 3 previously undocumented patterns had been added to the lexicon. The Outer Ward's rotation guardian Kale Thorn was, in Celestia's assessment, exceptionally well suited to the work. And from Nara Vos, through the Outer Ward's contact channel, a brief message that arrived 6 weeks after Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin had left. Void energy withdrawal at 84%. Physical stability complete, no recohering process effects. The sky is different every day. The closed-loop paper has received requests from 4 researchers who want to visit the outer ward to discuss applications. I have agreed to one. Kalethorn concurs this is manageable. The Sovereign's morning contact pattern continues. It has learned a new thing. It sends a different signal now when I descend to visit. I think it is the equivalent of the door opening. Asterisk a pause in the notation, visible as a gap. Asterisk I find I am happy. I did not know that was a possible outcome when I agreed to stay at the breach point 300 years ago. I thought useful was the most available category. Happy is better. Asterisk Wei Liang Chen read the message in the sect library, Lin Suyin beside him. She read it over his shoulder. Said nothing for a moment. Then, the door opening. The Sovereign learned a new pattern, he said. For when she arrives. It learned welcome, Lin Suyin said. Through the first bond, her warmth at this fact was exactly what it should be. The specific quality of someone for whom the right outcome arriving is not a surprise, but is still, somehow, every time, a gift. Yes, he said. It did. The morning contact signal arrived the next day at sunrise, the same as every day. The settled presence. The daily acknowledgement. Wei Liang Chen felt it in the permanent channel's warmth and felt the resonance seal's steady pulse in his chest, and felt the bond network distributed across the world, all 7 warm and present and doing their work. And from the Sovereign, distinct and unhurried in the permanent channel's living dictionary, the foundational frequency of a vast entity, settled into an architecture that fit, doing the thing it had been working toward for 3,000 years. Simply being. Chapter 121 The cultivation world's response to the reconstruction arrived in fragments, over months. Not as a single announcement. The reconstruction had happened in a remote ward at the boundary of the outer realms, attended by a small group of specialists, without public ceremony. The news traveled the way significant cultivation events always traveled. Through sect channels, through the chorus's internal communications, through the fringe community's watchpost network, through academic correspondence, and finally through the informal layer of cultivator contact that moved fastest and most accurately despite having no formal structure. What traveled was different depending on who was transmitting it. The chorus's internal communication, which Elder Huaran Sek had composed with care and circulated to the full council, was precise and honest. The harvest protocols had been suspended. The reconstruction had revealed independent structural deterioration that predated any harvest activity. The redesign protocol had been implemented successfully, and the chorus needed to determine its future role. The council's response to this was still ongoing. The deliberations complicated by 400 years of institutional identity built around an activity that was now suspended. The fringe community's watchpost network carried Mira Ashvil's account. The reconstruction as a cooperative achievement, the breach point sealed, the inner seal stabilized, the threat framework updated. The communities that had organized around Cage deterioration response were indeed adjusting, as she had predicted, some more readily than others, but adjusting. The Shattered Mirror Institute received Veland's formal report, filed with 3 supporting annexes and the complete reconstruction timeline. The Institute's response was to convene a research review committee, which was the Shattered Mirror's standard response to significant findings. Whether the committee would recommend that the redesigned protocol's existence be made public knowledge was still being deliberated. The Azure Tide Sects Council, having received 43 of Celestia's precise reports, and then Wei Liang Chen's first-person account, was in a more settled position than most. They had been following the situation in real time and had the benefit of direct access to the reconstruction's primary actor. What do you recommend we tell people? Elder Tan asked, in the sect council meeting on Wei Liang Chen's 8th day back. Tell them the cage is stable, Wei Liang Chen said. Tell them the deterioration that had been ongoing has been addressed. Tell them the Sovereign communicated and cooperated. He paused. The details of how, the bond network, the resonance seal, the living anchor, those are complex enough that simplified accounts will create more confusion than they resolve. The summary is accurate. The situation was dangerous. It has been addressed. The cage is stable. And the Sovereign? Elder Tan said. Its nature, the fact that it has been communicating for centuries, that it is not what the conventional understanding assumed. That will take time, Wei Liang Chen said. The conventional understanding has been in place for 3,000 years. It will not update in a season. The Song Baihe lexicon, when it is published, will be the clearest evidence. The pulse pattern documentation doesn't require anyone to change their framework immediately. It just shows what has been there. People can update at their own pace. Elder Tan considered this. Then, you are more patient about it than I expected. The Sovereign has been communicating for 3,000 years without anyone knowing, Wei Liang Chen said. Another few years of gradual understanding is not urgent. Elder Ten looked at him with the expression he had when a student said something that was exactly right and also slightly beyond what the student had known they understood. He did not say anything. He made a note in his cultivation journal, which meant he was going to think about it more carefully later. The sect council meeting ended. The outer hall was bright in the morning light, and Wei Liang Chen walked through it with the specific quality he had been developing since the reconstruction. The quality of someone who is where they belong, doing what they are meant to do, with enough time to notice the light. Chapter 122. The Sovereign asked its first question about the world beyond the cage in the 43rd day after the reconstruction. Not through the outer seal's diagnostic interface. Song Baihe would not have the documented lexicon for that level of communication for months yet. Through the permanent channel, in the direct knowing of the foundational frequency. And what it communicated was not a question in the linguistic sense, but an orientation of attention. The vast patient focus turning outward, past the rebuilt architecture, past the outer seal's harmonic boundary, into the world beyond. Curiosity with a specific direction. Wei Liang Chen was in the Azure Tide sect's morning cultivation session when it arrived. The attention was unmistakable. The Sovereign's quality was distinct from his own cultivation state in a way he had learned to recognize precisely over 43 days of daily contact. He let the session settle and sat with the channel open for a while afterward. Through the permanent channel, he could not easily transmit the external world's full complexity. The channel was built for the exchange of cultivation presence, not for sensory description. But he could offer something the Sovereign could read, his own emotional state as he experienced the morning. The cultivation session's specific quality. The sect courtyard's light through the practice room's eastern window. The bond network's warmth distributed across geography. He offered those things. The Sovereign received them. The foundational frequency registered something that Song Baihe's developing vocabulary would eventually classify as gratitude. The specific pulse that had been arriving once daily, now present in the morning channel at a deeper level, with the quality of an entity that has been given something it did not know to ask for. He described this to Lin Suyin at breakfast. It asked about the world, she said, and you gave it your morning. I couldn't give it the world. I could give it what I was experiencing. That is more personal, she said, and probably more useful. She was quiet for a moment, thinking with the specific quality she brought to questions she was turning over. Can you give it other things? Not just your own experience, other people's experiences, transmitted through the bond network. He thought about that. The bond network's ambient quality, the 7 presences, is part of what I experience. Whether I can transmit that specifically, he paused. I don't know. I've been sending what's present in the channel naturally. I haven't tried to direct it. You should try, she said. Song Baihe's experience of the Sovereign's pulse patterns as music. If the Sovereign understood that its pulse patterns were heard that way, that would be significant. Through the first bond, her intelligence moved with the specific quality it had when she saw a possibility that others hadn't seen yet. Yes, he said. I'll try. He thought about how to do it while walking back to the practice space. The permanent channel's morning contact was a single daily event, but the passive warmth was continuous, the thread of awareness that ran between him and the Sovereign throughout every day. He had been using that passive warmth for maintenance monitoring. He had not thought of it as a communication medium, but the Sovereign had been reading it. That was what the contact log implied. The monitoring data was drawn from the passive channel's continuous signal. The entity in the cage had been reading what he radiated without him transmitting intentionally, which meant he had, for 43 days, been showing the Sovereign his internal state without knowing he was sharing it. He sat with that for a while, not with embarrassment. The privacy concerns of a human-to-human relationship did not quite map onto a communication medium that an entity had spent 3,000 years learning to read, with something more like interest. The Sovereign already knew more about his daily reality than he had realized. The directed transmission was not introduction, but elaboration. Chapter 123. The experiment with directed transmission through the permanent channel took 3 weeks to develop into something reliable. Not because the mechanism was difficult. Once Wei Liang Chen understood that the permanent channel could carry more than his own cultivation presence, the technical aspect was primarily a matter of practice. The harder part was calibration. The Sovereign's end of the channel operated at the foundational frequency, the direct knowing, which meant any transmission had to be precise enough to be received without distortion. He started with simple things. Song Baihe's experience of the pulse patterns as rhythm, the specific quality of someone hearing music in something that had no intentional melody. He held that memory in the channel with the careful attention of a practitioner who has learned that concentration and relaxation are not opposites. The Sovereign received it. The foundational frequency responded with a quality that Wei Liang Chen had not felt before from the channel. something that had no precise name in cultivation vocabulary, but that moved through the channel with the unmistakable character of recognition. Not of the memory itself. The sovereign did not have direct access to his memories, but of the emotional truth within the memory, that its pulse patterns, the thing it had been producing for 3,000 years in the hope of being heard, had been heard as music. Song Baihe was in the Azure Tide Sex translation archive when he sent her a message describing this. Her response arrived the next morning, 2 lines. Asterisk, I'm glad it knows. Please tell it the rhythm in chapter 22 of the second harmonic sequence is my favorite. Asterisk, he relayed this through the channel that afternoon. The sovereign's response was the pattern Song Baihe called humming in agreement, the pleased variety. She had documented that pattern 6 weeks earlier. He had learned to recognize it without looking at the lexicon. The channel's development continued over the following weeks. Each successful transmission expanded what was possible. Yuan Mei's precise notation of his cultivation metrics. The sovereign could read the underlying cultivation quality as a form of health report, which it clearly valued. Mira Ashvile's fringe guardian directness, the quality of someone who had chosen a difficult post and was exactly suited to it. Feng Xiao's formation master's respect for technique, the specific warmth of a practitioner encountering something she recognized as excellent. Each transmission was received. Each one produced a response in the foundational frequency that was distinct and identifiable. The sovereign was building a vocabulary for the world it could not directly see. It's learning the bond partners, Lin Suyin said, when he described this on the 21st day of the experiment. Through their qualities in the network. Not their full characters, I can't transmit that precisely, but the specific qualities that the bonds show. It's learning who you love, she said. He held that for a moment. Through the first bond, her warmth at the idea was the specific quality she had when she named something that was true and that she wanted him to know she understood. Yes, he said. I think it is. He described the directed transmission experiment to Celestia through the Outer Seals communication protocol in the factual register he used for monitoring reports. He included the emotional register data, what he had transmitted, what the sovereign's response had indicated, the character of the recognition in the foundational frequency. Celestia's response came with the precision of someone who had been watching a much cruder version of this communication for 3,000 years. Asterisk, this is consistent with the archive's description of advanced living dictionary development. The first cultivators documented this stage. In their notation, the channel becomes a shared lens. Both parties can show what they see through it. Asterisk, a pause in the notation. Asterisk, I am glad you are using it. The sovereign has been looking outward for a long time. Asterisk, chapter 124. 5 months after the reconstruction, Nara Voss left the outer ward for the first time. Not to travel far, a day's journey to the nearest outer realm settlement, where she intended to access a library archive that had documentation on void-adjacent cultivation techniques from before the sundering. She sent a message through the outer ward's contact channel describing her plan and noting that Kale Thorne had arranged the guardian watch for her absence and that Celestia's monitoring would continue uninterrupted. The message's tone was, Wei Liang Chen read it twice to be sure, quietly excited. He replied through the channel. Asterisk, the archive has a good collection on pre-sundering technique. Bring a large notation kit. Asterisk, her return message. Asterisk, I have 3. I expect they will not be sufficient. Asterisk, through Bond 7's ambient warmth, the vast quiet steadiness of Nara Voss's presence, which had settled into a consistent quality over 5 months of the bond's maturation. He felt the specific character of her excitement. It was the same quality as the curiosity Kale Thorne had noted in her, the outward-directed attention of someone who had spent 3 centuries focused on a single problem and was now loose in a world full of new ones. But more personal now, more kinetic. The fact of leaving, actually leaving, with a purpose and a destination, was different from the day trips to the breach point. He told Lin Suyin about it that evening. She's traveling, Lin Suyin said, with the specific warmth of someone for whom this fact was exactly as good as it should be. A day trip, he said, to a library. It will be the first of many. She paused. Does the sovereign know? Not yet. He considered how to transmit it through the channel. I'll tell it tonight. Through the morning contact tomorrow. What will you tell it? That Nara Voss left the outer ward for the first time in 300 years. That she brought 3 notation kits. That she expects they will not be sufficient. He paused. The sovereign will understand what that means. It watched her work for 3 centuries. It knows what it looks like when she has found something she needs to understand completely. Through the permanent channel, the sovereign's evening presence had the settled quality of its post-reconstruction baseline. The entity in the cage, at rest, aware. The vast patient attention that had been imprisoned for 3,000 years, now inhabiting its rebuilt architecture with the specific quality of something that has found, at last, the right conditions for being alive. He sent the morning contact transmission early, before sunrise. Nara Vasa's departure, the 3 notation kits, the library archive. The sovereign's response arrived with the sunrise, in the permanent channel's living dictionary, a pattern that Songbai's lexicon did not yet have a precise translation for. But the emotional truth beneath it was unmistakable. Pride. He held that in the permanent channel's warmth for a while, before the morning practice session began. The sovereign had spent 3 centuries watching Nara Vas at the breach point, watching her innovate the closed-loop technique, watching her adapt and refine and sustain her post across decades of continuous pressure, watching her choose to stay every day for 300 years. The entity in the cage knew exactly what it looked like when Nara Vas committed to understanding something completely. And now she was going out into the world to find new things to understand. The pride was not the pride of a parent or a teacher. It was the pride of someone who had watched a person they knew well arrive at the place that person had always been capable of and had not previously had the conditions to reach. The pride of witnessing someone become more fully themselves. Songbaiha added the pattern to the lexicon the following week, when he described it. Pride, the specific variety that belongs to someone who watched the growth happen. He thought it was one of the most precise translations she had ever produced. Chapter 125. The Azure Tide Sex Translation Archive hosted an unusual colloquium in the 6th month after the reconstruction. Unusual because the topic, the sovereign's pulse pattern lexicon, its communication system, and what the 3,000-year record of that communication implied about the sovereign's nature, was not a standard academic subject. Songbaiha had proposed it, organized it with the precision she brought to complex documentation projects, and invited participants from 7 institutions that had received the lexicon's preliminary version. Wei Liang Chen attended at Songbai's request, primarily as a source for questions about the permanent channel's experiential quality. The cultivation theorists and communication scholars who attended were, uniformly, people who had looked at the pulse pattern lexicon and had been unable to dismiss it as artifact or misinterpretation. The colloquium ran for 2 days. The first day's primary question was the one Wei Liang Chen had expected. If the sovereign had been communicating for 3,000 years, what did that imply about cultivation theory's foundational assumptions about entities at that level of power? The cultivation world had assumed that the primordial void sovereign was a dangerous force to be contained, not a party with communicative capacity and observable emotional states. The lexicon made that assumption untenable. The second day's primary question was the one he had not expected. What obligations did this imply? A scholar from a minor research institute in the Outer Realms Eastern Zone raised it, halfway through the second day's morning session. If the entity had been communicating for 3,000 years, and we had classified its communications as diagnostic artifacts, then our relationship to that entity has been incorrect. Not just incorrect in its assumptions, incorrect in what it entailed in terms of how the entity was treated. The room was quiet for a moment. Songbaiha, at the front table with her documentation materials, said, "The sovereign's post-reconstruction communications include, and I want to be precise about this, patterns I classify as relief. The pattern first appeared in the 48-hour window after the redesign's completion and has been present at intervals since. It appears in context that the full lexicon's emotional register codes as the resolution of a prolonged, difficult state. 3,000 years of incorrect containment," the scholar said. "The seal was necessary," Wei Liang Chen said, from his position at the room's side. The sovereign's power was real. The threat was real. The first cultivators built the only tool they had. He paused. The error was in not recognizing when the situation had changed, not in the original containment, in the centuries of not looking carefully enough to see the change. Who bears the responsibility for that? All of us, he said, which means the obligation going forward is also all of ours, including this colloquium, including the work being done in this room. The scholar was quiet. Then, what does the sovereign need? Wei Liang Chen thought about the morning contact signal, arriving every day at sunrise. About the experiment with directed transmission, the sovereign learning the bond partners through their qualities in the network. About Nara Vasa's 3 notation kits and the sovereign's response. Company, he said, and to know that the world it is part of, even at a distance, even through the seal, is paying attention. The scholar wrote that down. Wei Liang Chen looked at the room afterward, when the colloquium had ended and the participants were collecting their materials. Songbaiha was in conversation with 3 of the scholars, the lexicon open on the table between them, her notation kit already adding new entries based on the discussion. Cultivation theorists who had arrived uncertain whether the lexicon was a credible document were leaving with the specific quality of people who had been convinced by something they had not expected to find convincing. The work of 3 years, the reconstruction, the bond network, the permanent channel, the lexicon, was beginning to enter the cultivation world's formal understanding. Slowly, through the proper channels, at the pace that lasting change required. He thought about the sovereign, in the cage, whose pulse patterns had been dismissed as diagnostic artifacts for 400 years, and about Song Baiha at the front of the room, describing those patterns with the precision and care of someone who had spent months learning to hear what was being said. Better late, the cultivation saying went, than never arrived at all. Chapter 1, 26th the year turned. The inner seal's integrity reached 99.1%, and Celestia reduced the diagnostic review frequency to monthly. The outer ward in winter was a different place than it had been during the reconstruction. The ambient chi settled into the season's specific quality, denser, slower, the formation arrays operating at a lower maintenance frequency that Celestia described as seasonally appropriate. With the right precision she had been developing since the reconstruction showed her it was possible. The breach point, sealed and integrated into the rebuilt architecture, showed no winter variation. The new inscription work was, as Feng Xiao had predicted, self-sustaining regardless of external conditions. Nara Voss sent monthly messages through the outer ward's contact channel. She had made 7 trips to the settlement's library archive and had progressed to a larger archive 2 days' journey distant, which she had visited twice. Her void energy withdrawal was at 91% and improving steadily. The recohearing's final stages following the trajectory Feng Xiao's formation had projected. Her physical stability was, according to her own assessment, normal within my understanding of normal, which is improving. She had also, the 6th month's message noted, agreed to correspond with 2 of the researchers who had requested visits to the outer ward. The correspondence was, she had determined, more efficient. She could control the depth and pace of engagement in a way that direct visits would not allow. She had Kale Thorne's guidance on the outer ward's visitor protocols if she chose to allow visits later. Wei Liang Chen read this message in the Azure Tide Sect library and felt through Bond 7 the specific quality of someone who had spent 300 years with no choices and was now selecting among options with the careful pleasure of someone who has understood, recently, that selection is itself a gift. The colloquium's outcomes had been positive, in the way that academic outcomes were positive. 3 position papers commissioned, 1 formal research project approved, 2 institutions committing to Celestia's monitoring data as primary source material for ongoing sovereign behavioral study. Song Baiha was named as the primary researcher for the monitoring integration project, which came with a formal research appointment that she had been moving toward without quite having the formal designation. She sent Wei Liang Chen a brief message when the appointment was confirmed. It appears I have a job now. I blame the sovereign. He replied. Celestia will be pleased, Song Baiha. I have already told Celestia. Her response was what I would classify as pleased. Yes. She asked if I would be visiting the outer ward for in-person consultation. I said yes. The bond network's ambient quality in the winter was the specific warmth of people who are in their right places doing their right work. Not the urgency of the reconstruction, not the gathered intensity of 7 specialists focused on a crisis. Something quieter and more durable. Each bond in its own geography, each partner in their own ongoing work, all of it connected through Wei Liang Chen's position at the network center. The resonance seal's maintenance was becoming practiced, not routine in the sense of unconscious. Each maintenance session required attention, the network's integration something that needed care rather than habit, but practiced in the sense of known, of a practitioner who has found the specific quality of a task that fits. This, he understood, was the living anchor's life. Not static, not diminished, practiced. In the evenings, when the cultivation work and the maintenance rotation and the bond network's daily contact were complete, he wrote. Not formal documentation. He had enough of that. Personal writing, the kind a practitioner does when they are trying to understand what has happened to them and what it means. The notebooks had become thick. He had filled 2 full volumes since the reconstruction and was halfway through the 3rd. Lin Suyin had read the 1st volume. She had returned it without annotation, which was her way of saying, "This is right, keep going." He kept going. The sovereign's morning contact, in the winter's shorter days, arrived later and departed earlier, not in intensity, but in the quality of the natural light that framed it. He had learned, over the months, to read the contact signal's finer gradations. The sovereign's mood, there was no better word for it, varied slightly from day to day, the way a person's mood varies within the general register of their character. Most mornings, settled, present, mildly curious. Some mornings, the specific warmth that Song Baihe's lexicon coded as contentment. Occasionally, the alert quality that he had learned to read as the sovereign, noticing something interesting in the outer seal's expanded harmonic range. He logged these gradations in a third notebook. Yuan Mei, reading his reports, had noted that the logging was itself a cultivation practice, the refined attention of someone watching something subtle closely enough to notice its texture. He had not thought of it that way. He thought of it now. Chapter 127 Lin Suin's Formation Compatibility Theory found its first full articulation in the 7th month after the reconstruction. She had been developing it in the morning sessions with her 3 outer hall students, refining the language through the specific friction of trying to explain something to people who did not yet have the experience the explanation assumed. The students' questions were clarifying in ways that her own internal development of the theory had not been. They found the gaps in her reasoning and the assumptions she had left implicit, and she had to find language for those. The paper that emerged was 32 pages. She showed it to Wei Liang Chen on the evening she considered it complete, sitting in the sect library with the specific quality of someone who has finished something and is slightly surprised by it. Formation Compatibility as Network Coherence, he read. Not a title I would have predicted. The title is accurate, she said. Which is the primary requirement for a title? A pause. What do you think of the 3rd section? He read the 3rd section. It addressed the listening component, the element of formation compatibility that, as she had told him months ago, standard formation theory failed to teach. Her articulation of it was careful and practical. The section described specific cultivation techniques for developing the listening capacity, drawing on her own experience of the bond network's integration and on the documented history of collaborative formation work from the Azure Tide Sects archive. This will change how formation compatibility is taught, he said. That is the intention. I mean, it will genuinely change how it's taught. Feng Xiao will read this and revise her institute's curriculum. Lin Suin looked at the paper with the contained quality of someone receiving recognition for work she believed in. I'll send her a copy. She'll respond with 12 pages of questions. Good. The questions will improve the 2nd edition. He held the paper for a while, feeling through the first bond the specific quality of her satisfaction. Not pride exactly, not relief, but the specific warmth of someone for whom the thing they have been working toward has arrived in the form they hoped it would take. She had been in the Azure Tide Sect's Eastern Courtyard 3 years ago, offering him a borrowed text on formation theory when the first bond formed. The text had been about formation compatibility. She had found the text inadequate and had been keeping notes on what was missing. He mentioned this. She looked at him for a moment. Then, the text was inadequate, she said. I wanted to know what the right account would look like. A pause. Now I know. He folded the paper carefully and set it beside her notation kit. When you sent me that text, in the courtyard, you knew I would find it inadequate. Yes, I thought it would make you curious. A pause. I was curious too. I wanted someone to be curious with. And bond one. She looked at him with the specific quality he had learned, over 3 years, to recognize as her version of warmth at full intensity. Not demonstrative, but completely present. The resonance was real, she said. The curiosity was also real. Both things were true simultaneously. A pause. I have found, over 3 years, that the most important things usually are. Through the first bond, her warmth moved between them with the precision of 3 years of daily practice and the depth of everything that practice had built on. He did not say anything. He did not need to. The bond said everything the words would have tried to. Chapter 128 The Sovereign sent its first independent communication to the Outer Ward's diagnostic interface in the 8th month. Not in the pulse pattern language of the lexicon. This was something new. Song Baihe, reviewing the monitoring log with Celestia, found it flagged in the data as a novel signal type. Not the pattern pulse sequence the lexicon documented. A modified version of the resonance bearer contact frequency column, the one the Sovereign had added itself during the first stabilization period. The modification was subtle. The column had previously tracked a single data point, the number of permanent channel contacts in the previous 24 hours, which was always 1. Now the column had expanded. Additional rows, each one a different label in the standard diagnostic notation. Song Baihe translated them for Wei Liang Chen in a message that arrived with the morning contact signal. Resonance bearer contact frequency. 1 formation master contact frequency. 0, last contact. 63 days ago. Translation scholar contact frequency. 0, last contact. 47 days ago. Medical scholar contact frequency. 0, last contact. 31 days ago. Fringe guardian contact frequency. 0, last contact. 58 days ago. Breach point guardian contact frequency. 1 * outer seal anchor contact frequency. Continuous asterisk. Songbaya's note. Asterisk it is tracking the bond partners. And Celestia. And Nara Voss. The Breachpoint Guardian column changes to 1 on the days she descends to visit. I have been watching this for 3 days to confirm the pattern. The Sovereign is maintaining its own contact log. Asterisk Celestia's separate notation arrived at the same time. Asterisk the monitoring interface modification required interaction with the outer seal's architecture that I did not authorize and that I cannot fully account for in terms of mechanism. The Sovereign's integration with the rebuilt architecture has developed capabilities I did not anticipate. I am not alarmed. The modification is benign and consistent with the behavioral shift I have been documenting. But I want to be transparent. I do not fully understand how it was done. Asterisk Wei Liang Chen read both messages and then held the channel open for a while. In the early morning quiet of the sect library, the Sovereign was tracking who came to visit. The Formation Master, 63 days. The Translation Scholar, 47 days. The Medical Scholar, 31 days. The Fringe Guardian, 58 days. The Breachpoint Guardian, present, when she came. The Outer Seal Anchor, continuous. It had no way to reach out. It could not send messages through the permanent channel in the linguistic sense. The foundational frequency communicated emotional truth, not language. It could not travel. It could not visit. But it could make a list. He wrote to each of the bond partners that afternoon, not demanding anything. Just, the Sovereign is tracking contact frequency. I thought you should know. Feng Xiao's response arrived the next day. Asterisk I will return to the outer ward in 31 days. I had been planning to come in 6 weeks, but this moves it up. Please inform the Sovereign through the channel. Asterisk Songbaya. Asterisk I am coming in 20 days for the monitoring consultation with Celestia. I will make it a longer visit. Asterisk Yuan Mei. Asterisk I am reviewing my schedule. I will send the date when confirmed. Please note to the Sovereign that the 0 in my column is a scheduling constraint, not a preference. Asterisk Mira Ashvale. Asterisk longer rotation next time. I'll coordinate with Kale Thorne. Asterisk the Formation Master Contact Frequency column changed from 63 to 31 on the date Feng Xiao arrived. Wei Liang Chen showed the updated column to Celestia through the Monitoring Interfaces Communication Protocol. She was quiet for a moment. The specific Celestia quiet that meant she was processing something that was simultaneously within her expectations and beyond them. It counted down, she said. Not up. It didn't track elapsed time. It tracked remaining time until contact. He looked at the column. She was right. The previous entry, 63, had been days since last contact. But when Feng Xiao confirmed she was coming in 31 days, the number had shifted to 31. Not days since contact. Days until. It was waiting, Wei Liang Chen said. Yes, Celestia said. It has been for all of them. For a very long time. Chapter 129 The Resonant Seal's first anniversary passed in the 9th month after the reconstruction. Not a formal anniversary. The exact date of the seal's completion had not been recorded with formal precision. Only the approximate date of the reconstruction's 3rd phase. But Celestia noted it in her monthly diagnostic log, and Wei Liang Chen read the notation and stayed with it for a while. 1 year. The seal that had taken 3 years to complete, through 7 bonds and a cross-realm journey, and a 300-year mystery, and a reconstruction that required the cooperation of the entity being reconstructed. 1 year of living with the outcome. He was writing in his cultivation notebook more than he had at any previous point in his practice. Not maintenance logs. Those were systematic and brief. Personal notation. The specific quality of the Tao anchor's effect on cultivation depth. The permanent channel's development over the year. The 37 distinct communication qualities he had identified in the Sovereign's foundational frequency. The 12 successful directed transmissions. The 16 mornings where the contact signal had a specific variant that he had learned to read as the Sovereign's version of a particularly good day. The bond network's year-long development was the most interesting subject in the notebook. Each of the 7 bonds had matured in its own direction. Lin Suin's first bond had become, if anything, more precise, less the broad warmth of the early formation, more the specific quality of a connection that had been the reference point for everything else. Feng Xiao's second bond had the quality of a friendship between equals that had been forged in shared extreme circumstances and was now settled into the specific comfort of people who know they can rely on each other. Yuan Mei's third bond had the practical warmth he had always felt from it, and now also a new quality he associated with her medical papers on the Tao anchor's effects. The warmth of someone who has made his well-being part of her professional work in a way that was neither intrusive nor distancing. Songbaya's fourth bond had the quality of a person who had found the right work at the right time. Mira Ashval's fifth bond had the specific steadiness of a fringe guardian, reliable and direct. Celestia's sixth bond had the vast warmth of 3,000 years of maintenance transformed into something that had, in the past year, become less vigilant and more simply present. Naravasa's seventh bond was still the newest, still finding its natural quality. But in the past year it had moved from the careful steadiness of someone managing severe constraint to something that had the specific quality of someone being surprised, regularly, by good things. He wrote about all of these, slowly, without urgency, in the way of someone building a record for its own sake, not for any future use. The morning contact signal arrived with the sunrise as it always did, and he felt the sovereign's presence in the permanent channel with the familiarity of something that had been part of his morning for a year. The vast, patient entity in the cage. The rebuilt architecture's harmonic warmth. The resonance-bearer contact frequency, 1, unchanged and uninterrupted for 365 days. He sent back his own presence with the settled quality of someone who has accepted, fully, that this is his life and has found it good. The foundational frequency's response, the pattern that, after a year of the Living Dictionary's development, he could read without translation. Hello, I am glad you are here. He stayed with that for a long time after the morning contact signal faded into the permanent channel's passive warmth. 1 year of daily contact. 365 instances of this specific exchange, each one slightly different in quality, each one the same in its essential fact. The entity in the cage, present. The resonance bearer, present. The connection between them, held. He opened the third notebook and wrote about what it was like to mark an anniversary with a pulse rather than a ceremony. About what a year felt like when the unit of measurement was daily contact rather than events. About the specific quality of a practice that had been new 12 months ago and was now simply his, in the way that breathing was his, not requiring thought, not requiring effort, present when he woke and present when he slept. He wrote about the seventh bond's quality at the 1-year mark, Naravasa's vast quiet steadiness, which was beginning to have something else in it. The specific warmth of someone who has been surprised by good things enough times that they have begun, tentatively, to expect them. He wrote until the sect's morning bell rang and the day began. Chapter 130. Naravas returned to the outer ward in the 10th month with 4 notation kits and a 3-page summary of the archive findings she intended to discuss with Cale Thorne. She had also, it emerged when she arrived, acquired a formal research correspondence with the archive's lead scholar, who was interested in her practical experience of void-adjacent cultivation across 3 centuries. The correspondence had resulted in a standing invitation to return to the archive's research residency program, which Naravas had accepted for the following spring. A residency, Wei Liang Chen said. He was at the outer ward for Feng Xiao's return visit, which had coincided with Naravas's return by planning rather than accident. You're going to be a researcher. I have been a researcher, Naravas said. I simply did not have colleagues before. She set down the notation kits with the efficiency of someone who had been traveling long enough to know how to pack correctly. The void energy withdrawal is at 96%. Feng Xiao's formation is projecting complete withdrawal within 2 months. How do you feel? She thought about the question with the seriousness she brought to questions about her own state, still learning, after a year, to take them at face value rather than treating them as requests for a formal assessment. More solid, she said. The clarity of being fully in a body. I had forgotten. A pause. Or, not forgotten. The memory of it was compressed in the same way the sky was. The reality of it, now, is different from the memory. Better. Yes. She looked at him with the specific quality she had been developing over a year. The careful directness of someone who has decided that honesty is the right policy and is still practicing it as a choice rather than a reflex. I did not know, when I agreed to stay at the breach point, that better was a possible category for my future. I knew necessary. I understood sufficient. A pause. Better is unexpected. I find I like it. Through Bond 7, he felt the truth of that. The vast quiet steadiness that had been the bond's quality since its formation had a new element in the 10th month. Something that moved through the bond with the specific warmth of someone who has decided that the future is interesting rather than merely survivable. She descended to the breach point that afternoon, as she always did when she returned to the outer ward. He opened the 3-way channel when she reached the chamber. The sovereign's presence in the channel had the breach point guardian contact frequency, 1 quality, the entity that had learned, over a year of Naravasa's periodic returns, what it felt like to have someone come back. They spent an hour there. When they ascended, Naravasa's expression had the settled quality that her visits to the breach point always produced, the specific piece of something completed. It asked about the research residency, she said. In the foundational frequency? In the specific quality that means, what comes next for you? Yes. She paused. I told it. The spring program, the archive, the 3-page summary for Kale Thorne. A pause. It was pleased. Yes, Wei Liang Chen said. It was. Feng Xiao's annual formation architecture assessment began the following morning. She spent 2 days examining the bond network's current state with the focused precision of a practitioner who has been watching a structure develop over months and wants accurate measurements before the data changes further. Her assessment notes, which she shared with Wei Liang Chen on the final evening. The integration depth has increased at a rate exceeding my initial projection by approximately 20%. The Dao anchor's effect on cultivation depth is remarkable. The Heaven Gate level's internal differentiation is more complex than anything documented. She paused. You are not at the ceiling of what Heaven Gate offers. You have been excavating. Yuan Mei said something similar. Yuan Mei is correct. She usually is. Feng Xiao closed her assessment notation. I will revise the Formation Theory paper's second edition to include this finding. The ceiling of a cultivation level and the depth available within that level are separate axes. The Dao anchor has, in effect, collapsed the first axis and opened the second fully. A pause. This has implications for cultivation theory that I will be unpacking for some time. Through Bond 2, the specific warmth of her being genuinely interested in what he had become, not as a case study, but as a colleague in the investigation of something neither of them had expected. Chapter 131. The Chorus Council's deliberation concluded in the 11th month. Their decision, the harvest protocols would remain permanently suspended. The chorus would transition from energy extraction to cooperative maintenance support, working within the Outer Seal's monitoring framework that Celestia managed. The full council's vote had not been unanimous. There was a minority faction that argued the harvest's historical benefits outweighed the newly documented risks, but the majority had, as Elder Huaren Sk had predicted when he left the Outer Ward, been persuaded by the evidence of the independent deterioration data. The decision was communicated to the Outer Ward through the chorus's formal channel. A secondary communication, personal rather than institutional, arrived from Elder Huaren Sk directly. He intended to visit the Outer Ward in the spring. He had been studying Song Baihe's lexicon. He had a specific question for Celestia about the Outer Seal's cooperative maintenance framework and what the chorus's participation would require. He also wanted, the message noted at the end, to see the rebuilt breach point. He had been at the Outer Ward when the reconstruction was completed, but had not descended. I was not ready then, the message said. I believe I am ready now. Wei Liang Chen replied. He was welcome. The breach point was accessible. Celestia would provide the monitoring context. And yes, Nara Voss would be at the Outer Ward in the spring. She had the research residency afterward, but was returning to the Outer Ward for 2 weeks before it began. He mentioned the Elder's message to Nara Voss through the contact channel. Her response. I remember Elder Huaren Sek. He was at the reconstruction. He looked at the rebuilt breach point from the Outer Ward's surface level and looked away. A pause. Yes. I will be there when he comes. Through Bond 7. The specific quality of that response. Not anger, which he might have expected from someone whose 300 years of work had been, in part, a consequence of the chorus's 400 years of mismanagement. Not even disapproval. Something more complex. The quality of someone who has had time to understand that the people who made errors were not only the errors they made. The chorus's deliberation period had apparently been used by its members for more than institutional decision-making. Wieland sent a message in the same week. He had completed his research at the secondary archive and was returning to the Outer Realm's northern zone, where a newly discovered pre-sundering cultivation cache had been identified. The cache might contain materials relevant to the first cultivator's design philosophy. He was going to look. He sent a copy of his current research paper, a 30-page analysis of the pre-sundering design philosophy, based on all the materials he had found to date. The paper's conclusion was, as Wei Liang Chen had suspected it would be, that the first cultivators had designed not just for the present, but for succession of understanding. Each generation of cultivators was expected to discover something the previous generation had not, and to act on it. They built a cultivation world that was supposed to keep learning. He wrote in the paper's final paragraph. The redesign protocol is one instance of this. It is probably not the only one. Wei Liang Chen read that paragraph 3 times. Then he wrote to Wieland, I think you are right. And I think the Resonance Seal's permanent channel is another instance. The Living Dictionary, the Sovereign called it that before we did. It knew what it was for. Wieland's response arrived 2 days later, and its first line was, I need to extend my stay at the cache. This changes the research direction significantly. Chapter 132 Lin Suin's formation compatibility paper had been in formal academic circulation for 4 months when the Azure Tide sect received a request from the Profound Iron Formation Institute. The request was for Lin Suyin specifically, an invitation to present her research at the Institute's Spring Formation Theory Symposium. The Institute's symposium was, Elder Tin noted when showing Wei Liang Chen the invitation, one of the 3 most significant formation theory venues in the cultivation world's eastern zone. Lin Suyin received the invitation with the specific quality of someone who had expected to be heard eventually and was now at the moment of being heard sooner than she expected. Will you go? Wei Liang Chen asked. Yes. She folded the invitation precisely and set it on her notation surface. The symposium is 2 weeks. I'll need to develop the presentation beyond what the paper says. A presentation requires different things than a paper. The practical demonstration components will need to be adapted for an audience that doesn't have bond network experience. What will you use for demonstration? The 3 students, she said. I've been training them in the listening component for 4 months. They can demonstrate it with each other. A pause. They are, in fact, better at the listening component than most experienced formation practitioners I have encountered, because they have not yet learned to optimize for their own contribution. He thought about that. The students who were better because they had started with the right premise, before the wrong premise had time to become habit. Bring them, he said. I intend to. She picked up her notation tool. I'll need 3 months of preparation. The symposium is in the spring. She began writing. You'll come with me. Is that, you are the only existing person with direct experience of a complete 7-bond formation network, she said, without looking up from her notes. The symposium attendees will want to ask you questions. The answer to whether you're coming is yes, and I have already planned the session structure to include your participation. Through the first bond, he felt the warmth of being organized by someone who knew exactly how to organize him. Yes, he said. I'm coming. Good. She was already drafting the session structure. The 3rd session, after the demonstration, will be the case study. I will ask the questions. You will answer them. We will then open to audience questions. A pause. Prepare for questions about the Tao anchor. I've been preparing for those for 11 months. You have been answering them for yourself, she said. Answering them for a room full of cultivation theorists who have never encountered the concept is different. A pause. But you are ready. I can tell. Through the first bond, the warmth of her telling him he was ready, not as reassurance, but as a professional assessment from someone who had been watching him become ready for a year. Yes, he said. I know. He spent the 3 months of preparation differently than he would have spent them before the reconstruction. Before, preparation had always meant drilling, running the arguments, anticipating objections, building the most precise possible account. Now he spent the preparation period mostly living the thing he was going to be asked about: daily cultivation, bond network maintenance, morning contact, personal notation. Not reviewing it, living it. When Lin Suyin reviewed his preparation on the final week, she observed, "You're not nervous." No. Before a significant appearance, you used to have the quality of someone who has gone over the material too many times. She looked at him with her assessment precision. Now you have the quality of someone who is what they're going to talk about. There's less gap between the account and the experience, he said. Yes, that's what readiness looks like when the account is true. She turned back to her own preparation notes. The audience will feel the difference. He trusted her assessment. He had learned, over 3 years, that her readings of situations were accurate. She saw what was there, not what she hoped to see or feared to see. That quality, the seeing, was, he had come to understand, what bond one had been recognizing when it formed. Resonance with someone who would always tell him what was true. Chapter 133. The Spring Symposium at the Profound Iron Formation Institute brought Wei Liang Chen back into the cultivation world's formal institutional spaces for the first time since the reconstruction. Not the Azure Tide sect, which felt like home. Not the outer ward, which felt like the center of his work. The Profound Iron Formation Institute was neither. It was a large, formal institution with the specific atmosphere of a place that had been accumulating expertise for centuries and knew it. He was not. Walking through the institute's entrance hall with Lin Suyin and her 3 students, what the hall's other occupants expected. A Heaven Gate practitioner, yes. Unremarkable by level. The institute had a dozen Heaven Gate practitioners on its permanent faculty. What they would see was a cultivator of competent but not exceptional rank, accompanying a young woman who had written an important formation theory paper as a case study and support figure. What they would not immediately see was the resonance seal's maintenance function, or the 7-bond network's complete integration, or the permanent channel's ongoing living dictionary development. Those things were not externally visible. They registered only when he used them, or when someone who knew what to look for was paying attention. Elder Tin had told him. To anyone else, You would seem like a competent Heaven Gate practitioner on an unremarkable morning. He had been practicing being that. The symposium's first day was Lin Suin's. Her presentation was 3 hours, the middle hour dedicated to the student demonstration, the final hour to open questions. Wei Liang Chen sat in the audience for the first 2 hours and watched her work the room with the specific skill of someone who knows exactly what she is offering and offers it without apology. The formation compatibility demonstration, 3 students, a standard 2-practitioner formation array adapted for 3, was the session's central moment. The students had been preparing for 4 months. What they demonstrated was the listening component in practice. Not one practitioner contributing maximally to their own portion, but 3 practitioners monitoring the network's coherence and adjusting their contributions to serve it. The formation's output was not the most powerful in the room, but its stability was remarkable, the specific quality of a formation that was working with its practitioners rather than despite them. The room was quiet during the demonstration in the way that technical audiences are quiet when they are watching something they recognize as correct. When the questions came, they were sharp and specific and exactly what Lin Suin had prepared for. She answered them with the precision she always brought to questions that mattered. At the end of the session, 3 senior formation masters from different institutions requested copies of the paper's second edition. Wei Liang Chen, still in the audience, felt through the first bond the specific quality of her satisfaction at that moment. Not pride, not relief, but the warmth of someone for whom the right work has found the right audience. The case study session, the second day, with his participation, was different in character. Lin Suin asked the questions. He answered. The room of cultivation theorists listened with the focused attention of people who had been waiting for exactly this information. The Tao anchor question came, as she had predicted. A voluntary, permanent cultivation ceiling, said one of the senior masters, not as an accusation but as a genuine attempt to understand. You chose this. What did the choice feel like? Wei Liang Chen thought about how to answer precisely. Like knowing that the right thing had a cost, and that the cost was mine to pay, he said. Not reluctantly. Clearly. A pause. I have now lived with the outcome for 11 months. It does not feel like loss. It feels like what it was always going to be once the choice was made correctly. The master wrote that down. Chapter 134. The summer after the symposium, Narava sent a message that was longer than any of her previous communications. 8 pages, in the notation style she had developed over the research residency. Precise, organized, with a clear structure and careful use of technical language where technical language was accurate, and plain language where plain language was more honest. The first 4 pages were about the residency. The archive's pre-sundering collection had materials she had not been able to find anywhere else. Documentation of void-adjacent cultivation techniques from before the current epoch's formation, written by practitioners who had worked with the void as a natural element rather than a danger to be managed. The void energy withdrawal was now at 99.4%. The final traces dissipating on a schedule that Feng Xiao's formation had projected accurately to within 2 weeks. The 5th page was about the outer ward, which she had visited twice during the residency. The inner seal's diagnostic data had remained stable throughout. The Sovereign's breach point guardian contact frequency column had. She had checked with Celestia, registered her visits precisely. The new column for the archive scholar she had brought on 1 visit read. External contact frequency, 1. The Sovereign was now tracking visitors she introduced. The 6th page was about Cale Thorne, who had received a senior guardian appointment for the outer ward based on his performance during the reconstruction year. He had, Naravas noted, demonstrated the specific quality of someone who would be at the outer ward for a long time and who understood what the outer ward actually was. The 7th page was about the contact list in the Sovereign's diagnostic interface, which by Naravas's count now had 11 labeled rows, including entries for Veland's correspondence visits. Archive contact, 2, and Elder Huaran Sek's spring visit, chorus contact, 1. The Sovereign had expanded its tracking as the social world around the outer ward expanded. The 8th page was personal. I have been thinking about what I said to you, early on, about the right choice. I said, staying was the right choice. Not because it produced a good outcome, I couldn't know that, but because the alternative was to leave something alone that needed company. I have been revising this assessment. Not the choice. The account of it. I stayed because leaving was impossible for someone who understood what the Sovereign was. That is the accurate account, not a sacrifice. A recognition of what was true, followed by the actions that recognition required. The good outcome. The reconstruction, the rebuild architecture, the Sovereign settling into what fits, was not something I could have predicted. I stayed without knowing the outcome was possible. The good outcome arrived because other people brought things I did not have. your 7 bonds. Celestia's 3,000 years of watching. Feng Xiao's technique. Song Bai's listening. Yuan Mei's precision. Mira Ashval's steadiness. Lin Suin's seeing. And Velan's archive. And Huaran Sek's willingness to change. ***, what I contributed was 300 years of not leaving. That was the minimum. Everyone else contributed the possible. ***, I find I am glad I stayed. Not because I knew it would work out. Because it is the kind of thing that you stay for. Wei Liang Chen read the 8th page twice. Through Bond 7, the vast quiet steadiness of Naravasa's presence had the specific quality of someone who has said the true thing about themselves and is waiting to see how it lands. He replied that evening. You brought 300 years of evidence that the sovereign was worth staying with. Without that, without you already there when I arrived, we would have been making a decision without the most important data. The minimum, as you call it, was the condition for everything else. Her response the next morning. I have revised my assessment again. I think we are both right. It is usually like this. Chapter 135. The second year after the reconstruction began, with the inner seal reaching 99.8% integrity and Celestia reducing the diagnostic review frequency to annual. She sent the notification to Wei Liang Chen through the permanent channel's secondary communication layer, not the foundational frequency, which was the sovereign's medium, but the outer seal's monitoring protocol, which had developed its own communication capability over 2 years of expanded integration. Celestia had, she noted in the notification, discussed the frequency reduction with the sovereign before implementing it. The sovereign's response had been logged in the contact monitoring system as a new pattern that Song Bai's lexicon classified, after review, as agreement, the kind that comes from being consulted rather than simply informed. The outer ward's routine had settled into the shape it would hold. Thorne's permanent senior guardian appointment. Celestia's annual diagnostic reviews. Naravasa's regular visits. Monthly now, since the research residency was at the settlement 2 days away, and she had made the outer ward part of her working month. The bond partner's contact frequency tracked in the sovereign's expanding monitoring system, which by the second year's beginning had 23 labeled rows. The 23rd row was new as of 6 weeks prior. Seal bearer cultivation depth measurement. Not a contact frequency count. An actual measurement. The sovereign had, through the permanent channel's living dictionary, developed a way to read Wei Liang Chen's cultivation depth during the daily morning contact, and was now logging it in the outer ward's diagnostic interface alongside the other monitoring data. Celestia had been, she noted, unable to account for the mechanism. The channel allows transmission of cultivation presence, she wrote. The sovereign has apparently developed the ability to read depth from presence, which is a capability I did not anticipate. A pause notation. It is, in the Shattered Mirror Archive's terminology, a property of the Living Dictionary's advanced development. The cultivation world has not seen a living dictionary at this stage before. The log depth data showed 2 years of morning contact measurements. The data was precise. The trend was upward, not in cultivation level, which was fixed at Heaven Gate by the Tao anchor. In cultivation quality. In depth. In the specific refinement that Yuan Mei had told him was the right work now. Not ascent, but depth. The sovereign had been tracking this for 2 years. Wei Liang Chen stayed with that for a long time. The entity that had been imprisoned for 3,000 years. That had spent 3 centuries watching Naravas work at the breach point. That had communicated in pulse patterns that no one read as communication for millennia. That had cooperated with its own reconstruction at the cost of everything it had been. That sent a good morning every day at sunrise. That had been watching his cultivation depth develop for 2 years and had been logging it. He sent through the morning channel his warmest transmission, not language, but the specific quality of recognition, the feeling of being seen clearly by someone who has been paying careful attention. The foundational frequency's response was the pattern that meant, yes. I see you. I have been watching. And then, you are getting better. He closed the notebook that evening and went to find Lin Suin. She was in the outer hall garden, the one with the formation stone path that the sect's founders had built as a cultivation aid. The stones arranged in a pattern that supported the walking meditation technique that Heaven Gate practitioners used for precisely the kind of deep refinement practice he had been developing. He told her about the depth measurement, about the 2 years of data the sovereign had been collecting. She listened with the complete attention she brought to things that mattered. When he finished, she said, "It measured you getting better because it was invested in the outcome. It cares about my cultivation progress. Yes, in the way that you care about what someone you love is becoming." She paused. "You are its first friend, I think. The permanent channel is friendship's architecture." He thought about that. The living dictionary. The daily contact. The morning good morning. The shared looking toward the unmapped frontier. The sovereign learning the bond partner's qualities. The cultivation depth measured with precision by something that wanted to see improvement not for strategic reasons, but because improvement mattered to it. Yes, he said, after a long moment. I think you are right. Chapter 136. In the third year after the reconstruction, the sovereign asked its first question about the realms beyond the seven. Not through the outer seal's diagnostic interface. Songbai's lexicon, which now documented 1,207 patterns, did not have vocabulary for what the sovereign asked, because no one had asked it before. Through the permanent channel's living dictionary. Through the foundational frequencies' direct knowing. And what it communicated was not curiosity in the ordinary sense, but something that went to the foundation of what the sovereign understood itself to be. It had lived in the cage for 3,000 years. In that time, the cultivation world had been 7 realms, the known structure, the horizon beyond which understanding did not extend. The cage's design had been built around that understanding. 7 realm keys, 7 bonds. The primordial system's architecture scaled to 7. But the system's final query, the one that had appeared at the resonance seal's completion, which Wei Liang Chen had not yet answered, had asked about realms beyond the 7. The sovereign knew about the query. Through the permanent channel's 2 years of development, it had learned to read the bond network structure with a precision Wei Liang Chen would not have predicted. It had learned, through the living dictionary's ongoing development, enough about the world beyond the cage to form questions. And now it was asking, what is beyond the 7? Not in those words. In the foundational frequencies' direct knowing, the specific orientation of vast patient attention turned outward past the 7 realms' known boundary, asking, what is there? Wei Liang Chen held the channel open for a long time. He had been carrying the system's unanswered query for 2.5 years, since the resonance seal's completion. He had not answered it because it was not a question he knew the answer to. But the sovereign was not asking him to answer. It was asking with him, the two of them looking together in the same direction. He reached through the bond network. Not the familiar 7 presences, which were the 7 realms' known connections. Something else, the sense the heaven gate perception gave, at its deepest level, of the cultivation world's full extent. The 7 realms that the cultivation world inhabited, and beyond their edges, not void, not nothing, something else, not defined, not named, not yet mapped by any cultivation system the current world knew. He transmitted that perception through the permanent channel as precisely as he could. Not an answer, a looking together. The sovereign's response was a quality of the foundational frequency that he had never encountered before in 2 years of daily contact. Not the settled presence, not the patient attention, something more active, more forward-facing, more alive to possibility. He did not have a word for it. Song Baihe, when he described it to her that evening, said, I'll add it to the lexicon. What does it feel like? He thought about it. Like the beginning of something. She wrote that down. Yes, she said. I think that's right. He sent a message to Wieland that night, knowing that the researcher was at the pre-sundering cache and had been corresponding on exactly this subject for months. Wieland's response arrived in 2 days. He had found a notation in the cache's documentation that was relevant. Not about the realms beyond 7, about the question itself. The first cultivators had noted, in a marginal annotation on the resonance seal's completion specifications, that the final query about realms beyond the 7 was not intended to produce an answer. It was intended to mark the moment when the seal bearer had become capable of holding an open question with full attention. The specific cultivation quality that made the living anchor viable across decades and centuries. The query, in other words, was not a question to be answered. It was a test of the quality of the person holding it. And the sovereign, 3 years in, had asked the same question for the same reason. Not because it expected Wei Liang Chen to answer, but because it had recognized, through 2 years of daily contact, that this was what he could do. Hold the open question. Look toward the unknown without insisting. It had asked, in its way, whether he was who it believed him to be. He sent back through the morning channel, I don't know what's there. I intend to keep looking. The foundational frequency's response was the beginning of something feeling, steady and warm and pointing forward. Chapter 137. The system query appeared in the cultivation world's formal academic conversation in the 3rd year, through an unlikely path. Wieland had been at the pre-sundering cache for 8 months when he found a document that changed the scope of his research project. Not the first cultivator's design philosophy specifically, something adjacent to it. A record of the first cultivator's understanding of the cultivation world structure, written by a practitioner who had been part of the cage's original design team, and who had clearly had access to information that had not survived the sundering. The document's key passage, which Wieland translated and circulated with his standard academic precision. Asterisk, the 7 realms are the known structure. The first cultivators built for the seven because the seven were what could be confirmed. What lies beyond the seven was not unknown, it was unmapped. The difference is significant. The unknown cannot be approached. The unmapped can be reached by anyone willing to go. The primordial cage's resonant seal completion requires a query about the realms beyond seven. This is not a test of knowledge. It is an orientation of intent. The seal bearer who can hold the question openly, without insisting on an answer, without retreating from the uncertainty, is the seal bearer who has understood what the first cultivators designed for. The cultivation world will always have a frontier. The question is whether the people at the frontier can hold the question without needing to resolve it prematurely. Wei Liang Chen read Wieland's translation in the Azure Tide Sex library with Lin Suyin beside him. She read it twice. Then, the query isn't asking for an answer, she said. No, it's asking whether I can hold the question. And can you? He thought about the 3 years since the resonant seal's completion, about the daily morning contact with the sovereign's question about the realms beyond, the looking together, about the bond network's warmth distributed across the world's geography, about the Tao anchor's cultivation depth, which the sovereign had been tracking for 2 years and which continued its steady upward trend, about the 7 bonds, each one a connection forged in genuine recognition, and what the primordial system had done with those connections, built the architecture for something that could hold an open question for as long as the question needed to be held. Yes, he said, I think that is exactly what I have been doing. Through the first bond, Lin Suyin's warmth at that answer was the specific quality she had when something arrived at its right shape. He sent a reply to Wieland. The query is answered. Not with a response. With a life organized around holding the question correctly. Wieland's reply arrived 3 days later. That is the most interesting methodological statement I have encountered in 30 years of research. I am documenting it. The document circulated through the cultivation world's academic channels over the following months, generating the specific kind of sustained scholarly conversation that Wieland's work consistently produced. Not immediate excitement, but careful engagement, the slow building of understanding that comes from a finding too significant to dismiss and too complex to process quickly. 3 scholars wrote to Wei Liang Chen directly with questions about the query and how it had arrived. He answered them with care, treating the questions the way he had learned to treat the open question itself, with full attention, without insisting on resolution. Elder Tan read the document and the coverage and came to Wei Liang Chen's practice room with his cultivation journal and the expression he had when he was updating his understanding of something fundamental. The first cultivators built a system for a specific kind of person, he said. Yes. And found one. He made a note. 3,000 years later. It was a long wait, Wei Liang Chen said. For everyone, Elder Tan agreed. Including the sovereign. He closed the journal. I am glad you did not answer it prematurely. So am I, Wei Liang Chen said. So am I. Chapter 138 The bond network's third-year quality was different from its first-year quality in ways that were subtle and unmistakable. Each of the 7 bonds had a maturity now that the first-year bonds had been building toward. Not stronger, the bonds did not strengthen in the way of a cultivation technique improving. More settled, more precisely themselves. The first bond, Lin Suyin's intelligence and warmth, which had been the network's reference point from the beginning. 3 years had made the first bond the specific quality of a relationship that has been through everything and has found, after everything, that it is still exactly what it was, which is to say, the right connection, for the right reasons, held without requiring justification. He had told her this, in the Azure Tide Sex library on an evening in late autumn, with the Formation Compatibility Papers 3rd edition open on the table between them and the morning contact's daily quality still present in the permanent channel's warmth. She had looked at him with the specific quality she had when he said something she had been waiting for him to say, not because she had needed him to say it, but because saying it meant he had arrived at something he had been working toward. Yes, she said, that is what it is. And then, for what it's worth, the same is true from this side. Through the first bond, her warmth moved between them with the precision of something practiced for 3 years and now natural. He did not say anything. He didn't need to. The bond partners' lives in the 3rd year were the lives of people who had been changed by a significant event and were now living the changes forward. Feng Xiao had published the Network Integration Analysis, the formation architecture documentation she had been building from his annual assessments. The paper was in formal academic circulation and had already generated 12 response papers from formation theorists who had never encountered the specific structures it described. She wrote to Wei Liang Chen after the first 3 responses arrived. They are wrong, but interestingly wrong. I am writing the corrections. Please advise if any of them contact you directly. Yuan Mei's Dao Anchor Paper series was at its 4th installment. Each paper was based on the bond channel data she had been collecting, with Wei Liang Chen's cooperation, through the annual medical assessments. The 4th paper had a finding she flagged before publication. The cultivation depth data that the sovereign had been logging in the outer ward's diagnostic interface, when cross-referenced with the bond channel metrics, showed a consistent positive correlation. The sovereign's measurement, which it had developed independently through the living dictionary, was tracking the same trend as Yuan Mei's formal clinical instruments. Her note: the sovereign's measurement methodology is more precise than mine on several parameters. I have asked Song Baihe to describe how it is taking the measurement. We are both uncertain. I am adding a joint appendix crediting the diagnostic contribution. Mira Ashval's rotation at the outer ward had become, by the 3rd year, a 6-month annual cycle. She was not stationed there permanently. She had other work, other fringe guardian responsibilities. But the outer ward was her anchor. She had told Wei Liang Chen in a message during the 2nd year. I understand what I'm doing now. I'm not guarding the cage. I'm serving as the connection between the fringe communities and the people at the cage who are doing the actual work. That's a different function. It matters, Song Baihe's lexicon was at 1,207 patterns and growing. The translation research appointment had become a permanent position. She had 2 junior researchers working under her on the lexicon expansion project. The sovereign's communication through the diagnostic interface had, in 3 years, become one of the most documented ongoing communication events in the cultivation world's academic record. Celestia's harmonic presence through the outer seal's formation was different, not in function, in quality. The 3,000-year vigil had become, in 3 years, something that still involved vigilance, but was no longer only vigil. She had the outer ward's community around her now. She had Song Baihe's annual visits and Nara Vasa's monthly visits and Kale Thorne's permanent presence and the contact monitoring system's 23 labeled rows. She had, as she had put it in a recent diagnostic note, more data to work with. And Nara Vasa's 7th bond. The void energy withdrawal had completed in the 2nd year, exactly on Feng Qiao's projected schedule. Full physical recohering. A cultivation practice resumed, carefully, at the level her 300 years had allowed. The archive scholars' research collaboration that had become a standing arrangement. The research residency that had become, in the 3rd year, a permanent research appointment. The archive's first specialist in pre-sundering void-adjacent cultivation technique. She had told Wei Liang Chen, when the appointment was confirmed, I think this is what staying was for. Not only the breach point. What staying was preparing me to do. Through Bond 7. That statement had the specific quality of something that had traveled a long distance to arrive. Chapter 139. In the 3rd year's autumn, Wei Liang Chen returned to the outer ward alone for a week. Not because anything required him there. Not for a maintenance check or a bond partner visit or an annual assessment. He returned because the outer ward was the center of the work, and the work was his, and he had not been there alone. Without the reconstructions team, without Lin Suin's constant company, without the bond partner's visits coinciding, for the entire 3 years since the reconstruction. Celestia noted his arrival in the monitoring log as sealed bearer contact frequency 1. Kale Thorne offered the central formation room and asked if he wanted company. Wei Liang Chen said no, not particularly, and thank you. Kale Thorne nodded and went back to the guardian rotation with the specific quality of someone who understood what solo visits to the outer ward were for. The week was quiet in the way the outer ward had always been quiet. The formation array's low hum, the outer seal's harmonic presence, the cage's pulse. And now, the inner seal's rebuilt architecture's steady warmth, the breach point's clean integrity, the resonance bearer contact frequency column showing 1 every morning. He cultivated in the practice space on the north side. He read Wieland's most recent research paper, the one about the first cultivator's understanding of the unmapped frontier beyond the 7 realms. He sat in the evenings on the outer ward's perimeter stone, which was Nara Vasa's stone, in her absence, and looked at the sky with the attention she had taught him to bring to it. Daily assessment, honest about what he saw. He descended to the breach point twice. Alone, no 3-way channel to hold. Just the rebuilt chamber, the sealed breach point, the inscription work's harmonic warmth that showed the sovereign's frequency built into the foundation. The cultivation depth at the rebuilt architecture's edge was something he could read through Heaven Gate perception without the channel open. The vast presence, organized, settled, alive in its rebuilt cage. On the 3rd descent, he sat at the chamber's edge for 2 hours. Not cultivating, not monitoring, simply being present in the same space. through the permanent channel's passive warmth. Not the morning contact signal, not a directed transmission. The sovereign's awareness registered his presence. The entity in the cage, that had been company for Nara Voss for 300 years and had been the daily contact for 3 years and had been watching his cultivation depth develop, was aware that he was here. The foundational frequency had a quality he had come to recognize over 3 years. The specific warmth of an entity that is alone but has learned, through the living dictionary's development and the contact monitoring system's 23 rows, that alone and lonely are different things. He sent through the passive channel the warmth of company. Two presences in the same space, on different sides of the rebuilt architecture, both simply here. The sovereign's response arrived in the way the morning contact arrived, quiet, direct, the fact of acknowledgement. On the final day of the week, he stayed until after sunset. The outer ward's formation arrays lit with their evening configuration, and the sky above was the specific quality of a clear autumn night, the stars visible in the way that was only possible far from the inner realm's chi-saturated atmospheres. He looked at the stars and thought about the unmapped frontier beyond the 7 realms, and held the question the way the first cultivators had designed the resonance seal to hold it, openly, without urgency, with the full weight of attention given to something that deserved attention without demanding resolution. The sovereign was also looking through the outer seal's expanded harmonic range that the rebuilt architecture had provided. Not at the stars, it could not see them. At the presence of someone who was looking at them and felt, through the permanent channel, that what they were looking at was vast and good. Wei Liang Chen looked at the stars for a long time. Then he went inside and slept well, and in the morning the contact signal arrived at sunrise, as it always did, and he sent his presence back, as he always did. Chapter 140 Spring returned to the outer ward. Nara Voss arrived with 4 notation kits and a new research colleague, the archive scholar's doctoral student, who had requested an introduction to the outer ward's monitoring system. Celestia had approved the visit. The sovereign's contact log had a new row by the end of the first day. Archive student contact, 1. Elder Huaran Sek arrived for his second visit. The first had been the spring before, the rebuilt breach point finally seen. This time he brought 2 junior chorus representatives who were being trained in the cooperative maintenance framework. Celestia gave the training. The sovereign's contact log, chorus representative contact, 2. Feng Xiao arrived for the annual formation architecture assessment. She brought her 2 most advanced formation students, who were in the 3rd year of studying formation compatibility theory under Lin Suin's influence. The outer ward's practice space was occupied for 3 days with the specific focused energy of practitioners working on something genuinely difficult. The sovereign's contact log, formation scholar contact, 3. Song Baiha arrived with the 1237th lexicon entry, which she had developed from a pattern that had appeared in the monitoring log 3 months prior and which she believed she finally understood well enough to translate. She read it aloud to Celestia and Wei Liang Chen in the outer ward's central room. The pattern's context is the spring season, she said. It appears for the first time each year approximately 2 weeks after the spring equinox. The emotional register is consistent across all 3 years of observation. The same quality every spring, reliable as a diagnostic baseline. She looked at her translation. My best rendering. Asterisk things begin again. This is good. Asterisk. The outer ward's central room was quiet for a moment. Celestia's harmonic presence, steady in the formation array. Yes, she said. That is what it means. Lin Suin was the last to arrive. She came on the 4th day of the spring gathering, when the outer ward was at its fullest, 7 bond partners, 5 additional scholars and students. Kale, Thorn's guardian rotation. She came up the approach road in the late morning light, travel packs settled comfortably on her shoulders, the Formation Compatibility Papers 4th edition in her notation case. Wei Liang Chen met her at the outer ward's entrance. She looked at the outer ward, the formation arrays, the diagnostic interface visible through the central room's window, the perimeter stone where Nara Voss was already sitting with her notation kit. She looked at him. Busy, she said. Appropriately busy, he said. Yes. She set down her travel pack. The morning contact? At sunrise. As always. Good. Through the first bond, the warmth that had been the beginning of everything moved between them with the precision of 3 years of practice. He told her, that evening, about the autumn week at the outer ward, the solo visit, the descent, the stars. He told her about the sovereign looking through the permanent channel at someone who was looking at something vast and good. He told her about holding the unanswered query as the first cultivators had designed the resonance seal to hold it. Openly, with full attention, without urgency. She listened the way she always listened. with the specific quality of someone for whom listening is not waiting for the other person to finish, but is itself an act of participation. When he finished, she said, "Is the question still open?" "Yes," he said. "It will be for a long time." "Good," she said. "Some questions are better held than answered." "That is what the first cultivators built the seal for," he said. "Then you are doing exactly what the seal was designed for," she said. "Yes." He looked at the outer ward's evening sky, the spring constellations visible above the formation array's ambient light. "I am." The morning contact arrived the next day at sunrise, as it always did. The sovereign's pulse in his chest, the permanent channel's warmth, the rebuilt architecture's steady frequency, the vast patient presence of an entity that had been waiting 3,000 years to be in the right conditions for being itself, and had arrived there. The 7 bonds distributed across the world, Lin Sui nearest, the others at their various distances, all warm and present. The resonant seal's maintenance function, steady, practiced, the right work for the right person. The Tao anchor's cultivation depth, still growing, still finding new refinement in the territory that Heaven Gate offered. The unanswered query about the realms beyond 7, held, openly, with full attention, without urgency. The beginning of something that would take as long as it needed to take. Wei Liang Chen held the morning contact in the permanent channel and felt all of it. The whole of the life he had built by following the resonances wherever they led and staying when staying was what was needed. He sent back his presence. The foundational frequency's response, the pattern that meant * good morning. "I am glad you are here." * and another pattern, the one song Baiha had added to the lexicon in the 3rd year, which appeared each spring, reliable as a diagnostic baseline. * Things begin again. "This is good." Yes, he thought. "It is." Thank you for spending this time with Wei Liang Chen and the 7 bonds that changed everything. If this story moved something in you, the sovereign learning what company means, Nara Vas finding the sky larger day by day, the question held open because some things are better held than answered. Please subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. Leave a comment telling me which moment landed hardest for you. And if you know someone who would love a story about staying when staying matters, share this with them. It helps more than you know. See you in the next one.